In every battle, there is a moment. Most don't even see it. But for others, it's all they see. That move, that shot that separates legend from afterthought. That instance between your name heard round the world and total, deafening silence. Every moment, every battle only has two outcomes. And when it happens, only you can decide what is yours. And now the true battle begins. With all eyes on you, there's no time to rest. No time for excuses. The moment is now. So it's put up or shut up. It's time to prove without a shadow of a doubt that your best is as good as gold. And the only thing that drives you more than the thrill of victory is the fear of being forgotten.
And there's the hype! How many men is he gonna run through? That was just easy dominance. They did it!
Here, on the ultimate proving grounds, Call of Duty's elite converge. When that moment stares you in the face, you'll know one thing. Glory isn't given. Glory isn't easy. Glory is taken.
It is the final day of playoffs at the Call of Duty League, and it's go hard or go home for our teams today. What do you get? You get to be the Final Four at Champs next weekend and a chance to lift this trophy and, of course, a big share of the millions of dollars on the line. My name is Lottie Van Prague and I'm going to be hosting your morning before we get into all of the playoff action. Of course, it is the final day. It's day 5, baby. I'm so excited. But I'm more excited to be joined by two of my very good friends and two absolutely phenomenal analysts here at the Call of Duty League. And that's Pac-Man and Nameless. Guys, before I ask you how you are and everything, let's just whip up the schedule to see exactly what we have coming our way today. It's, of course, brought to you by the US Army. We have 4 big matches today. Pac, looking at obviously what we have coming up here, got your eye on anything in particular? Anything you're really excited about? You woke up this morning and thought, you know what? My day is going to get so much better because of this match.
Oh yeah, it's that 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time match, OpTic Gaming Los Angeles versus Florida Mutineers. Not only is that match an absolute banger, one of the top 4 teams in the game, and on the rise OpTic Gaming, but that leads into the last match against the Huntsmen. We can see, no matter what, we get a banger at the end of the day. OpTic Gaming versus Huntsmen, Florida versus Huntsmen. Crazy. I cannot wait.
It is crazy. And of course, it is a CDL game day presented by Game Fuel later on at 5:30 p.m. Just like Pac said, Chicago Huntsmen versus either Florida or OpTic Gaming Los Angeles. Now, looking at the bracket, of course, we do know that FaZe and Empire are waiting in the winners finals right here, and we will see them play on Champs. But before that, we need to get through this entire day of playoffs. We're going to have a look at the bracket right now for our final day of playoffs, just to see exactly how our teams have got to where they are today and kind of how they started off. So, of course, we know that all season long they were playing for seedings, and that was super, super important coming into this. But Nameless, looking at, of course, our losers bracket right now, who do you think has the most potential to run away with this today and get through?
I mean, it's an easy pick, right? I'm supporting Texas Kenny today.
Oh
my goodness.
He's frying. He's just a man. I mean, if I try to put my headset on over this, I don't know if it'll work, but I'm gonna make it work. Kenny was an absolute animal yesterday. This guy, he was the spark for the squad. Him playing well made everybody else on the team perform. I just saw myself. He just played so well, man, and I'm excited to see them play because I think the Dashy performance sparked them to play even better, and then Kenny getting kills like that, it made everyone else look incredible. So OGLA for sure.
I'm talking about looking incredible. Nameless, you did just look absolutely fantastic there. I love that. That was brilliant. Of course, we do also have an update for the Metro Perfect Bracket Challenge. Let's take a look right now. Our perfect bracket, see who is ruling the day, presented by Metro. And another laugh for you guys because number 1 on the list. I need cash.
Yeah, me too.
You and me both, brother. Get the bag. This is a Rex Rich's story right here.
It is indeed. That is fantastic. Love to see that kind of thing there. Absolutely brilliant. 50 points on the board across for these two guys at the top here, and then 49 points following both 48 at the bottom. There's our top 5, of course, for who is ruling the day there with the Metro Perfect Bracket Challenge. Now, talking about some perfect things, we have some perfect players in our league, or do we? That's up to you guys at home to decide. But I think they're pretty damn perfect, considering what they've been through all season long, the transition to online, of course, and then now fighting for their lives at playoffs. Let's take a look right now at our top 5 KD overall for our remaining players in, of course, the tournament. Number 1 up there, love to see it, Clayster, Nameless. We haven't seen Clayster on the top of a KD board for a little while, but he's been performing great. Talk to me about what you're seeing out of this individual here for Empire.
Yeah, they've had one match and he was fantastic and the hard points were smooth. I mean, you've seen him. There's been a direct correlation throughout the season. When Clay performs, they seem to be unbeatable, right? Like, he's been their X factor. And, in the past 4 or 5 years ago, Clay and Krim were those players who dominated the game. They were your MVP players. And I just think throughout the regular season, they're not capable of doing that anymore, trying to be leaders. It's very difficult to individually dominate while you're doing all those other things for the squad. But for one tournament, right? We have a couple weeks of practice going into it. You just got to show out for one big thing. The pressure, they've been there before. They can absolutely dominate. And we saw that yesterday versus a very hot Toronto team. So that is incredibly scary if those two guys are dominating in respawns.
And you know what's jumped out to me off that list? Clay played fantastic in his match, but it was Scump, man. A 1.20, the highest, the best performing sub of the tournament in a meta that's been pretty much dominated by ARs. And that's not over one match. That right there shows that Scump is here to play. It's a guy that's taken a back seat, I guess you'd say, for the rest of his teammates. We're talking about everyone else, but then he reminds us who he is, right? It's champs time, and Scump is here to play. He's the guy who stepped up the most for the Huntsmen. He's the guy that's getting them through these series. He's putting the team on his back as much as possible, and it's 100%. Incredible to see. It's like, this is old school vintage Scump that we're seeing again, just like last champs. He comes out to play, and I don't know, a 1.2 doing his role is phenomenal.
It's nostalgic.
I don't want to go as far as, and it is. I mean, I was about to say, I wouldn't go as far as saying, this to this extent, but really it's awesome to see kind of players who have kind of been hibernating for what they can do this season and then kind of come out and awake, right now for playoffs. I think it's super, super exciting. And I'm loving seeing all of these like kind of fresh starts for some of these players and teams, especially the likes of Toronto Ultra. I mean, seeing them go off right now is awesome. And I'm here for it. So let's take a look right now, of course, at our MVPs, because today we will be announcing something pretty spectacular. It is our Call of Duty League MVP presented by Astro Gaming, and we're going to be actually announcing that today after the Florida OpTic match. So I don't want you guys to forget to tune in, because I know that you'll want to know exactly who is going to be taking that. But here's the Tesseract for you.
Surprise, guys.
Nameless has so rightfully kind of pulled out.
I wonder who's winning the Tesseract.
I'm going to spoil it. I am the Astro Gaming Call of Duty League MVP of the season. From dominating contestant to point, having the most wins. They decided that no one was more worthy than me, so I'm actually going to get that trophy, and I will be playing Jenga as soon as it arrives.
Just getting some intel on my ear right now. I can confirm that is definitely what is happening today, and you are the MVP for all of us here. No, I've got to say, your game full keys to victory for me are MVP in themselves. I mean, you write those every single week without fail.
Thank you.
And they're wonderful. So I appreciate you, bro. I really do. But we need to talk about, of course, about what happened yesterday, because we had 4 matches. We've been having 2 matches a day, but yesterday was a big day for everybody here. And we saw 2 advance through to the winners final, of course. So let's just talk about, of course, what we saw yesterday. And I think, first of all, we need to discuss, of course, the Atlanta-Chicago game, the game that everybody was anticipating. Everyone was hoping for that rematch, because the first time they did it didn't really live up to expectation. But boy, did they deliver this time. I think it was phenomenal overall. But Pac, I want to get your thoughts on what you saw before you, and kind of some notes about maybe both sides of this kind of opposition here.
I mean, what we saw was 2 top teams really battling it out for real. Like, this is champs time, and both teams came prepared, ready for one another, and they both played phenomenally. I just feel like at the end of the day, Atlanta FaZe had too much. We all know that Pristini did not have the best series, and it cost them at the end. Major Maniac got a big 3-piece in a swing round, and we just saw a FaZe team clutch up. And that's what we always talk about. We always talk about clutching up because that's really all that matters. You get down to that ending point, and it just comes down to individual plays. Everyone's prepared. All the teamwork is there. But at the end of the day, the stars have to step up and play. And for Atlanta FaZe, they stepped up just a little bit more than they did for the Huntsmen.
Yeah, the big thing, the story of that series was Pristini had a bad one, man, and it was still very, very close. With the rest of the Huntsmen performing like they did, Envoy, Scump, both absolutely dominating, right? Formal playing fantastic. Arcides always does his thing. Pristini has to step up. I mean, if he just got closer to a 1.0, right, or just won a couple more of his engagements, it'd be better. He's playing at too fast of a pace in some of the respawns. He's thinking too hard. It's like pandemonium going on in his brain. He needs to slow down, calm down in game, and make better decisions, right? There are multiple times where they could have executed a play in search and destroy, and he was just a split second too fast, and he's got to calm down in those situations. Otherwise, they will get bumped out.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those situations there where you could see how upset Chicago were at the result of yesterday. And I felt like it was the match that everyone was waiting for. And of course, you want to be on the winning end of that kind of match. I mean, it goes down to the wire at the end of the day. So I think both of these teams still have a really good chance at this tournament. Of course, Atlanta waiting in the winners finals, really, really good stuff. And then Chicago today has to battle it out, of course. But if you guys did actually miss that epic battle, then you would have missed some incredible Astro Gaming listenings. So I want to recap right now on the Atlanta comms and what we saw from yesterday.
Scump wins another one. Scump's going to get traded out, though. It's all going to be to formal. Can he clutch up in the 1 versus 2? 10 seconds to go. He can't quite make it a 1v1. Abizi's able to turn. He's able to snap.
Let's go, Tyler. Oh my God, let's go. Let's go, Tyler. Good win, bro. Let's go, Tyler. Let's go, Tyler. Let's go. Yo, I was shook for like a second. Yeah. Wait, Chris, I was shook. Wait, nah, come on. What? Bro, wait, I knew I had you, bro. I got a 3-piece. I had no business winning. I actually even got the first kill. That was crazy.
I mean, I don't know if Abizi was shocked there or what, but he seemed really into it right at the end. he was popping off. I think
my favorite is they're all screaming and yelling, and Selim is just sitting there like smiling, cheese, and he didn't say a word. Like, yay!
I know.
That's awesome.
That was too close. Well, it's crazy because Formal almost got that 2-piece.
Yeah,
man.
he did.
Like, he really almost got it. That guy was weak. I wish I could have seen Formal's POV there. Because I just want to know exactly what happened. It was like 2 more shots, he was dead, right? That was intense.
It literally did come down to the wire when you say that. Like, literally a bullet or 2 away from taking us to round 11. That's
like,
it's
game-changing
so
moments, like tiny margins that really could have just swung it either way. And I think when it comes down to, as pro players, do you kind of beat yourselves up about stuff like that, or is it something you just kind of have to dump and move on with?
Oh no, you beat yourself up for sure, right? If you have an opportunity to win a gunfight and it's in your hands and you lose it, it lingers in your brain. But Formal's a different breed, right? He might just be able to just forget about it and focus on the next one because that guy's a beast. So we'll see coming into today.
Absolutely. Now, I've got to focus as well on the Dallas-Toronto matchup. We saw it was the final game of yesterday, and I was really, really excited about this matchup. When we were getting into it, it was awesome. I'm thinking right now, looking at Ultra, I still think they look fantastic, and they're still on form. Obviously, coming up against Dallas, a different beast right now in this tournament. But Pac, looking at the way Ultra played against Empire, they probably do have to finesse their hard point a little bit more, if not a lot more, when they're coming up against, a team as well executed as Empire, right?
Yeah, like they were in position to win that series. They took like really close domination at the end. All the momentum was on their side, but then it came back to that hard point, and they actually just got run over. Like if they're gonna come back in this tournament through this losers bracket, they're gonna have to step up. Crim6 and Clay had their way with the Ultra, to be frank, and that's not what you're gonna have to see from the Ultra if they're gonna win. They have to step up. They have to be faster on the rotations. They have to be that Ultra that we saw take those guys down in the last tournament. And we just didn't see that at the end of the day. But the Ultra are definitely one of the big dogs here to stay. They just have to clutch up at the end.
Yeah, what's scary about that match is how prepared Dallas were for them, right? Like, Cammy could not hit any snipes against them. Illy was the perfect counter to the sniper. He wasn't missing. It's like they were ready for it. And in their respawns, everybody stepped up. The Ultra, they can't expect to win the tournament without winning hard points. Now, granted, they might be able to push and get to a top 4, but from what I saw yesterday, it's going to be very tough for for them to get over the hump to win a championship if that's their hard point is.
Absolutely. And of course, the pressure is mounting on the shoulders of our players here because this is the prize pool. This is what they're playing for, as well as pride and a gorgeous, gorgeous trophy, which we've been showing you all week. But a huge, huge amount of money on the line here. And every single game we have seen in playoffs has accumulated more and more money that these guys are playing for each and every game, which is it's super exciting. It kind of makes, I think it makes the passion burn a little bit hotter. So yeah, amazing stuff here. We need to head right now, of course, we need to get through this. We're getting into our first game. We need to head right now into our first game, which is going to be New York versus London. We're heading to our game called Keys to Victory, written by yours truly, Nameless. Talk to me about this, bro.
The S&D mistakes continue to show their weakness. Show a new look and come prepared today in Search and Destroy. They haven't won a Search and Destroy All of Champs. They have an 8-18 round count. That's unacceptable, right? You saw them get hard countered by the Røkkr when they played them. You saw them in their next series where in Search and Destroy they had a round 11 where they lost with the bomb down initially. Like, those things can't happen. If you're trying to make a long run in Champs, you have to be on point in Search. The respawn looks solid, right? But you can't be 8-18 round count. You need to get that clutch factor back. You got to come with a new look today.
Maybe switch up bomb carriers or something, because they were getting the bomb down fine, but as Temp was their bomb carrier, maybe switch it up to someone else so they can win some of those holds, and because they were getting retake on really easily.
What did he go, like 3-10 on that arc club or something? Like he shouldn't be in. Like, he has a gunny, right?
Exactly.
Like, you got to have Temp staying alive, winning those fights, right? So I think you can make little adjustments, right? Like, maybe give Zuma the bomb, get him more involved in the team. But let's switch on over to London and check out these keys. Weskin put on an MVP-like performance yesterday. Overall KD of him was a 1.32. I mean, he was also number 2 during the regular season, so it's nice to see him doing it once again in Champs. And then Shawnee, he was the surprise for me, 1.2. You know, second on the team in overall KD. These two played well and made the hard point game really smooth for London. When those two are on point, the map's going to be open and they're going to be able to be successful. So look for those two guys to replicate it.
Absolutely. I think, there's a lot on the line right now for both of these teams. I think we're going to see an incredible first matchup here. This leads me on to our predictions brought to you by Sony's Xperia smartphone. So, Hag, I'm coming to you first. What are you feeling going into this incredible day 5?
I haven't done this yet, but I actually do believe that the Subliners are going to run away with this one. I really think that they're going to fix their S&D, and they're going to go ahead and win this one 3-0. I think that they're a stronger team, and I think that they're really upset by their loss yesterday. So I think that they're going to come out strong and beat this London Royal Ravens team. I'm sorry, Lottie. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I respect it. It's all right. I respect it. What about you, Nameless? Don't lose a friend as well as Pac-Man has.
I mean, it's just I got to go with New York. Right? I just have to 3-1. I think that London have a big opportunity to take that Search and Destroy. But in terms of hardpoint, I think New York, it does have the edge. And in domination, London's been the second worst team in the league, and it's continued into Champs. They look terrible in domination. So I'm definitely going New York on this one, 3-1.
Okay, well, do you know what? I know who my friends are, and secondly, my prediction, I'm going to have to go with the UK by default, and I'm not, disrespect to either team here, but obviously UK roots, I have to go with them. I'm going to say 3-2. I do think it's going to go down to the wire. I'm hoping London can clutch this up, for my hometown. But we're going to throw it over right now to the casters. Lando and Study, take this away, guys.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Yes, we are kicking off the final day of playoffs with a fantastic series. Study our desk, somewhat separated when it comes down to predictions. Before we kind of meet our teams a little bit, I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on the predictions coming into this match?
Oh, well, Pac-Man and Nameless, they were right. I feel like the Subliners are going to come out and win this. This is a team that's better overall in respawn. They're going into an Arc Peak on that map, too, and they played it a lot so far throughout this entire playoff. So I'm expecting them to make the proper adjustments and be able to close out this series, depending on if the London Royal Ravens come out firing in this first hard point.
Well, we talked about the New York Subliners. Maybe the ball kind of is in their court. So let's go ahead and meet the New York Subliners.
The Stallion is frying. The Stallion is cooking. He's got to go and attach. Gets it done.
I'm ready to play now. Put me in the game now. I came here to prove it. I'm ready to do it. I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage.
Zoom again for 1, 2. Has he got any more here? 3.
Subliners player of the game. The Subliners moving on to Saturday with a
oh my God, he's still going!
But there are so many players from Dallas here, but he doesn't need help.
He doesn't need help with the pistol. He's able to stay alive. That's going to be 5 dead.
Mac going big. They call him Big Mac.
Hands up. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top.
Try to flip this one for second and hold on to this, but 3 go down. Temp with the turn and burn. That's going to be 4 dead. The hill wide open. Max going to get on it. Max going to win 2 gunfights.
Lower the lights down. Hand over my crown. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Those are your New York Subliners. What, Study? We've got a chance to watch these guys a few different times already throughout playoffs. I feel like there was a lot of positives despite the loss that they could take away versus that Chicago series.
Yeah, they won both of those hardpoints versus probably the best hardpoint team in the entire CDL. And that was a great opening answer. They just have S&E will throughout the entire playoffs. You heard Nameless in that pre-show saying that they haven't won a search and destroy throughout this in the last 5 days. So you have to make the proper adjustments. You have 2 of those game modes in every series. You need to be able to at least close out 1.
Yeah, well, we talk a lot about the New York Subliners. Let's go ahead and meet our London Royal Ravens. Those are your London Royal Ravens. Study. We've got a chance to cast over London a number of different times so far throughout the playoffs. A team that's been hyped up a number of different times. And coming into that Battle of Europe series yesterday versus the Legion, they look pretty convincing, my man.
Yeah, everyone stepped up, especially Shawnee. You heard Nameless once again in that post show, 1.2 KD. And I felt like it all went down to that Ramaza hardpoint. We saw him going at least an 8 spree with that assault rifle, just being that slayer that his team needs him to be, stepping up when the time is needed. But the main player for me throughout this entire playoffs has been Zero. Sitting at a 1.14 KD, this is a player that is king finesse on this roster. When you need him to make the right play, he will. And him sitting at a 1.4 with that submachine gun is honestly insane.
Yeah, man. Well, I got to tell you what. As much as I am hyped about this series, I'm also hyped about not only the stakes for the players, but also the stakes for the chat. Folks, we have got the opportunity for some more free Chipotle burritos. And this is the final day of CDL playoffs. Feel free to use exclamation point Chipotle in chat, folks. If we do, in fact, see a round 11 in the search and destroy, we are having free burrito time. It's only round 11s, and I feel like, Study, we have a really good chance today to see it, but specifically in this particular series. I know the desk kind of went back and forth. Lottie had a Game 5 prediction, which means that we have 2 opportunities to see that round 11. What say you, sir? You think we have the ability to see that round 11 in this series?
It all depends on how the Royal Ravens pop out on this first map. You know, going into their best search and destroy on map number 2, that's usually their backbone. We saw them win it yesterday versus Paris in a 6-2 fashion. Shawnee making no hesitant plays, hitting around that flank side for an impeccable round that round to win it in a 6-2. But for real, I think it goes all the way down because the New York Subliners have played Arc Law a lot so far throughout the entire playoffs, so they had to make the proper adjustments to try to make sure that they're able to close out that map. So, if anything, I feel like it might go round 11 in that map number 2.
It definitely has the ability to. Like I said, a lot on the line today. A $125,000 match. Loser for just top 8. Winner, top 6 guaranteed. An opportunity for top 4 later today. Study. These teams have matched up a few different times throughout the season, as this is going to be their 5th encounter so far. New York winning the most recent matchup at their own home series. It was a 3-1 victory, and it was London who took the game 1 hardpoint, and it was on this very map.
Yeah, all the kills right there in the beginning just go in favor of the Subliners. They had 2 players trying to push up to flip those spawns for P2, but the players from the London Royal Ravens were able to spawn back and neutralize those players. Now, a couple of seconds in this P1 hardpoint are going to go to the Subliners, but you want to try to break this P2 hardpoint right off the rip if you want to have a chance, because we saw the way that the London Royal Ravens were holding it yesterday versus Paris. They were able to break in easily depending on their setup.
Yeah, London were just kind of overwhelming Paris at different times. We talked about New York. They can be a different beast. And getting some decent seconds in P1, but again, it's all about depot, right? That's what the Ravens are focused on. That's the reason why Shawnee spawns up. He instantly wants to focus on that next rotation, as we do see a little bit of a spread coming in from New York. They'll grab the final few seconds. They've got guys coming in from that back alley-like accuracy. It looks as if a few of those attempts coming from Cargo get shut down as well. Nice long-range shot from accuracy, but again, it's the Ravens trying to play good defense, knowing that the objective behind them is the most important thing right now.
So far, so good. First 10 seconds, they're holding a great hold right now. All the kills going in favor of the London Royal Ravens. You see the Subliners trying to put pressure towards this train side to get around the back, but Wuskins, with that assault rifle, is just causing havoc.
He is. Wuskin doing a lot of damage toward the outside, but it's actually New York who manages to break on in the front. And that's the issue at times with the Ravens so far throughout the season study. It's kind of been those SMGs which haven't always been able to answer the call. Despite Zero's amazing performance, they have had a few issues in the hard points, and Zero trying to fight for this last few seconds of scrap. He ends up getting taken down, a big 1v1 for the last few seconds. It's New York who walks away with it, but it's London, the first of the next rotation.
Yeah, if you're New York, that's a perfectly well executed P2. You know, you didn't have the spawns for it, but you get at least 35 seconds on that hill. Now, when it's coming down to this rotation, you see that player number 1 going around this back warehouse, looking like they're going to try to set up a pinch. But that number 6 player from the London Royal Ravens, all the way pushed out from scraps, is eventually going to flip the spawns for Subliners. Now the London Royal Ravens are going to have to hold from the front side.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting flip, one the Ravens probably aren't prepared for, but we'll see whether or not it does actually impact them, as the M4s from the front rather are getting cut down. Ravens, despite the lack of spawn out, are holding this one down pretty well. We'll see if New York has somewhat of a reply toward the later stages, but like I said, Study, this hardpoint cannot be understated. We've discussed it constantly coming into this. New York, their hardpoints, they've been labeled at times as one of the best hardpoint teams in the game. Their search and destroy, it's no surprise, hasn't been all that electric, and we kind of even talk about the domination. It's not a guarantee for the Ravens, so if they can get a W here in this hardpoint, come out nice and early, and manage to kind of cause somewhat of an upset in this game number 1, it would be huge for them, kind of taking a look at the remainder of the outlook for this series.
Yeah, man, because if they just come out firing, you're going to gain that confidence going into that map number 2. Like I said, it's their best search and destroy map. We saw them beat Paris in it yesterday 6-2. It's all about just players stepping up when needed to. You currently see Zero and Dylan just trying to play their lives around the backside. Zero rotating early. Nice 40 seconds trying to be that nuisance to make sure he flips the spawn for P5. But the trade is going to come and he's going to get taken down. Subliners have the favorable spawn for P5.
Yep, Subliners in a pretty good position given the score. And really, if you're London, you just want to try to grab as much time as you possibly can. Be focused on that break, but just try to be aware of what could be the negatives coming up. Attached looking to push up as far as he can to try to cause some chaos. However, it's not going to be the case. New York pretty much parking the bus and ready and waiting for warehouse. A pretty even game, but that very well could change up here for New York's current spawn. The smoke is out. We'll see what the Ravens have up their sleeves, at least for now. Zuma finding a nice pick over toward that mine entrance side, but it's actually Dylan who makes his way on the flank. Accuracy is aware of it. 4 fall in the feed, and Scraps, he's left all by his lonesome toward the front door. Can he wait just long enough for the rest of the cavalry to arrive? It looks as if that's not going to be the case. London somewhat getting shut down, but that's not stopping players like Dylan from trying to break on in. However, it's attempt after attempt getting shut down. New York, the defense is solid so far.
Yeah, Temp was in a great position outside of that bathroom area to kill the guy that was pushing up that jungle side. Once he does that, players eventually are going to spawn on him, and it was just a spawn pinch. They were able to come up right behind the London Royal Ravens players and eventually try to hold down a full 60, but looks like the London Royal Ravens are going to get the remaining seconds on this junk time, but it can get scary on these second rotations because the Subliners now have the spawn for P2.
Yeah, and I feel like that was kind of the big emphasis. As you know, the Ravens break in, that's great. They get the last 20 seconds. But if you are kind of forward thinking for P2, I know kind of granted the way that the first set of rotations, it was pretty good for London London at center platform, but it really is kind of all about Depot. That's the #1 hill on this map when we talk about the ability to really get time, folks. If you hear us talk about Money Hill, if you're new to the CDL, that essentially is the hard point that a lot of teams are focusing on, whether it's spawns, whether it's positioning. That is often the one where you can get a lot of time on. And so again, Study, I feel like kind of given the circumstances, I feel like New York are okay with that. They have a nice spread kind of through middle map right now, and if they kind of continue to transition back, that could be in a good position. But take a look at that spawn, Study. Just as I start to talk on maybe some positives, it's actually the London Royal Ravens who get the flip.
Yeah, it was all on Zero right there. He ended up getting past enemy lines, just sitting in bathroom and influencing the spawns for them to spawn back P2, and that is the best case scenario for the London Royal Ravens. They did not play for this hill time on P1, but Zero making that heads up play to eventually try to give them the lead going into this next hard point.
And how great is it, Study, to have a player like Zero, a guy just in general who is always aware of that rotation and always making the big plays for the team?
It's huge, man. You know, you have multiple players that do it, such as Envoy, you know, for the Huntsmen.
Yeah.
When you think about Atlanta FaZe, you got a BZ, you got Simp with those submachine guns. You just have to put yourself in the best position. The Subliners right there, they were just way too far pushed up around middle map. Zero, like I said, snuck through enemy lines, just sat in a corner, not being impatient, even though his teammates were dying, but that is a good thing. As long as he stays alive on that side of the map, the influence spawns will come on them, and you see them taking the lead, probably going to put themselves about 40 points above the Subliners going into this P3, and that one player on rotation eventually gets taken down.
Yeah, overall, works out very well for the Ravens. We were talking a lot about how New York could be in a really good position moving on. However, not the case. Ravens with a decent advantage coming in now toward mine entrance, 167 to 128. Wuskin in the midst of a nice little spree, as that will definitely help out London for the remainder of this hill. What Study we talk about on this hill specifically, you're going to have a lot of smokes, but those M4s, if they can get on those on those mine entrance positions, they can be in a really good spot for the majority of the time. Ashani utilizing that line side. He's actually running out of ammo, by the way, and the reason why he gets taken down is because Zuma's on the flank. The Italian Stallion does get dropped for the beginning stages, but it's the Ravens who are actually locking this one down pretty well again.
They're pulling away in this game #1. They were able to chain that P2 and P3, and this is the best case scenario for the London Royal Ravens. Just got to go back one more time to Zero, making that game-changing play and eventually put his team up by now almost 90 points. Only going to be about 40 points away from winning this map #1. Heads up play, currently sitting at 23 and 19. Even when he's playing for spawns, he's still picking up the kills when he needs to. Zero stepping up huge.
Yeah, Zero stepping up huge, and we talked about it previously, Study, right? Zero, not long ago, was actually on the New York Subliners to start the year, joined this team, and actually denied the opportunity to be on the Royal Ravens lineup. Obviously gets dropped after the first event with New York. Manages to get the opportunity. He told me, hey, I wasn't for sure if I was gonna get another chance to play in the CDL. Look at him here in the playoffs, absolutely lining it up, and against his previous team, doing so well for the roster so far, 25 and 21, and as you called it, Study, making the big plays for Ravens up to this point. If you're New York, the pressure is on. You're trying to get some time at cargo, but you're also trying to be aware of that rotation, as player 5, Zuma, has the ability to go big right now.
Yeah, just going back to what you were saying, Hit being his former team in the Subliners. I remember back in the day when Nameless used to drop me on my neck, and I played him at Champs. And then it's just a different kind of fire if you're that player that got dropped and you're running into your old teammates. This is like, you're looking at to your right, you're the London Royal Ravens, and they want to win this 4-0. Zero felt like he deserved to be in the opportunity to just be playing in the CDL. Now he finds himself with new teammates, going up against his old roster. It's the best feeling possible, man. It's totally unmatched. They're only going to be about 10 points away from winning this map #1, and he's definitely setting the tone early.
Yeah, he definitely is. Looks to be the Ravens in game #1, despite how solid New York have looked throughout these hard points, especially in playoffs, especially throughout this year. The addition of Mac, they have looked absolutely electric in this mode, and can the Ravens come out solid in the beginning, set themselves up well for the search and destroy? We're about to find out. 6 more seconds, and Zero's cutting them down at the door. Tries to pull out the blade, but can't manage to do so. New York, granted, they break in for the final 10 seconds, but they have to be aware of platform. That's where the Ravens are somewhat positioned. They're getting that jungle or forest side spawn. Temp trying to make some work happen through mid-map. He gets cut down on water side. Accuracy. Everybody from New York trying to desperately get to that hill in time, but is it going to be enough? Players falling in the feed like flies as the New York Subliners fall early. Ravens win this one here.
Unbelievable first map out of London Royal Ravens. That's the way you want to start this series. You're going up against the Subliners, who are a really good respawn team. And opening up with that first map win, going into your best game mode on your best map, you have to be feeling really confident. Players like Zero making that heads-up play that was the game-changing play, just staying alive. I would expect from the Subliners, to have accuracy, who is their slow AR player, to just making sure he's keeping that focus on those spawns. It'll be a totally different game if they did not flip, but they were able to chain P2 and P3, the London Royal Ravens, and it just opened the game wide open. Good first map.
Yeah, solid first map for the Royal Ravens, and again, it can't be understated what that kind of means for them for the outlook of the remainder of this kind of map set. We talk about their strength in search and destroy, their lack of ability and domination. If they can win this S&D at the very least, they have that guaranteed game 5. If you are a Royal Ravens fan, you are hyped about this victory. And again, we've talked about it, Study, coming into this series. Whenever they played last time back at the New York home series, they played on this very map of Hardpoint Gunrunner, and the Ravens managed to do it. I feel like they've kind of been sneakily a good team in Hardpoint just as much as in Search and Destroy. I think coming into Champs Weekend, coming into playoffs and now kind of forward thinking for Champs Weekend, they were like even in both Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. All of their issues have strictly been in domination. So again, setting themselves up nicely for what could be a 2-0 start.
Yeah, man, it's just those heads-up play. The game was going down to the wire after those first rotational hard points, but just the Subliners, man, getting sloppy there at the very end, just not having a player play for those spawns. They flipped it right before then, rotating towards that P1, but they just crossed that middle line on the middle of the map, and no players were influencing the back spawn. So Zero, just playing his life, didn't even need to pick up a kill in that situation, just gives his team that game-changing play to chain those next 2 hard points. That's a great opening from the London Royal Ravens. Now you're going into a Search and Destroy on Arklov. Subliners, like I said, have played this multiple times throughout the entire playoffs. I need them to make the proper adjustments. We heard Pac-Man talking about Temp running that bomb. I would like to see accuracy running it and let Temp be that Slayer on the map.
That's a good point, right? I think that's a great point to bring up as we'll transfer from the U.S. Air Force. Quick scope now to the maps and modes for this series. Arkalov Peak, as you called it, has been great for the Ravens all season long. New York, they would definitely prefer to not have to visit it much longer. That's without question, right? They've lost their last 4 Search and Destroys, and 3 out of those 4 losses have, in fact, been on Arkalov. And I think it was in the game fuel keys to victory. Nameless was bringing it up. 8-18 in round count, as you already called it, Study, for New York. Something has to change up coming into this one, especially against a roster like the Ravens, and especially against a sniper like Wuskin, which I'm sure is what we're about to witness here.
Yeah, Attach and Wuskins are about to go at it on this map. It's all going to be who's going to be able to start those early rounds and get those early picks for their team. The way that Wuskins plays, if they decide to wrap back towards that B bomb site, Wuskins is going to take his time in that A trenches, trying to make sure no players are going through that flank. But if the Subliners did their homework, you saw that Shawnee was hitting that on defense, hitting flank with no hesitation. So I'm expecting one player to at least continue to hold that, because every time they gave it up, even versus the Huntsmen, accuracy was sitting top blue. Pristini was able to slip right through once accuracy decided to go for that flank. So that has to be a key marking point for them in this map number 2.
Yeah, that's a great point to call out. In Arkalov Peak, oftentimes it's a major map. You can have a few players manage to sneak through, and 2 players to really look out for kind of for the remainder of this series is going to be Wuskin versus Mac. Both of these guys have been so good for their team. Wuskin, really, Study, it's been all season long for this guy. We were kind of surprised to not see him on the ballot for the Astro MVP. Probably, right there kind of in that 6th place position. Definitely an honorable mention, to say the least. And Mac, absolutely has taken over for this team all season long. Whenever he joins this roster, they were kind of in the lower depths when we talk about the power rankings, when we talk about just the seeding in general. Really, both of these guys have played massive for their rosters, and again, we can expect to see them go off and Search and Destroy. Mac, obviously, a lot of his prowess at times coming from that Challenger division. A lot of those guys are great in Search and Destroy, and you never know, right? He's a good player who can rock with pretty much any single weapon that you put in his hands, whether it's the MP5 or the M4, which is what we're going to see here on Arkalov. He very well could make a major difference here for the Subliners.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that they have some aggressive pushes, trying to keep the pacing to a totally different mode. You know, when you're pushing towards that A bomb, they like to go slow. If they're playing for mid-map control, they wrap back towards A with about 40 seconds left. Gives the opposite players from the London Royal Ravens enough time to wrap back and eventually try to retake that bomb site. I would like them to not hesitate as much when we're going into this map right here and just hit it. You have Attach, you have Zuma, who are playmakers in Search and Destroy that like to be with their guns in the faces of the opposing team. So I would like them to just step up their pacing a little bit.
Yeah, that's a great call. We'll see what New York, how they've adjusted since their prior losses. Again, folks, could be experiencing some Chipotle, maybe some free burritos. Who knows? Round 11, Arklov, name a better duo. It's going to be a fun one. And obviously, Wiskin, the most feared sniper in the CDL, bringing the big boy out early. And is he open for haircuts? Oh boy, that player has no idea how lucky they are. A nice little spread early for the Ravens as they're looking to put that sniper work to use, trying to find a pick right now, Stud.
Yeah, Wiskin's just taking his time. You see, they're trying to fill him out in this beginning round, see the way the Subliners want to play it. They have 4 players at that A bomb site, and it's looking like it's going to be a perfect blind counter depending on if they all decide to stay. 45 seconds are going to be remaining on the clock. You see that that player in 0. He's just trying to push up, be aggressive with his team. You're also looking at Wuskins on that right side of the grave, just taking his time. Probably going to go for a late flank, but it's all going to come down to how much time they're going to waste to try to push up on this bomb site because time is ticking.
25 seconds left. Ravens, they have to make a move. No one yet to drop in this round, but that's quickly about to change. Dylan able to go and punch in the digits. The plant is in fact successful, but here comes the nade. Can Dylan manage to escape? He's actually got one at his front door. Ends up getting taken down, so Dylan goes flying. In the meantime, from New York, you're happy about the way you've played this defense, but there's still a lot of work to do. Is Matt going to check the trench in time? He does. The trade is there, regardless for scraps. London working with 2 men down. Accuracy manages to find Shawnee from the side, and now it's all down to the sniper himself. 20 seconds left. Can Wiskin make a pick? Not going to happen. Donnie Temp finds 2, and Accuracy, he's putting in the defuse.
It was a good opening kill from Mac, you know, hitting a couple team nades onto that bomb site, taking down Dylan. But him having the awareness to go towards trenches and look behind that rock, that's the same position that we saw Mac play when he was playing versus the Huntsmen, and RCS was able to kill him. So it's a common spot. Love the awareness right there. Good first round.
Yeah, good first round for New York. They're happy to get as many of these as we talked about, Study, right? This team not looking great on Arklov so far to this weekend, but you can never count out, right? Revan, JP, those guys put in a ton of work for the Subliners. We want to get them as prepared as possible for a series like this. A lot on the line. $125,000 to be exact, Study. I think that may provide a little bit of excess pressure. I don't know about you.
Oh, yeah. 125,000. Oh my God! I remember back in the day we were playing for 5,000. These guys are playing for literally quadruple the money. It's insane, man. All the pressure that they have playing for this amount of money, and this is the time to show why you deserve to be in this position that you are.
And we talked about guys to look out for, players like Zuma as he quickly gets wiped off of our screen. Dylan goes for the challenge. Unfortunately, he does get taken down. To the Ravens, you love to have someone like that pretty much available at your disposal. And there's the sniper pick. Attach. Has to hit shots like that, especially if you're given the opportunity, but not able to make the first one land as the Ravens continuing on. 30 seconds left. Another somewhat slowed push offense here. This time it is going to be New York. They were successful last time around, but it was on defense. And Scraps, another nice pick, as that'll be one for him. And really the big question is, can New York rebound? They're relying on this guy, Mac. Can he do something from afar? How about Attach from up close? There's Mac with the pick, and now it's on to Scraps. Able to pick off the first, and the planter was actually running the bomb, so he knows exactly where Attach's positioning is. The question for Attach, though, is he aware where Scraps could be? He actually decides to wrap back around, and Scraps is going to find a peek from afar. A major 1v1 comes down to the wire, and it's Scraps who comes away with it.
Scraps ended up getting 3 kills on that round. He takes Donnie off of that bomb site to make sure they don't get the bomb down right off the rip. Repositions himself towards that stone wall. The Subliners are able to pick up 2 kills, but I guess they just did not count for Scraps. Scraps was able to just pop up over that stone wall, win that 1v1, then force it into 1v1 with Attach. Attach was only had a sniper pistol right there. He thought he was still behind that stone wall on the left side behind the truck, but great repositioning out of Scraps right there to tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, good repositioning, and again, another slow-paced offensive round, which on Arklov can be common from time to time. Like I said, study. It's a big map. You're going to see A hits quite a bit. Curious to see if one of our offensive teams wants to try to make some work and some action happen at B. We've seen London be successful actually at B a number of different times, but it looks as if they're going back to Old Faithful. And speaking of Faithful, Wuskin with the big boy trying to do some damage, but it's actually going to be Scraps, his twin brother, who comes away with the first, but that Marshall duo will walk away with the first two for the Ravens. Tash trying to do some work, but it's actually Zuma. How about 3 for him? A major play coming through from the Italian stallion himself, totally stopping the Ravens in their tracks.
I love that out of Zuma. Both of his teammates go down, put it in a 5v3, but an immediate answer, getting that trenches push, getting a 3-piece, just taking them all off guard. He probably just went for the challenge, just jumped out, and got great timing on all of the players. And that's a great heads-up play, way to equalize that. Now in a 1v3 situation for Shawnee, this round is basically going to be impossible with only 5 seconds left. Bomb is going to be down in trenches. He's going to have to make a miracle happen.
A miracle that unfortunately is not going to happen today. This game is an intense one, and in situations like that, the way that these rosters study are kind of prepared at this moment. I mean, it's so difficult to come away with clutches, obviously given the position that he's in, but just in general, 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, the way that these teams have prepared coming into this year, the way that franchising has kind of totally changed up the rosters with analysts, coaching staff. I mean, these guys have never known more about not only themselves, but the opponents they're facing off against. As both these teams, excellent coaching staffs have prepared their rosters for this moment, and neither one of them wants to go down this early. We were kind of talking about this in the green room a little bit coming into this series, and it was a matter of top 8 for both of these rosters would just be outwardly unacceptable by their standards.
Yeah, you have players that have been playing for a really long time, you know, an attached world champion. You also have Temp, who just recently won his first championship and his own home series. You want if you want to be in this position that you are, you want to be able to close out. You know, you have shown throughout the year that you have been able to win, compete with the top teams. Now you're going up against the London Royal Ravens, which is another team that loves to be in the position that they are. Scraps and Wuskins have been playing for a really long time, you know, followed by Zero to get second at that Black Ops 3 champs. He's just been playing. They have experience when it comes down to it. It's just all about closing out and playing who's going to be playing better on that day.
And again, in this round in particular, it's another kind of slow push, and that's the issue with trying to go over toward this site study. It really is, especially versus the Ravens and Gauntlet, because you've got a lot of experience with players who like to rock that M4. Well, we talk about, you know, guys like Shawnee have rocked this previously. Scraps has an M4 in his hands all the time. Same thing with Wuskin, and the same can be said for Zero, right? All these guys have AR experience. They're putting it to good usage in New York. They've just yet to find the picks on offense, and that was the problem yet again there.
Yeah, you see, once again, Shawnee going for that flank. It was a round before when the Subliners were on offense, accuracy was sitting all the way in that back truck, basically in their spawn to make sure no one was going to come around. Fortunately, they don't decide to do the same exact push. But the slow and steady win the race thing for the Subliners is not really working out so far. I would like them to just step up their aggression. You know, you have players like Attach, Zuma, and Mac who can just run in, face bash, and just get a couple kills if they need to. This slow play is not really working out for them, and the London Royal Ravens are just countering it perfectly.
They are indeed, and Shawnee, again, making the big plays, decides to push over toward that B window, gets to pick, and he's going to go ahead and basically give the dispatch over to the teammates. Hey, this one's open. Let's go ahead and get this bomb on down. And Shawnee, yet again, being the difference maker toward this back rock. And for New York, you're putting in a world of trouble. A 2 versus 5. Mac and Temp were pretty much still over at the opposite side as they learned the information a little bit too late. Ravens countering well, and now it's all on the Temp. A 1 versus 5. And good night to New York.
I just love the way that the Ravens played that. You know, you stall, you push towards A, you make a couple noises to make sure that you have a couple players from the Subliners trying to rotate back and making sure you're not getting outmanned when it comes to just gunfights. But they take it nice and sturdy there. You see Shawnee pushing up that right side, goes right up middle, able to catch a kill, then push around the right side and catch accuracy in that window in that B bomb site. But I love how he did not decide to go into that bomb site. He repositioned himself to make sure he covers off the entire back of that building, able to pick up a couple more kills. Good adjustment out of Shawnee right there.
Yeah, I feel like it's constantly adjustments being made from the Ravens as there we go. Tatch manages to find the pick, but for New York, I feel like it's kind of been the same old stud. But looks as if they do have a B push in mind, which very well could be the difference that they need. But the one man who stands in their way was one man who was in their starting lineup to start the season. Can Zero play spoilers yet again? Can they win a major swing round? There's the first pick. Lovely shots coming through from Zero. Was a major player in the hard point. And how about the search to destroy? Gets cut down by Mac, but if you are the Ravens, you're aware of this push. Right, they're going out that far grave. You'd like to at least be somewhat aware of it and attach. Hard position to be in. He's trying to put that pistol to work. And how about the nade? As New York transition from A to B, now back to A. And Shawnee's here for the first line of defense. Takes down the bomb, which is going to be nice. Time's starting to tick away. Can New York get here in time? And Mac, a nice nade onto Shawnee. 2 versus 1 Scraps. Or rather, 3 versus 1, excuse me. Great opportunity for Scraps, but that rotation of the bomb, it eventually works out for New York. Study looked a little bit worrying for at least my perspective, but New York, they managed to get it done regardless.
Yeah, that round comes down to attach, just being patient. Opening up with the first blood onto Wuskins in that top window area. All his teammates were making a lot of noise in that graveyard. You saw Zuma get taken down by Zero, but Mac with the trade. While all that was happening, Dylan tried to push that A bomb site, but attached with that stun nade and with the pistol, able to put down a couple shots and eventually blow him up with that Semtex and rotate back. Once you get that information, that's exactly how Attach wanted to play that. Well, greatly executed there, and hopefully, you know, we're going down to the wire here with a 3-3.
I can smell the burritos from here. But they do, man. I smell some steak, some queso, some guac, maybe. Who knows? Regardless, Zuma being the man to cause some issues, at least off the start, but headshots aplenty as the Ravens are happy to cut down the Subliners, at least in the early stages, given their position. And there's Wuskin yet again. Sniper hasn't been firing up to the same standards that we're, more familiar with in the last 2 times we've got to watch them, but the Ravens have seen success regardless, so you're still happy with that if you're London, but interesting situation for them where they pretty much have to choose. Do we want to try to go for the rush over at B, or is it kind of back to the same situation? Time ticking away yet again, and the Ravens are looked to blitz over at A. Attach could be the one man here who has to reference back again. Does have that sniper. If he can get to a good position, it could cause some problems, but Dylan's already here for the plant. Matt gets the call. It's really just about if Attach can put this sniper to good usage. What a massive play this could be for New York, the first team to get to 4. The standoff is going to go the Ravens' way. As rotation after rotation, both teams doing it quite often, Study, but it's the Ravens who managed to get it done yet again. Scraps with some big plays toward the stretch as he finds the final 2.
The Ravens executed that play perfectly. They decided to try to fight for that mid-map control. Shawnee opening up with the first blood, able to neutralize those players that are going to eventually wrap back. Wuskins being patient in that top blue window, able to catch accuracy. Then you split both of the Subliners players 1-1, trying to watch both bomb sites. I thought they were going to waste a lot of time trying to wrap back towards A, but Attach only having a sniper sniper in that situation is the best possible outcome for the Royal Ravens. He was not able to get a kill there. They just flood him out with their man advantage and a great executed offense right there.
Fast attack finally from New York, but the sniper trying to slow things down, but here comes Zuma on the flank. A lovely start from New York. And from the man that can make the big plays, he's done it ever since he really joined this New York team, ever since he really joined the professional side of things, always being a difference maker in search and destroy, but the flank, Shawnee trying to make something happen, but Mac is aware of it. And it's about time, Study. We've seen so many times when Shawnee has caused some chaos, but Subliners, a nice spread, a nice pretty much line separated throughout the bomb site, as we'll see how the Ravens look to engage this.
You seen Shawnee, he was trying to go around that pinch side. And then you saw Accuracy and Mac both turn around. They're like, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Cannot let that happen again. But I love the pacing right there out of Zuma. Even though his teammate got first blooded, Wuskins was trying to back down with that sniper. Zuma, no hesitation, going for that push through that trenches side, able to pick up both on that bomb site. Once he did that, they have full bomb control. All you have to do is pick up the flank, and that's exactly what they did to tie it up 4-4 now.
And this is a big game, right? We talked about the New York Subliner study. This is a huge one for them in the search and destroy. Ever since Mac has joined this lineup, New York are 11-1 in series when they win the game 2 S&D. Not only is this big for them just to get back into it, but search and destroy by no means has been a prominent one for them. They dropped the game 1 and kind of left to hopefully perform in Arkalov, which has been the Ravens' playground. And who's got the faster reaction? It's going to be Temp this time.
It's like the London Royal Ravens are going to decide to just probably wrap back towards B. You see that number 9 player in Shawnee trying to push around that far right, but I think accuracy is going to be waiting for him. Probably the shot's going to go down, and just like that, that B rotation gets shut down. You find themselves in a 5v3 situation. 40 seconds remaining on the clock. You have 4 players from the Subliners watching over this A bomb site. This is going to be a difficult task, and it's probably going to lead to if Wuskins can pop a pick here and try to bring the man advantage down a little bit.
As you call it, Shawnee tries to make the play. London have relied on that so often throughout this series, or rather throughout this S&D, and it hasn't worked this time. Attach a big pick onto 0. Can he find another onto Wuskin? And instantly opens up. Is that going to be 2 in a row? Player picked off the bomb is Dylan, and now it is all onto Wuskin. A nice sniper in his backside, but it's the pistol that comes to play, and he will eventually get cut down as New York retake the site. They watch the flank, and now they put themselves up 5 rounds to 4. Oh boy, Study. Are we going to see Chipotle, or did New York, they close it out in this next defense?
I don't know. Their adjustments right there were beautiful. You saw Temp playing that trenches area, able to open it up with that first blood, and then you have Accuracy just playing that island player, catching Shawnee. There was no hesitation right there. They knew that they had to work for that bomb plant. As soon as that smoke grenade gets down on that bomb, Attach and all of his teammates push up, making sure nothing fishy is about to happen. Just putting themselves in a man advantage there. Put themselves at game point now.
To be honest, with how fast these rounds have gone.
I would like another aggressive push too.
Yeah, with how fast these rounds have gone, I'm just thinking it was going to be New York, actually, on the defensive end, but not the case. Another fast-paced offensive round attempt, but it is somewhat thwarted as the smokes, the nades, the utility, it's all outs. This is exactly where Zuma likes to play. Shout out to our observers, a lovely shot of what New York is attempting right now. Keep in mind that player that could as well be on the flank. Shawnee likes to roam through mid, hasn't got the opportunity. Trades are there. Mac drops off the start. Zuma's there to pick it up. The bomb is, I wouldn't say free to make his way into the site, but Tib has to be careful, manages to punch in those digits. Now it's all onto the pick.
Just got to find an opening if you're the London Royal Ravens. This is going to be a really hard retake. You don't have a player going around that flank side. Wuskins is probably going to have to hit an insane shot, but pushing through the smoke is going to be Scraps. What? Shots are going to go down. Temp pulls out the knife, able to take down Shawnee, but eventually get traded by 0. 20 seconds remaining on the clock.
20 seconds left. Zuma just has to wait. He just has to play the time. Scraps. Can the Marshals do it together? The time is starting to tick away, but Scraps is trying to hang out here, and it's not going to be enough. A lot to do in such a short amount of time, and New York managed to close out this search and destroy, one that we thought had the ability to go the Ravens' way. They've been so great on Arkalov all weekend long and all throughout the season. But it is going to be the Subliners who walk away with it. Their first search and destroy win here in playoffs comes at arguably the most important moment, as now we've got ourselves the 1-1 scoreline here, Stud.
You got to be feeling really good if you're the Subliners. You know, even though you were going into that map number 3, which is going to be domination, it's probably a guaranteed because how bad the London Royal Ravens have been at that game mode. To win this search and destroy, your first one throughout the entire playoffs, definitely shows that they've just been putting in their work. All the times that they've been playing Arkalov throughout this entire week has not worked out. but every single round making adjustments that needed. You saw accuracy picking up flanks when needed to. You saw Mac and Zuma being aggressive in that trenches, playing trades, just switching up that pacing. Do you not see them go B a majority of times and eventually wrap back? It was just great execution on how they wanted to switch up their play strats on this map. Winning it in a 6-4 fashion, you have to be feeling really good to tie the series up 1-1.
Yeah, I think you're feeling great, right? And we kind of talked in the beginning stages for New York. It was like kind of the Ravens were making the adjustments. New York were a little bit slower to the gate, but they started to kind of catch their footing, as you called it. The aggressive plays were absolutely electric. But let's go and take a look at our U.S. Army tactical play, and it's the three-piece from Zuma, man. The three-piece from Zuma off the rip instantly takes down this push from the Ravens. And you've been calling it, Study, pretty much all season long, ever since we kind of started, kind of casting together. It's been about those Ravens and how they attack the A side. It's always great when you got a guy like Zuma who can be so reliant in really any search and destroy. And even with the M4 in his hands, it instantly makes the Ravens' life that much more difficult, as that was just one of the many big rounds that New York manages to walk away with and manages to give them a big victory here.
Zuma is just playing at a totally different pace. You can just tell how confident he's playing so far, switching up between that submachine gun and that assault rifle, just trying to be that playmaker for his team. Him getting that three-piece in that round was huge because it was a 5v5 that turned into a 5v3, but with him getting that three-piece turns it into a 3v2 situation. Without him right there, they probably lose that round, and it goes round 11.
Oh boy, very, very interesting series up to this point. We thought it has the ability to maybe see that game 5, but it's got a great opportunity to do it as game 3 domination is up right after this.
Oh my God! Mr. Ice in his vein. Bomb go top. He gets the damage in. He can't miss it. It's accuracy. Engage. Here we go. Zuma. 1 versus 3.
Now attaches the man to make the play. It's the attach, locking it down.
And Mac with the snap. Come in and dominate the respawn.
Rule your day with Metro by T-Mobile. Get 1 line of unlimited data for just $40, so you can catch the most epic dubs and replays all on T-Mobile's nationwide 5G network. Rule your day with Metro.
OpTic Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid. The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. Save money at the restaurants you love with Grubhub Perks. Use code CDLPlayoffs at checkout to get free delivery.
Given the state of change right now, I still believe that New York can make a very decent run. They've got Røkkr in their first round. They're probably going to beat those. They're not looking great at the moment. They've just made a change. We've got no idea what to expect. You cannot expect a squad to make a change like that and be able to handle a team like New York. I genuinely believe they're going to have a good game against the Huntsmen again. It's all up in the air for me, like in general, but I just still think the New York Subliners have got a very, very good squad. I still think Zuma's fantastic. I think Max still can slay with the absolute best of them. I see no reason whatsoever why you don't pick New York to run this one home. I think they still have a good run against pretty much everyone in the lower bracket. They basically beat all those teams. Maybe Paris give them a tough run because they look good right now, but I just don't see anyone giving them a chance. Up until FaZe, I think FaZe is going to be the team to knock New York down, but after that, I think they're all good. I think they're completely fine, and they're definitely going to make that deep run.
That was Contesting the Point presented by Astro. I definitely agree with Miles, though. You know, in terms of his kind of call-out, in terms of New York being that team that could make the Dark Horse run. They were my pick. I think, Study, we talked a little bit about the Subliners, their chance to maybe kind of be that particular team. But I tell you what, man, they've got a really, really good chance. By the way, folks, make sure to head to @ScuffGaming on Twitter now to enter for a chance to win a CDL Scuff Impact controller. Study. Ooh-wee, my friend. We've got some Scuffs on deck. Got the Impact myself. What do you think? I actually customized this one myself. You like the color scheme I got going on here?
Yeah, I like the orange rings. It looks pretty cool. The only thing is, I don't like how you have the buttons on them. Like, we played for a really long time. Mine are all blacked out. Oh, no, they're not. All right, but they're blacked out on this controller. So I know every button by heart by now. So Scuff Gaming is, like, the best company out there when it comes to controllers. I've been sponsored by them, even when I was a pro player. Best in the game.
So good. I'm gonna set this bad boy nice and calmly over there in my Scuff case. There we have it. All right, let's get into this one, man. Like I said, we've kind of talked about it. We've discussed all throughout this series. Zero, his performance, really kind of sense going from the Subliners now to the Royal Ravens. It's a major storyline, and look at those numbers. Look at the difference that it makes whenever he's gone from one team to the next. All of those numbers up from his prior team, and it's fair to say so far throughout this series, so far throughout the postseason, he has been the guy for the Ravens, especially to be the one making the plays and the hard point, as we call it out.
Yeah, so back when he was on the Subliners, he was running that flex role, you know, just not being able to put himself in situations to where he needed to be aggressive. But him switching to the London Royal Ravens, running that strict sub, finessing when he needs to, definitely showing why he's been stepping up in every single category. We saw it in that map number 1, making that game-changing play when the team needs to. He's a lot more comfortable in this role with the London Royal Ravens, and it's definitely been showing so far.
Oh boy, it has. And we talked about the Ravens. We talked about their performance all season long. Study. It has been stellar, right? Their hard point, their search and destroy, it has been solid, right? I mean, they've been even across the board, but domination, it's not been great. And I think that's the thing that kind of worried me after the loss in the search and destroy was that I'll say this, you don't have a guarantee to win the search and destroy, but they win the game with hardpoint. You're feeling good about them on Arc Club specifically. I thought we're having them up 2-0 coming into the Dom. Now this totally shifts for me. I want to hear your thoughts. This series totally shifts for me because I think it's fair to say New York, while they haven't been in stellar and domination themselves, it's been a better performance than what we've seen from London, especially considering that London, their woes have continued only here in the playoffs and Dom as well.
Yeah, and you said it. Ever since the Subliners have added Mac to their roster, 11-1 if they're able to win that map too. And you are set in stone right now. You see the Subliners being aggressive, all the kills going in their favor. Hopefully about to be able to cap this D flag. The C flag hasn't even been captured by the London Royal Ravens. Looking like they're going to try to flip it right off the rip. And this is what scares me, man. Even when we went into an Astro listening with the Ravens, they're just so hesitant on their pushes. Going to get set up in a 3-cap nice and early, and the Subliners are coming out hot.
New York, they've got to be feeling good. They've got to be feeling hyped. By the way, take a look at that pesky Wooskin over at A. Regardless, let's go to an Astro Gaming listening with the Subliners.
2-3 guys.
Three there.
Work mid and right. Oh, he's already at A. Already at A.
He's gonna help him out. Kills K.
Or just went back there. I'm going to
I'm back right. I'm trying to get him down.
Okay, I'm going to C. Half on the pipe. Half on dead.
Water. Reagan green alley.
Last 2. I don't see Rig.
Reagan, one was front green.
I'm backing up from A. I'm backing up 2A. Front green dead.
One D. That
was 10, Johnny. That was 10.
Nice. I'm P3. I'm flash crates.
Pushing bricks.
I'm looking lockers from P3. Another one A. I'm flash crates, guys.
He's in bricks, guys. Scratching in bricks, he could go fast.
Yeah, I'm at you. Don, I'm at your. I have your crates. I have your right crates. Just holding P3, guys.
I'm putting a trophy down. You
dead?
Pushing a pipeline.
Nice, keep holding this. Take it. Yo, we are down.
Pipes, dead.
The fuck? One's lockers.
I don't come help you, Lamar.
Or 10 stairs. Lockers could be high crates. Lockers, one shot, one skin. I shot a trophy.
Oh, they need me very.
On green, on your front green. 10 stairs. Grab front green. Dead. Good call.
Westman's still 10 stairs.
Yeah, he's just playing his life. I'm about to flash up a little bit, Don.
He's over there. I'm just literally leaving the side. I'm still playing pipeline. I'm gonna have your help, okay?
They break out. They smoked out. I'm nating the flag.
Playing pipeline in the corner.
It breaks weak. Going pipe.
Flash him in the smoke, bro. Got it.
I mean, some pretty nice and easy comms there, Study. I feel like New York, for a very long period of time, didn't actually have to say much of anything. Reason why is because London couldn't even really break out of their spawn. A very solid beginning from the Subliners. We see that near trip cap. They're able to deal the damage. Would you like their overall from the start from New York?
just calm, cool, and collected. You heard Donnie saying he doesn't even know what the opposite team is doing. They were not able to push up on that half-point mark on the map. You saw Wuskin sitting at those zone steps on that far right, trying to stay alive for his team to eventually push up towards B. They're able to cap this B flag, but the lead that the Subliners have already gained, leading by 26 points. This is a great opening from the Subliners. They need to just be able to at least hold this 2-cap and not let this game get out of hand, because with the run and roll Ravens, if they're able to hold this 2, they'll be able to get right back into this game.
Yeah, because I feel like you've already set yourself up for a great kind of into this game. It's pretty much just about playing solid. You know, try to be annoying at C, give yourself some map positioning to be able to break over toward B. You've got the favorable position, just kind of ride it out based off the way that you played it. But we'll see if the Ravens can have somewhat of a response, as they've got a big, rather 1v2 engagement over at B. I believe it's Shawnee who actually does get punched in the throat from Temp, who definitely is motivated coming into this matchup. A guy who hasn't had the greatest placement at champs, a guy who's been kind of doubted when it comes down to the big moments, wants to have another opportunity to prove why he is one of the best players in the game. Is a big moment for the Ravens to try to break in here over at B, but they're getting cut down left and right. The flanks are there from New York, and the trades are working out in their favor, Study.
Yeah, the London Royal Ravens are just committing way too hard towards that B flag. Once a couple kills go in favor of the Subliners, it's shut down and they have to reset and do it all over again. I would like to see one of the players from the London Royal Ravens eventually try to sneak through towards that A flag and just stay alive. But the pressure from the Subliners right now, you have 8 players currently sitting at 8. All the players from the Subliners, all positive.
Yeah.
Just stepping up in the slaying department, doing what they need to do. You see Zuma just being that nuisance with Mac around the C flag. Most likely a neutralization is going to come in, and they're just trapping the London Royal Ravens in this back spawn.
Yeah, I mean, Scramskit said, you know, I think either that's a flank or a spawn. I'm really not sure, to be honest with you. But again, it's not enough. It's really not enough. And you talked about the slang for New York on the other end for the Ravens. I want to say it was Dylan or someone who started off like 0-5. I think Shawnee's like 3-6 right now, and by no means has it been great for the Ravens, and a lot of that's catered to the slang. And that was what we saw. I think it was our very first series of playoffs. We got to cast the Ravens versus the Ultra, a big game for both of those teams, and really the big story for that series was the way that the Ultra came out in all of the respawns, right? It was that aggressive beginning. I want to say that they played Gunrunner Dom as well, and Toronto walked away with that one by like at least 30, if not 40 points. And it could be that it might have been more than that, but it really was in every single respawn that we saw. Ultra coming out strong, coming out fast, and the Ravens haven't been able to deal with it.
Yeah, Ravens just don't know what to do, what play they want to execute when they're spawning towards that C flag. Now they're going into the favorable side with this A spawn. I'm expecting them to eventually try to get a couple kills around that B flag and hold a 2-cap for a little bit, and then eventually get your sub players to start working up towards that right side crates area. You have Zero, you have Dylan, who haven't really started off on this map so far so good. Being down 40 points though, knowing the way that the Subliners have been playing this so far, it's going to be a crazy comeback.
Well, the Subliners, they've reached the century mark. They're looking great coming into this second half. It's going to be interesting to see what the Royal Ravens have up their sleeves. Let's go to an Astro Gaming listening with London.
I'm going straight for C. I'm going straight for C. One close. Mid-map. Tommy, mid-map. He's flanking P3. Kill whore. I don't know where he went.
Close. He's in the corner still.
On B. Wait. No, he's shoot it. No, he's on the flag. He's got a choke on it as well. He's got a choke on it, guys. Flanking. Lock is dead. One more. Hide in B. I'm gonna. No, Pat Red Train. No, he's holding C.
I don't see him, Sean.
He's in the corner. I got one at A. Get away. You guys. Spawn A. On me. Nice. Get up between you. I have been in you. Get in forest. I'm on the forest. We don't even have to be in.
They threw shit at B.
He's in Ben. He's going to hit. He's holding Ben room. He's either here or coming out bathroom. Touching Ben room. Help me. Go on P3. I'm stunning that side.
Yo, hold up. I'll help Trey.
I'm only minute about that. One more, one shot. Nice, good trade. I have a bullet. Nice. One more deep.
I'm pinching.
I flashed needed it. I want to save me.
Pinching.
Ravens, they're able to pretty much deal with the damage early. It's fair to say a lot of lead has been shed. Dylan, unfortunately, 6-12, but has the ability to turn around right now. How about a 3 spree for young Dylan Codd? How about a 4? As it's going to be, like we discussed at the start of this second half, a very difficult task for London to make this comeback happen. But when you see plays like that come through from Dylan, it can be the piece that ignites them. He can be the player that can start to bring them back. I've had the chance to interview a number of different guys kind of throughout the season so far, Study, and all of them constantly talk about Dylan's ability, how great he can be with the SMG. And not only is Dylan going off, but we see Wiskin hit that 5 spree in a row. London, they're looking like a different team, and it looks as if they actually could maybe go for the neutral. If Wiskin can manage to stay alive and cause some more problems, the neutral could be inbound, just manages to get taken off of it. But it's fair to say, Study, the Ravens, they're using that advantage that they have with that A spawn.
Yeah, they've definitely been holding this 2 flag setup the entire second half. No players from the Subliners, you know, they're trying to push towards A, getting shut down. Shawnee stepping up big when he needs to, but Dylan really coming alive so far. Only being down 14 points. Couple kills are going to go in favor of the Subliners, and eventually going to get back towards this B flag. But only being down 15, you basically held a 2-cap for 3 minutes straight. You need to do it for at least a little bit longer, eventually work towards a contest, possibly, depending on how these flags are going to go. But the Subliners able to have a good answer right back because it was starting to get out of hand. The London Royal Ravens had a great setup with the 2 flags, but it gets broken.
It does, but look at this blitz. Look at this onslaught from the Ravens. They need a break over at C. They're able to take down Temp. It's going to be Mac left in defense. I want to say that Zuma, who also is trying to wrap back just to make sure that this is possible. But in the meantime, for the Ravens, look at what New York is doing. They're actually trying to go for A as well. This could be a wonderful position for New York. They do get wiped off of C, but they in turn manage to go for the neutral. Temp realizes, got to go for the cap, as the spawns do end up flipping. And boys, this one coming down to the wire, but you like the play from New York there, Study. They're able to kind of regain control. They get the spawn flip, and they're set up quite nicely for the final minute of this game.
Yeah, there were 2 players from the Subliners that were pushing towards that B flag. They already had control of it. 3 players from the Subliners at that C, but they realized that they're going to get overwhelmed at that C flag, and let's just try to go for the flip. That's exactly what they do. Wuskins was in a position to eventually try to, you know, put some shame on that play there, but he gets taken down, and then the spawn goes in for the Subliners. Now they have this A setup, 35 seconds remaining. If you are the Royal Ravens, you need to get a 3-cap, and you need to get it now, or this one's basically done.
Yeah, it looks to be possibly that way. New York starting to surge on forward at C. Dylan trying to make some plays, but despite the streak, 11 and 17 for him. 0, 14 and 19. Shawnee 13 and 20. It's no secret, Study. I mean, literally, the first half, New York comes out, they get the trip cap, they instantly flip spawns. I mean, they're looking like the team that we thought they could be when it came down to that first hard point. We get to revisit them here on Gunrunner, and they look like a totally different squad as the Ravens lose domination again. A team that is not like this mode all season long, and in playoffs it continues to be the case. They set themselves up nicely in the first respawn, and now New York, after the Arklaw peak win, and now after find themselves up 2-1.
Yeah, it's all started on that first side. Them opening up with a 3-cap right off the rip, eventually turning into a 2-cap, but holding the Royal Ravens at that C spawn for basically 3 minutes. They were able to put themselves up by at least 20 points in the first half. You saw going into that second half, the London Royal Ravens held that 2-cap and eventually turned it back down. But the Subliners just making the heads-up play. They had the lead. All they needed to do was just flip those spawns, put it in their favor. They win by 31 points. Going into map number 4, you're going to have Ramaza hardpoint. And we saw the way that the Subliners came out yesterday versus the Huntsmen in that very first map of that series. They came out hot, man. So them being on their, keeping their foot on the pedal, going into this hardpoint, the London Royal Ravens need to have an answer.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need to have an answer. And again, it's hard, right? Because we talked about the Ravens so highly after that first hard point, because I literally felt like that search and destroy for me was the overall difference maker, right? We see it going down, what is that, round 10? Ravens aren't able to commit, aren't able to come away with the clutch. And I feel like for me, that was the breaking point. And that's such a scary thing for the Ravens as well, because you're coming into that hard point. You're not really expected to win it. You're able to come away with the victory. Now for the second straight time on that hard point specifically versus this team, you come into the search and destroy, you fall flat, and now it's like you can never guarantee a dom. Like you almost have to come up 2-0 coming into the dom just to give yourself enough cushion to not have to see that game 5. And so I don't know, it's an odd situation for the Ravens, and if they are able to survive this series here, Study, they're going to have to go over something, right? They're going to have a very, very short time before they're going to have to match up against the Ultra, which will be the next opponent for whoever's able to win this series. They're going to have to come up with something quick, because against that team, against even just the rest of the rosters that we have lined up, they're not going to give you that luxury, right? You're not going to have an easy 2-0 versus anybody from now on, especially here versus the Subliners. And I don't know, despite the prowess that we saw them perform with in the hardpoint, I'm a little bit nervous coming into this Ramaza here.
It's definitely nerve-wracking. You know, if you're the London Royal Ravens, you're basically giving away a map in every single series. You're not able to close out in a 3-0, and that could be really scary if you're going up against one of the best hardpoint teams in the game, and also one of the best search and destroy teams in the game. You went in your favorite S&D map on that Arklov Peak. Unfortunately, it drops, but in the back of their mind, they're like, okay, now we're down 2-1, because they cannot win a domination. Their communication is lackluster. You heard Scraps one time, he's just saying, just pick up the kills when needed. We just need to get kills, and unfortunately, that wasn't in their favor. Now they're going down 2-1. You're going to need players like Shawnee to step up like he did yesterday versus the Legion.
Yeah, and here's our PS4 damage dealt leaderboard throughout that hard point. Despite the victory for the Ravens, it was really New York putting in a ton of the damage. Specifically, it is that man Dylan Price attach, a guy who oftentimes goes off at champs, and someone who I believe has had a pretty sneaky good season so far throughout this year study. I know a lot of the conversation on New York Subliners specifically has been on Mac, right? His impact for this team, which of course has been felt. But I feel like guys like Zuma, guys like Attach, who are normally players who are highlighted, even guys like Temp as well, haven't really kind of been given that same pedestal that they have previously. And I think Attach could definitely play massive when we talk about this Ramaza, just based off the positioning. And I guess one thing that I want to ask you about, on a map like Ramaza, Ravens' communication at times, as you called it in the domination, was not great, right? At times throughout the season that we've been able to watch them throughout the season, we've been able to commentate over them specifically, comms have not been great. That can't really fly in a map like Ramaza, right? Kind of given the way of how these hardpoints work, given the way of how easily you can kind of hold 50, 60 seconds on some of these HPs. One misplay, and that can be the difference maker. Do you think that could be a big problem for the Ravens coming into this hardpoint?
Yeah, definitely it could be a problem. You know, if you didn't have Zero in that first hard point making that individual play, flipping those spawns, they probably would have ended up losing it. You saw that damage dealt leaderboard. Everyone from the Subliners up there besides Zero. So now going into this hard point, you need to be able to keep up in the slaying department with the Subliners. They're going to have the favorite spawn going towards P2 right off the rip. But if you're the London Royal Ravens, you need to come out hot right off the rip. Probably get at least 30 to 40 seconds on this first hill and immediately try to go for a flip. These rotations are so huge on this map. You can have money hills such as P2 and Barbershop if you're able to chain them correctly.
We'll see what the Ravens can possibly put up as an early scout. That's going to be Dylan trying to make somewhat of a flank over toward that back electronic shop. Does get a little bit aggressive toward construction, so he will fall. Back to the drawing board if you're Ravens. Get some early time over at Bridge. But again, starting big situation right now for London, right? We've talked about it kind of toward the start of the day today. Our games today, all elimination games, right? We're only going to have 2 teams make it out of the 6 that are playing today just to kind of complete our top 4. This very well could be the final map of the Ravens season. I'm sure they're aware of it, but I'm interested to see what they can come out with. This is a very hot, fiery team, a roster that oftentimes can kind of wear that pride in their sleeve because they have so much passion for who they represent. Now's their opportunity, man. Now's their chance to really put on a show and try to send us to that game 5.
Yeah, they were able to get 40 points right off that first hard point, and that's huge. Now you give yourself enough time to eventually try to break in towards this P2. You see that number 9 player in Shawnee pushing through that construction side, trying to set up a pinch. They're going to have multiple players trying to go through the middle of the map. One player going through the front, which is going to be Dylan. But all the kills are going in favor of the Subliners. They're going to be able to bounce back if they can execute this hold a little longer and eventually focus on those rotations.
Well, the Ravens look to be doing some great work from not only the front, but also the back line. Scraps doing some damage at construction stairs. Meanwhile, it is Mr. Construction himself. Shawnee puts on the hard hat before he walks inside electronic, but has to try to deal with a lot of the nades that are coming his way, all the utility as well. As New York, they managed to break back on through, but I feel like you're still happy with that if you're the Ravens, right? You managed to break on, try to get a little bit of time, steal away that money, or rather those money seconds that New York tries to get. They also get the last few seconds of scrap points as well, and now they've got that next rotation here for next.
Yeah, that's a beautiful outcome for the Rays right there. Great answer. Now you have Barbershop. You're able to open this game wide open. Then being able to hit around that construction side on that P2, sending a player like Dylan to go through that front side, picking up a couple kills to contest it and not give the Subliners a full 60. Now they're just going to grow this lead going into this Barbershop hill, but it can get a little scary because around that 30 to 25 second mark, you want to eventually be able to push out so you don't get trapped going into construction.
Yeah, you want to try to get a nice wipe, a great call, and Max trying to do everything to prevent that being the case. Again, take a look at that mini-map bottom left of your screen. The Ravens, they want to try to break out of this soon because we very well could start to see somewhat of a spawn trap. But look at that. That's actually going to be the Ravens who do manage to spawn out toward construction study. That is massive. New York, they thought they had them pinned back. New York thought they were going to be in such a wonderful position now set up for next, but it's the Ravens who actually get the spawn. And now we talk about it. P2, P3, now P4, all advantage for the Ravens.
Oh, and that's the best possible outcome for the Ravens. The Subliners are being way too aggressive in that Barbershop, forces the London Royal Ravens to spawn at the next hill. And that's the exact same thing that they did in map number 1, just being too aggressive. Sometimes you got to slow down, play passive, and just wait for your teammates to come to you because these hills can get out of hand. As I say that, they're able to flip it once again, break into this hard point. 30 seconds remaining. The Subliners are able to answer back.
I'll tell you what, man, that worried me a ton, clearly, because I thought that was going to be the Ravens locking down construction as well. Thankfully, if you're a New York fan, they managed to break. I have no idea how they managed to do it, but I'd argue it has something to do with that force brief from both Attach and Temp. As Temp ends up getting taken down. And take a look, like you said, Study, at that player 5, Zuma, toward the back lines. We talk about spoilers. We talk about how crazy these rotations can be. Zuma, the opportunity to make a play.
Fortunately, he gets taken down right there. The Subliners are going to have this back spawn, but the London Royal Ravens are holding it from the front. Here come the smoke grenades. Here come the Semtex. Everything's coming down. 4-kill goal in favor of the Subliners. Now they should be able to push up and get some map control, forcing the players from the London Royal Ravens to spawn out by that bridge and be able to get back into this game.
Yeah, for a moment, we were talking about that Zuma play. Just instantly gets taken down. The awareness from the Ravens was great. How about now? Zuma tries to basically get that jump shot through. The Ravens are aware of it. They are able to cut him down and are going to be able to lock up the final few seconds over in ruins. But tell you what, man, off the start, kind of happy with the way that London played it. I think, you know what, in certain situations, they got some great spawns. They played the hill very effectively. And if you're London, if you can get some good time electronic shop like you did last time, try to thwart any of the early New York rotations, I think you're going to be in a good position. But this is I think it's fair to say, this is the Royal Ravens that we wanted to see coming into this game 4. But again, the job's not done yet.
Yep, you get 4 down right there in that situation. 50 seconds on this P1 hill in the second rotation of hard points. Able to pick up all this time, and this is where it can get out of hand for the Subliners. You did not have a great P2 hold. You had players like Dylan break through that front side, picking up a couple kills, just contesting. They were only able to get 28 seconds. They need to be able to stop letting the bleeding happen, because the London Royal Ravens, they're getting closer and closer to be able to close this out. You need to fight this jump time, not give it all up. But the Scraps is going to win a big one-on-one gunfight for the remaining time.
Yep, Scraps wins the big 1v1 fight over at Bridge on a 3 spree himself, and it looks as if the Ravens are going to look to try to break on in here just with time starting to tick away before the buzzer begins the call. It is going to be Mac winning 2 big ones, though, on Shawnee and Zero, as that M4 has been hot so far throughout the weekend and continues to be in a very, very big situation. And speaking of big, like we said, for New York, down by 100. Going to need to make a strong sequence occur here in Electronic Shop. This is the hard point to do it, but we saw the Ravens break in last time around. Temp trying to hold down a solid position, as it looks as if that was player 4 accuracy. Does spawn up exactly where he died, so he'll be happy to reclaim back over at that position. Zuma drops toward the front door. Here comes the Ravens collapse. 30 valuable seconds that the Ravens want to try and accrue, but it looks as if New York, they're winning the fights that matter. They're cutting them down, and this may be the exact seconds that the Subliners need to get. But here comes the push. Here comes the opportunity. Attach. Last man standing. Can he go big? Can he try and shut down London for these last 15? New York still spawning here, by the way. as London will manage to break on in. Temp wins a big 1v1. So overall, Ravens, they get the opportunity toward the stretch, not able to do it, but they're set up for next. And at the same time, though, New York, they have a solid position to try and contest this.
All the kills going in favor of the Subliners. Zuma was that player on rotation, able to win that one-on-one gunfight versus Shawnee. Hopefully the spawns are going to be for the Subliners now. Player trying to come around the backside. Dylan's going to get taken down, but Zuma, once again, making the rotation play when needed. Mac was there to help him a little bit, pick up one kill, but Zuma pushing all the way through this hard point is that play that can make or break this game right now. They can fight themselves right back into this, but no, they get taken down.
Oh my gosh, New York, I thought they had locked it up. I thought they had done it. Temp still wants to have somewhat of a final word here at Barbershop. Jumps on in, manages to find the second. My goodness, but it really is about that next rotation. Last 15 gonna go to Zuma, and here the boys at New York, but it's actually the Ravens who do have that next one for construction. That's the big emphasis right now, as we're seeing slays come through left and right. Only 40 more points for the Ravens to force on that game 5. New York, they're gonna need a break here, Study. They're gonna need someone to really step up and be the difference maker. A big push coming in here from bottom rug. Zuma accuracy, able to find the first, and Temp realizes now it's time. Now's the time to go and push on it, but the smoke actually messes up. He actually hits the side of the wall, but they've got the teammate support regardless. They're actually going to be able to break on in here. A solid 3 in a row right now for Zuma. London, though, still with spawns, are trying to make somewhat of a push, somewhat of a resurgence back into this one, but New York, they run right through. They've got the time, and they break in right when they need to. Scraps, though, from that top stairs position, he gets dropped. Mac loses a big 1v1, but if you're New York, you've got the time. You manage to delay for as long as you can, and now we're over at Ruins.
London Royal Ravens need to have a good setup. You have 3 players from the Subliners pushing from this BS&D site, trying to come through front arches. A kill goes in favor of Zero with that nade on the Temp. They just need 24 seconds to be able to close this out. But the Subliners are going to try to contest this from the front and not try to give up all this time.
Oh boy, it's coming down to the wire. Can New York do this? Can they break on in? Are the Ravens going to force us to a game 5? The smoke is out, and Zuma hits a shot from range onto Wuskin. Very well could be the play, very well could be the kill that decides how the rest of this game begins to play out. Keep in mind, New York, they're not going to be able to win it here, so they want to get some good contested time, but they also have to be in mind of that rotation, which I'm sure the Ravens are going to be on top of. But here comes the play, here comes the push. The Ravens instantly rush right on through. The blitz is going to work out. Only a few more seconds for them. Can they lock it up, New York? Can they push in toward the final stretch? And no, shut down at the door as the Royal Ravens answer back here in Hardpoint and send us to a game 5.
Such an insane game 4 right there. The Subliners were playing perfect right off the rip, but the London Royal Ravens were making the plays when needed to. You see Dylan, he was sitting at 21 and 33. Even though he's negative 12, he was making those plays for the Royal Ravens to be aggressive and to be able to chain that P3 and P4 hardpoint. Every time that they rotated towards P3, the Subliners, they were way too aggressive and eventually spawning them out towards construction. You cannot let those little mistakes happen. If they do not let that happen, they're able to trap them in that back barbershop, and it'll be a totally different game. But the London Royal Ravens playing that beautifully when it came to what kills they needed to get at the perfect time. Now we're going to a game 5. I can't believe this. This is a banger.
It is, man. It's a banger indeed. One that we thought could possibly see a game 5, and it has. And you got to give a lot of props to the Ravens, right? We were kind of counting them out coming into the Ramaza, talking on that search and destroy. It very well might have cost them the series. It very well might have cost them their life throughout the remainder of playoffs. But their backs are against the wall, much like we're going to see a lot of teams today. They're able to answer, and now we've got ourselves a Ramaza search and destroy here for game number 5. Oh, this is going to be an absolute phenomenal one to lock things up and study. It's crazy to think after this series concludes, either the Royal Ravens or the Subliners, they're knocked out, man.
It's so crazy, bro, because I'm looking at these maps, and both hard points lost by the Subliners. Yesterday versus the Huntsmen, they win them both. So going into this game number 5, it's up in the air for me. I can't wait.
No, it's going to be great. It's going to absolutely be fantastic. Like we talked about Royal Raven Subliners, someone's season is done after this next game. Make sure to stay with us as Game 5, Ramaza Search and Destroy, is up right after this.
Dylan, he's too bloody strong. But at 0 doing damage.
He's not stopping anytime soon. Again, Scraps has got his number.
Beautiful reads from Raven putting them down.
Want to play Search and Destroy like a pro? Here's some S&D recon from the U.S. Air Force. This time, we're scouting out Ramaza, the last map in the competitive S&D pool. On the ground, it's a maze of buildings and broken structures, perfect terrain for close quarters specialists. This maze sits under multiple rooftops that connect the main lanes of the map. Jumping on the rooftops is a great way to cut across the map quickly, or to secure power positions to pick off opponents from a distance. Bomb Site A sits on the bottom floor of the construction site. It's a tight, claustrophobic space, so expect any gunfights in here to be chaotic. Meanwhile, Bomb Site B is much more open. It's right in the middle of the plaza, surrounded by a ton of hiding spots, a scary site to take or retake without proper utility or team support. If you're on offense, put some early pressure on one of the bomb sites by taking a power position quickly. If you want to hit Bomb Site B, try pushing the ruins right away. This position gives you a ton of information on Bomb Site B. You can catch anyone in the house, and anyone pushing from the lane or buildings on the right. If you're on defense, a smoke grenade is the best way to counter this position. Grab an SMG and smoke off the tunnel as you approach. This will buy your team the time to set up around Bomb Site B, and even give you the chance to push for the kill. If you want to play a more passive defense, climb up the ladder on the construction site. This is a standard position to catch any attackers pushing the scaffolding. You can also jump down to keep an eye on the alley. But if you jump onto this spot, you can even get an angle across the rooftop and catch anyone pushing through the other side. If you're on offense and want to contest the high ground for yourself, check out this spot from CDL Pro, Pharaoh. As soon as he spawns, he runs right into this little room, hops up on the table, and peeks through this little window. Your vision's limited, but this is a super sneaky spot to catch any defenders pushing the scaffolding or pushing through mid-map. If you're on offense and want to do something extra cheesy, run through the ruins into the alley and jump on top of the barbed wire fence. This wide open position makes it a pure surprise play, but hey, if it worked at a pro match, it might just work for you too. There's your S&D recon for Ramaza. Good luck down there.
Want to play Search and Destroy like a pro? Sorry, didn't realize we were actually on right now. I was just trying to do my best voiceover impression of Nameless. Always does a great job with the SMD recon by the U.S. Air Force. And the reason why we broke down that map is because that is exactly what we're getting ready to have for this Game 5, folks. It is Subliners versus Ravens. Winner of this game goes on the top 6. Loser finishes off with a top 8 placement and is eliminated from the playoff study. We've got to talk about it, my friend. This Game 5, we were hoping we could see, another Search and Destroy to possibly have a round 11. Because, folks, if we go to a round 11, that means burritos for all. That means burritos for you. Make sure to type !Chipotle in the YouTube chat. You'll get some options. You'll get some opportunities. Go to chipotle.com/COD for more details. Oh, boy. I'm excited for this one. Subliners v. Ravens. Study would talk about this one. We talked about this S&D on Ramaza, my friend. It's going to be an interesting one, right? Like I said, after this map has concluded, one team is advancing. The other's season is over. It's crazy to think about. For both of these teams, how both of these rosters shaped up when it comes down to this map so far throughout the year?
So the Subliners, they are 7-2 compared to the London Royal Ravens, who are 2-1. So the Subliners have a lot more experience when you're going into this map, and I feel like this one's going to go super fast. You have players like Zuma, players like Attach, who are going to be playing for that bottom middle control, but I'm expecting a lot of fast B hits because the Subliners just have a lot of confidence on this map.
Oh boy, Subliners indeed. Got a lot of reps. Ravens, now's the time. Now chance. A big game. A $125,000 game of Search and Destroy. If that's not pressure, I don't know what is. Subliners 1-7 in Game 5s. Ravens 6-4. We talked about the map differential. Those things definitely start to even out. But talk about the scale. Which way will it flip? Subliners on offense to kick this one off, and much like the last Search and Destroy, we got to witness a very slow start to this round, but the pace is quickly about to change up as Zero. He'll find 2 toward that bottom middle. Shiny, in the meantime, puts the M4 to use versus Zuma. Wuskin given some haircuts, but nonetheless, the Ravens have put their stamp on this round.
Good little corner right there out of Zero. You know, he heard a couple players from the Subliners try to go through that bottom middle. He's able to get both of the players and put the bomb down. This is a pretty difficult task with only 30 seconds remaining. But you just love this opening round from the London Royal Ravens. They were able to put themselves in great positions, not really panic, just waiting for the play to come to them, knowing that the Subliners will be aggressive, and they're able to take that round number 1.
Yep, and you hit on it perfectly, right? The aggression has been the key to success for pretty much every team that's played the Ravens, right? We talked about it versus the Ultra in their very first series. That team was so good at coming out strong. London didn't really know how to deal with it. And in the hard points, that's also been the case. London manages to send us to this Game 5 after an incredible Ramaza victory. We'll stay here for this map. It's only right that we get to stay on it. Saw a lovely Game 5 as well between Atlanta and Chicago on this map. Setting the stage well for playoffs. As here we go, Ravens now back on the attack, and the early shots are out. Attach can thank his good graces there, and how about a nade for good measure? Zuma, he's going hunt and study, but in the meantime, I believe that's actually going to be Dylan who's on the flank. Can he catch off Mac in time? Zero in the meantime. Looks like that bomb is going to go for the rotation, but like I said, player 8, Dylan can play spoiler. He can be the big difference maker here at construction. Temp. It's going to be 2 big ones. Shawnee as well. Goes for the reply. And back and forth trades aplenty. Bomb is down. And if you're New York, you're happy with the way that you've dealt with this attack. You're happy with the way this one has gone up to this point. You've got man count advantage and only a little bit of time left. But Shawnee, construction man himself, going big toward the top. But again, 20 seconds left. Zero. He's got to find the right timing. He's got to find the right timing here. He's going to be toward that bottom position. Shawnee's going to look toward his left. He's not. They don't see. Attached toward that top bridge position, but Shawnee able to turn on to one. He can't get the plant down in time. And Attach. No, the plant's going to get off. Shawnee, he's able to plant the bomb down, but the quick challenge is Shawnee again. And construction wins a huge round here for the Ravens. I didn't think he had the chance to get the bomb down in time. Shawnee, the construction man, goes big yet again, as that is 2 early ones for the Ravens.
That's a heartbreaker if you're the Subliners right there. Temp picking up that 2-piece. Basically, I thought it was going to solidify the round, but Shawnee, being the construction man that he is, able to pick up 2 kills, force it into 1v1, just getting that plan off by the nick of time. And eventually, Zuma, unfortunately, gets there a little too late. Shawnee in that 1v1 with a big gunfight with that assault rifle, sitting at 6-0, and that is insane from the London Royal Ravens. They are stepping up big. That was an offensive round that the Subliners should have been able to win if they were on defense, but the man advantage is not going to their favor. You see Shawnee not missing a beat, just picking up kills left and right, looking like the opposing version of James Bond at 7-0. As I say that, he gets taken down. Now 4v4 situation.
4v4 indeed, my friend. Bomb is going to be planted. Scraps quickly going to challenge, and is Accuracy going to go for the play? No, I believe that was actually his stun that gets tossed out. So the weapon is not primed and ready. Dylan around the corner, shuts down Mac. The smoke is out. Zero finds one through middle. Advantage right now toward the Ravens. Can this be a 3-0 start, or can it match play spoiler? Able to take down one on the Wuskin. Oh, is he going to kill himself with a nade? He's got to be careful. Dylan Price. You know what you can do with search and destroy? Trying to fire off the shots on the Dylan. Time starting to tick away. Actually has to reload. Can he get him down in time? And no. It looked like a great situation for Attach. He has to reload, Study. But it's the Ravens who managed to get off the defuse regardless. And boy, was that one close. Despite a 3-1. I'm sure the Ravens in that moment were yelling at Zero exactly where he was. My word, 3 crazy rounds, but 3 that have all gone the way of London.
So the Subliners, they push for that bomb plan. They get it down in a 4v4 situation, and this is the thing that was costing them before in Search and Destroy. They have players that are trying to make individual plays. Once you get that bomb down, you saw Temp trying to run right through middle map, and Zero was able to catch him and force it into a 4v2. You need to play your man advantage and play your proper positions, because they just keep on getting caught in these 1v1 gunfights. No one's there for the trade. They needed an answer, because to go down 4-0 quick, it's looking like it's going to be an aggressive hit from the London Royal Ravens onto A. Bomb most likely immediately about to go down, and this is starting to get out of hand for the Subliners. They need to be able to win this round if they want to have a chance at fighting back in this map.
Zuma gets the unfortunate timing. Ravens break on in. However, Mac on the flank. His first playoffs, his first postseason. Big situation for him. Tries to take down Zero. In the meantime, it's Attach who falls. Mac instantly left all by himself. Time starting to tick away, and this looks good for London. It looks good for London, but Mac able to find another one onto Shawnee. Can he turn on to Wuskin? Not going to happen. Instantly hops on the defuse, and surely someone from London checks this. Surely they do, and they will. Zero for the kill. Zero currently taking down the Subliners. And my word, New York yet to have a real reply, as 4 up and 4 down. Study New York, it has to be here, right? We talk about their season on the line. This round means everything for them.
Yeah, London Royal Ravens are up 4-0, so now they have that ability to take a little bit of risk. You are sitting pretty good in this map number 5. Zuma on that 0-4. You need him to step up. This is one of your main sub players that needs to be aggressive towards this bottom mid and try to fight for that. Mac's going to slide right through bottom mid. Zero putting a couple shots down, able to take down 1. But just like that, man, it goes from a 5v5 to a 4v1. The Royal Ravens are on fire right now. This is an absolute steamroll.
A steamroll indeed, but can it be countered by ice? Not going to happen. The nade from afar as London coming out swinging. 5 rounds up and 5 rounds down. New York yet to have a reply. As at one point, New York found themselves up 2-1. They looked great after the search and destroy victory. The Ravens come up clutch, and now they find themselves up 5-0. I'm stunned, Study.
Shawnee at 10-3. Shawnee's at 10-3, man. Stepping up on Ramazo when his team needs it. Max able to open it up with the first blood. But like I said, the London Royal Ravens put themselves in a hefty lead to eventually start taking some risks. But the Subliners have a great answer now, able to win this round really quickly. You know, if you're going down 5-0, you have to start taking some risks, being aggressive, and that's exactly what they did. Subliners need to be able to bounce back round by round, and that's a good way to start.
So in this situation for the Subliners, as we call it, they're down. Situation's known, right? Everyone can see the scoreboard. It's 0-5, now 1-5. Knowing what's on the line, how do you keep yourself focused right now?
Just one round at a time, man. You guys need to call a play call and just do it together. I know Zuma's currently sitting at 0-5, and this is not what we expect out of a player of his caliber. But I would like to see them just put all their players in one situation and play trades effectively. Powerhouse their way through to a bomb site and eventually try to be able to work that bomb plant and put themselves in a man advantage. But it's looking like they're going to try to take this slow towards this B. Accuracy able to open it up for the first blood, but Zero is able to respond.
Big kill coming through from Zero. Smoke is down, and Tatch has to make the play. Tatch finds one, trying to clear out the side of as a majority of London players aren't actually going to be here, but the one that is happens to be Scraps. Scraps takes down Accuracy, and now Timp realizes he doesn't have a ton of visuals here to get this bomb down, and there goes a Tatch as well. A big play coming through from Scraps as now it's all on to Temp. A 1 versus 3 to stay alive. Can he do it? And it's not gonna happen. The Ravens managed to make the comeback as they survive, winning this search and destroy in dominant fashion. A 6-1. And boy, did this one treat us. Boy, did this series live up to what we thought it could be. As London, they move on, and this is the end of New York season.
London on that map number 5. They had that momentum from that map number 4. Them winning both hard points in this series, closing it out on that map number 5, 6-1. The momentum going into the next series is through the roof. You saw Scraps standing up in that little image that we had there, just being so gassed. Zero talking the talk, stepping up when he needs to, but it was all on Shawnee right there with his AR presence, starting off so early, so hot. 7-0, especially winning that 1v1 versus Zuma is a complete game changer. If that round goes in favor of the Subliners, they probably get some life, but Shawnee after that round, his energy had to be through the roof, and it definitely showed them winning in a 6-1 dominant fashion to be able to move on.
When you bring up the Shawnee play, man, we got to revisit it here for our scuff play of the game, and deservedly so, right? Absolutely. Shawnee, he's been called the construction man for a reason, and boy, was this a play from him, as we'll get to kind of revisit this one. Obviously, it comes down to the wire, a 2 versus 4, I believe, overall.
Yeah.
But Shawnee finds the big one up top versus Accuracy, and walk me through it, Studdy. He manages to pull off an insane clutch to give London all the momentum.
Yeah, so it was a 4v2, and you expect the Subliners to just be buddy system, playing the trades effectively, but they were playing individual positions, and Shawnee was able to catch 2 to force it to a 2v2 situation. Now the clock's going down to the wire. You see Attach able to pick up a kill onto Zero, but if I'm Zuma right there, you have to take your time. The bomb needs to be planted. You don't really need to peek that back door too much, because Attach was rotating out, thinking that Tommy, which was Zuma, was going to have that position, just take him off bomb if it was getting planted. But Zuma just peaks a little too much, attaches out of the play. Shawnee comes up huge in that second round to give his team the momentum to drive through to finish out that map.
Yeah, and it's a hard loss too, especially for the Subliners. They lose this game 5 search and destroy on Ramaza, one that they like this map, right? They were 7-2 on this map coming in. They looked primed after they had walked away with the domination victory. They're up 2-1, and I know it's hard, right? Zuma finishes off, I think it was 0-6 in the search and destroy. Yeah. A hard way to go out of the season, a hard way to lose, especially against a very solid Royal Ravens team. But I'm sure for Zero, this victory is all that much sweeter, as now we get to see the Ravens face off against the Ultra in a rematch, actually, that we got to cast earlier on in the weekend. Excited to see the way that the Ravens do come out, but kind of reflecting, right? So we got to talk about this as well. We talk about the amount of pressure that is on these games. Every single match that we have is an elimination. One team's moving on, the other ends up going home. Kind of quickly give me a little bit of a recap on the New York season and what you like from these guys.
So New York, they started off the year, didn't really have the best roster. They had to make some proper adjustments. You know, picking up the addition of Mac was a huge thing for their roster. They were able to win their home series at the New York home series, but then the following event, they were just so inconsistent. They ended up not winning a single map at the next home series, and that left a bad taste in their mouth. You going into this tournament, you know, you had some things to work on. You were a really good hardpoint team, but in this series, you lose both hardpoints, and that is such a nerve-wracking thing for them. You had the possibility at closing out that map number 1, but Zero making that big individual play to flip those spawns and eventually chain P2 and P3 was huge. Then you go on to Ramaza hardpoint, and once again, it's just little mistakes that were forcing the Royal Ravens to spawn out towards construction when they thought they had them trapped at back barbershop. Yeah. It wasn't a well-executed hardpoint throughout this entire series for the Subliners, and I know that's definitely beating them up because they felt like if they just pulled off one, obviously they win the series in a 3-1 fashion and don't even push it to that game number 5.
Yeah, I tell you what, man. Obviously, a solid end of the season for the Subliners. Obviously, a top 8 placement is by no means where they want to be, but you have to kind of look at it and kind of realize it for what it was. On the other end, a major positive for the London Royal Ravens. The heart of EU is still rooting on. They're still kind of surging forward right now, and it's a big victory for them, right? We talked about the most recent kind of series between these two. It was New York beating the Ravens in a 3-1 at New York's own home series. All the games were close, and obviously we can kind of say the same here for this series. Obviously, it comes down to a game 5. It was a close series, obviously, but it was a big victory for them. And again, we talked about it. Domination, I think, kind of forward thinking for the Ravens right now study when they face off against that Ultra team. We had the ability to watch it specifically. It was their struggles in domination. That mode, it cannot continue to be the way that it is because, again, going up 2-0, it's not going to happen against these top dogs. You got to rely on at least 2 different game modes, and so far, domination has not been that for them.
Yeah, but in that series, them able to close out both of those hard points is so huge for that roster, especially for the momentum going up against the Ultra. You know how aggressive they are when it comes to those respawn game modes, so they're going to be able to just match that energy with this win over the Subliners. I cannot wait to see how that match is going to break down, and the London Royal Ravens definitely deserve to be in this position after that performance.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Well, the Ravens managed to get it done in a game 5. It's actually Lottie standing by with a construction man himself. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, gents. This is your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. Now, I'm going to firstly start off by saying I'm not biased whatsoever, but let's get it done, London. Yeah. Let's go. I predicted this to happen 3-2. I was the only one, and it happened. So, totally not biased though whatsoever. Shawnee, I've got to say, I mean, construction quite clearly is your jam. I mean, this was a phenomenal performance out of you. I could literally see how confident you were running around Ramaza. Yeah. And rightfully so, because, you know, you popped off and it was absolutely fantastic to see. But I want to quickly just see a comparison from your perspective of Ramaza S&D and Arklov. Of course, it was 2 different stories there. So what did you switch up in that game 5?
Honestly, we done a lot of prep for Arklov, and we have a lot of we have a lot of tactics in that map that we like to use different variations, and we were just slightly off every time. It felt like the last second we'd be like, right, okay, someone play B instead of A, and then they would stack A. So honestly, I just think the calls from all of us were a bit iffy that game. That was only the main problem, and then obviously we started Ramaza and we just started hot, and that was it. It was done as soon as we started 2-0 like that. That was it. It was done. They tried to come A, and it just didn't work out for them. So,
yeah, absolutely. And then with Hardpoint, I mean, like looking at, you know, Ramaza again with Hardpoint, I mean, at moments I was a little bit nervous because it could have gone either way. And, you know, talking about, you know, obviously New York set up at Barbershop at one point and, you know, had a really, really good setup. And then Zero managed to get the godlike spawn for P4, so construction. And you guys held it pretty well, but then New York managed to take it over and you close out the game at Ruin. So talk to me about that last minute setup, trying to get over the line there in Hardpoint. And because you guys have been doing pretty well with your Hardpoint recently.
Yeah. Honestly, like when it gets to that point, when you're up a certain amount, it's like everyone just kind of rotates to try and get 10, 20 seconds on the early rotation. And then if they lose it, whatever, you go to the next one, do the same until you close it out. So we just obviously worked out that we only needed like 20 seconds in each hill for about like 1 or 2 hills, and we won the game. So we weren't really too worried. We just kept rotating and making sure, like I said, like the initial setup was decent enough to get the first 10, 20 seconds, and then just closed it out.
Absolutely. Well, Shawnee, my final question to you before I let you go is, of course, you've got Toronto up next. Fierce competitor. They're ready to go, and I know you guys are as well. But I want to know if you've got any words for your London fans or, your London, team in general and everybody behind the scenes for London in this next moment of playoffs.
Yeah, I want to say a few things. So, one, to all the management up and above, like making sure we have everything we need to like do this online. Stressful it is. So, shout out to all them and my teammates as well. They've been fantastic, like through this tough time, like these last few months, and it's starting to show now, and it's a good feeling because it's champs, like I said. And one more thing I just want to add on is New York were chatting a lot of shit to us before this. Not a lot, but they were just some personal digs here and there, and that was a good win. So I hope they're listening. Just hope you learned your lesson, mate, because that's what happens, isn't it?
Oh. Hey, Shawnee, I think they can hear you, pal, loud and clear. Thank you so much for joining me, man. And best of luck going through, the rest of playoffs and against Ultra.
Thank you.
That has been your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. Heading to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we have a matchup for you. It's OpTic Gaming taking on the Florida Mutineers. We'll see you after this.
Download free now.
Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid. The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. Save money at the restaurants you love with Grubhub Perks. Use code CDL Playoffs at checkout to get free delivery.
In every battle, there is a moment. Most don't even see it. But for others, it's all they see.
And there's the hype! How many men has he got to run through? That was just easy dominance. They did it!
Here, on the ultimate proving grounds, Call of Duty's elite converge. When that moment stares you in the face, you'll know one thing. Glory isn't given. Glory isn't easy. Glory is taken.
It is a beautiful Sunday for some Call of Duty esports and everybody battling for that trophy there. We came in What, Joe, with 6 teams today, 2 will remain, 4 are going to be eliminated. We already watched the Subliners get knocked out, and we're going to continue through with the action. It's going to be a wild next couple of hours. I've got no idea how this is going to go.
Yeah, well, what? We just had an upset right there with London over New York. I know I definitely thought New York was going to win that one. So a crazy game already today. And as you said, a lot more on the line.
And now we have, what, Mutineers versus OpTic, a matchup that we have seen quite a bit recently, right? Like back to that London home series where they were battling it out multiple times over that event. But I know our match is close to getting ready, so we're going to start rifling through stuff. I want to get right to our game fuel keys to victory. I believe we're going to start off with the Florida Mutineers. Joe, walk me through it.
Yeah, this was a surprising stat. I mean, Florida, they fried in the respawns, and they had a loss. So, I mean, you want to keep that up, but make those smart decisions. As it says, the final moments of the games, decisions have to be better. I don't know who the shot caller is, who the captain is. Someone just needs to slow things down and make the right play. You look at a guy like Havoc to do that, and yeah, they need that clutch factor loss. Both hard points by a combined 19 points. So, listen, it's not like one of those teams that's getting outslayed. They're doing something wrong. Who is going to be that leader to help them fix those problems?
Well, let's see if they can get back to that, June form where we saw them frying everybody they matched up against. Now the game fuel keys to victory for OpTic. Texas Kenny was the difference maker. You kind of saw the memes going around on Twitter. There's just been a noticeable improvement, like a spark in his gameplay. He's getting back to that, just dominant form where he's an MVP candidate, one of the best players in the entire game. He was the guy that I picked at the beginning of the year to be an MVP at the end, and that has not been how it's gone. But with him improving, I think it's made it easier for everybody, because we've talked about that a lot over the years. Even it goes both ways. For FaZe, when Priesta was struggling, it made it harder for everyone. When a player improves, it makes it easier for everyone. And Kenny finding this form that we haven't seen much this year is awesome. And he's been better than a lot of the players that maybe struggle more on this squad. We know how bad Dashy was struggling, how poor TJ has been. Kenny's been okay, but he hasn't been that guy that is just one of the best players on the map at any given point. We're seeing that again.
Yeah, I just think that, we saw it when they added Draws and Hollow. Things were a little bit different the first time they played Florida. Right, it went to that Game 5, Round 11. It's just, did they have enough time to improve to be one of the best teams in the world? They're looking good so far.
So far, so good. But let's get to our Sony Xperia smartphone predictions. Joe, how do you see this going?
I went OpTic Gaming. I went OpTic Gaming in a Game 5. I believe that it is going to go the distance, but I really haven't been impressed with Florida. It feels like teams have figured them out. They could obviously prove me wrong. You can still be one of the best teams in the world, but OpTic Gaming, that momentum, they're running with it.
Maybe it's just because I picked OpTic to be good at the beginning of the year. I don't know what it is, but I've got a feeling they're making a run today. I went OpTic 3-1. Yeah, part of it, the fact that, yes, Florida have been less than impressive as of late, and OpTic are apparently surging and improving very, very quickly. But, yeah, something in my gut, man. I got a feeling OpTic are going to do it, Joe. It's just, we'll see. We'll see if they can get it done. But we've got 2 rosters just stacked with absolute talent. This should be a riveting matchup. I do want to introduce our rosters now. Let's kick it off with the Florida Mutineers. You don't give them much of a chance this weekend.
No, I don't.
Bingo is his name, and Pharaoh.
And we actually just took over.
Pharaoh's in level 1!
My God, man. They have taken over the Call of Duty League.
Joe, on this 5-man roster, when you look through the stats in this matchup playing against OpTic, what players have really given OpTic the most trouble?
I mean, it's the big 3 that we've talked about, Awakening, Skies, and Pharaoh. Pharaoh has a 1.38 versus OpTic Gaming. Awakening is at a 1.31. Skies is at a 1.25. I think even Havoc was at a 1.1. They're 3-0 versus OpTic Gaming LA. They have owned this team. But again, they played twice at London. That was the first time we saw the new OpTic Gaming roster. One of those series was a Game 5. It did go all the way to a Round 11. So I think if you're OpTic, that's a pretty good sign that you played them that tough with a brand new roster.
Certainly. But on the other side of this, it is the dark horse squad that's remaining in this. A team that started in the bottom 4 and now a chance to make the run. Let's meet OpTic Gaming. And OpTic Gaming closing it out. It's Slasher's OpTic. They needed it. That walk away with the W.
Blackout. Yeah, it's getting blackout.
You know the legends on this lineup in TJ, Kenny, and Slasher, but maybe more eyes than ever now on Drazah and Hollow. What the young guys can do, they're seemingly getting better and better every event. They're clicking, they're clutching up when they need to. They've looked strong in every mode. And I'm saying this when we're talking about a bubble of basically this tournament where things seem to be clicking, but they seem to be a threat, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when they formed this new roster for London and Toronto, they had a very difficult schedule. Like I said, they played Florida twice. They played some of the best teams in the world. So they didn't find the success maybe that they were looking for, but they got better. They improved. I think you saw the bright spots, and that was important. It looked just like that they were understanding the game a lot more than what we saw from OpTic Gaming of the past. So Drazah and Hollow, they have completely transformed this roster.
Well, it's time to get into it. This best of 5 to decide who's moving on. A reminder that all matches today are elimination matches. In every single one, somebody is getting knocked out. And I believe, hopefully I'm not misquoting this, but it's what? They're already guaranteed $175,000. If they win this, they're guaranteed $300,000. So this is a match for a $125,000 bump and a chance to continue your run through the championship. Let's get right into it. Azir Cave to kick it off, Joe.
Yeah, and these guys have played this map versus each other before. This is going to be Florida's map pick. They're 1-0, sitting at 7-5 overall. So a strong map. We talked about the AR presence that they have. This guy, Sky's an MVP candidate for a reason. But you also have Pharaoh and Awakening. Those 3 M4s, they can be scary.
Let's see what they can get going out of the gate. You saw a flurry of kills from Mutineers. OpTic were trying to answer back, as OpTic will have that cave side east spot locked down for now. And due to Drazah's presence towards the hard point, they're not only holding the spawns, but they're getting some time as well. This is everything you can ask for. Now there's some big pushes coming out of Mutineers. One trying to push over towards Outpost. That was Frosty. He's going to get caught as TJ has the angle. Awakening trying to line that up as well, and that is some nice shots out of Awakening as he starts off 5-0 before he drops. But if you're OpTic, at least you got 10 points. You've still held on to the spawns, but this next sequence of kills is going to be massive because you see 1 and 4. That's Awakening and Pharaoh starting to move up into caves. And technically, they've kind of got a 2-on-1 right now against Kenny. But Kenny ready and waiting, almost able to snap onto the second. But Awakening keeps his groove going.
Yeah, Awakening is melting right now. But as you said, you've up 37 points, but you have the spawns. Here comes a push, though. Frosty's going to be the first one through. Hollow going to get taken down. Now it's on to TJ.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Man, this is not great timing for OpTic Gaming, but still, you see the close spawns are in. They're still going to have some hill control, but Frosty has snuck on through, and Frosty is winning both of these gunfights.
Now where do they spawn? They've got to be spawning out at this point. The back spawns have been broken. Mutineers have gotten in. They still have to get through to the hard point, but it's TJ. It's TJ that's going huge. He's gotten 3 kills from around the hard point and managed to rack up some time. Hollow then follows it up. Did they do enough to hold on? I mean, if you're Mutineers, you've at least disrupted some of this time. Like, you've gotten the spawns, you've gotten them out of the hard point. It's been a nice bounce back from OpTic in the sense that you've at least been able to get some time out of this, but, man,
I think you take this if you're OpTic, though.
Yeah, considering how the first 10 seconds went, yeah.
Exactly. Now Kenny's starting to heat up. He's on a 5 spree. Yeah, you have them trapped. You look as we rotate the soccer field. What, Pharaoh is the closest one? They have a lot of work to do. You have TJ who's set up towards Spiral. He's going to find that first kill. Hollow and Kenny working this blue building. And this is going to be a great time with Slasher looking over them at that broken side. So it works out. It does work out. They flipped them at the right time, and it was TJ who was able to hang on.
Exactly. If TJ has to get those 3 kills from the hard point, yeah, that might look a whole lot different. But he goes big, and I will focus on soccer. Frosty thought he had a one-on-one win, but Drazah puts him in the dirt in the field. 5 in a row there in the feed for OpTic Gaming. They're soaking up all the time and now making a run. So that sequence as you said, even though it looked a little bit sloppy at first, it works out magically for them. Now, can they get this and somehow wrap this into cave side as well as Frosty will start to work in? It's already Kenny, though, that's in position. Kenny in position. Kenny makes the play with yet another triple.
Yeah, he was the rotation man through middle of cave. He had to trade with TJ. He got stunned. He threw a Semtex at his feet. He's on another 5 spree. They win the rotation over to Cave West due to the play by Kenny. But he is locking things down. And since that first hill, it has been all OpTic Gaming. But here comes the push. It's Frosty and Havoc. They break things wide open.
Well, think about that crazy rotation and break they had against Røkkr on that same hard point. It was Kenny that was the rotation man, basically in a 1v3 and got 2 of them, right? So, like, whatever it is about him rotating to this point, he is very, very comfortable. But now Mutineers trying to rally back. The players leading the way so far for them has been Awakening and Frosty. It's another multi-kill from Kenny before he drops, as Havoc answers instantaneously with a multi-kill of his own. And Mutineers kind of stop that spree. They slow the game down for a moment because it was getting out of hand there for a stretch.
Yeah, they actually won it on both sides. So you had TJ with a one-on-one versus Awakening. Awakening won it, and then Havoc going big at the old hill. You do have Draza, though. Draza snuck his way all the way around. Draza trying to make the play. He's going to have some work to do, though. Everybody spawns very close to him from Florida. Just trying to stay alive. Hope. Only down 11 points now. OpTic Gaming, they're still spawning close.
I think he got like wallbang through that truck. He was trying desperately to stay alive, but just not quite able to do it. Up to 17 already is Kenny, and just talking to him, like, with, you know, playing obviously from a different location, the team now clicking, like, he really feels like he's playing a different game. And well, he really has been statistically. He's been nuts so far, but it's been a bit of a battle here inside of the point. No one really able to lock up a ton of time here at Outpost. As Draza just trying to stay alive.
He's trying to do what he can, but yeah, everywhere you peek, man, there's 4 M4s looking at you, just trying to get some hill time. But OpTic Gaming, kind of what they did with Soccer Field, they're trying to lock Florida all the way back here. You do have one player pushed up middle of cave. That's Frosty. But Hollow's just trying to make sure they can't rotate through that cliffside. New hill pops, almost a tie game. It was a great start for OpTic Gaming, but Florida, they find their way right back into it.
Yeah, I mean, this map, over the course of this tournament, we've seen some incredible swings. Having some more going down here, but early time in our first hard point, the second set of rotations, going to OpTic Gaming. Kenny, a double again. As he is, I feel like every time I see him on the kill feed, he's finding multi-kills. It's just been insane how influential he has been on the map. But Florida trying to do whatever they can. Hollow wins a big gunfight. Now can they push through and get into Cave Side East? Everyone's still popping there for Mutineers, but this is going to be basically like a perfect 60. This has been, you don't get that often at the first hard point. OpTic are doing it right now.
Yeah, usually you see a little bit of contest time, and yeah, not, when you're down at 20 seconds, Florida knows they just have to play for spawns. This is probably going to be the first push. Pharaoh in a bit of a sneaky position. We'll see if Draza is going to be able to read this, because he's going to be the first man through towards this cliff side. He's going to be the guy with the submachine gun. As the new hill pops, see, can OpTic Gaming get through, but Draza going to get taken down by Pharaoh. Now, push coming through the front, coming through that middle tunnel. Trades back and forth, but it's Hollow with 2. That's going to get them on the hill. Now, can they hang on? How long can they hang on for? You see the spawns come in for Florida. Here, it's their time to push.
We'll try to get in. TJ was the magician here last time through. Here he gets dropped. Now on to Kenny. A little bit of pre-fire, but Skies has the angle. Kenny now up to 22 kills. On the other side, it's Awakening matching him kill for kill. These two having a battle. Map 1.
And again, I think this is great for OpTic. You have not earned any time, but neither has Florida, and you trapped them. What happened last time we were at Soccer Field? It was OpTic Gaming with a beautiful setup. Just kept them pinned in. Can they do it again? Can Florida finally get out? Because it just feels like they haven't been able to do so.
Yeah, Joe, didn't you know now on Azir Cave, the money hills for the first hard point, not Cave Side.
Yeah, that's Soccer Field, right? I mean, listen, the game is always evolving. People are starting to figure it out. But yeah, you typically, you don't see perfect holds like this often.
Well, back into Soccer Field they go. If you get a great hold from OpTic, you could be up nearly 100 points, and that would be devastation for Mutineers. Sky's trying to get it going. He's been one of their most consistent players. And on a map like this with a AR, you'd think he'd be flowing, but he's 10 and 17 or somewhere in that ballpark right now.
Finally here, it's just 30 seconds off of it, right? Like, It just takes so long. And now, guess what? Their last push is in, but we're already rotating. Draws is going to go through the well. You have Slasher who's, trying to hang on to this scrap time. But OpTic Gaming, with these soccer field holds, man, you can see the pressure they're putting on Florida. Now, last time in this first rotation, the Mutineers, they responded. It was a beautiful break. They were able to hold the 4th and 5th hill and put them in a, basically a tie game, but they're going to have to do it again.
It's just a lot different this time. Like, it was like scrappy. Now you have all of OpTic set up. So this is going to be a much different, more difficult break, but we'll see if they can do it. Awakening will fall as TJ has a nice bit of cover there to work with. 40 points away from victory now is OpTic. 3 in a row for TJ. Everybody from Mutineers falling as they're trying to get in, but they've got to get in. They've got to pull off something truly special if they're going to come back in this map 1. And second by second, just seeming too tall a task.
Yeah, they're able to get through, but you see Kenny. Kenny spawns up. He's already past that first hard point. And he's going to try to sneak on through. He's going to have 2 players to deal with. All of Florida, they've done it, right? They are in the same situation. And he's been so big, though, for OpTic Gaming this map. The scrap time, go to the way of OpTic Gaming. On the rotation, it's Kenny trying to stay alive. Here comes more of them, but Pharaoh with a nice little bunny hop there. But, I mean, he buys his team time. He buys his team time. At least you have Kenny and Dross here. They actually take down 3. It's just Skies in the back. It's Skies and Pharaoh trying to hold on.
Well, Skies Simtex hits at least, who's TJ was about to be the one to get into the hard point. 27 points away from the win now is OpTic. Mutineers have got to hold. They've got to go big, and they somehow have got to get the flip for the rotation. And next, you think as well, if they're going to make this rally. Draza with an entry, Hollow there as well. Awakening now the one to pick up the scraps. The smoke going to make it so difficult, but Awakening is able to pick up 2 before he gets back into the point. Can they somehow make this rally? They're finding all the kills for now. Challenging forward is Awakening. The smoke keeping him up. It's a team kill with his trophy, but it's not going to matter. Is the time still going their way? What was that sequence?
I don't know. He was just in the smoke. Draza was in the smoke, and I mean, they're getting all these kills. And OpTic Gaming, they continue to put the pressure on. But you do have Frosty inside of yellow trying to set up for first. This is a little bit different than what we saw last time around. You had OpTic Gaming set up already. This is nice positioning for Florida, so they can fight for this time. Now just a, 25-point game. So we head into our next set. Kenny, he's going to try to earn some time. Draza trying to fight for some mid-map control around those 2 buildings, but the nades are in. It feels like Florida clicking at the right time.
Oh my God.
But is it too late?
Oh my God. No, I mean, if they can hold this off and hold fun, they need to make sure OpTic doesn't win it on this point, which obviously they can. 40 seconds left. They only need 20 points. Can you keep it scrappy enough in mid and hold on to the spawns? You've got a chance to win this game, and what an absurd 100-point comeback it would be. Awakening now up to 34 and 27, but it's OpTic back into the point. They can still win it here, so you're going to have to keep flooding, have to keep the gameplay frantic if you're Mutineers to extend this game. They're so close to that point where OpTic can no longer win it, and with that tick, that'll do it. OpTic can't win it on this point. They have to focus on next.
Look at the spawns, though. Look at the spawns, though. OpTic Gaming, they flipped it. Hollow, he made the heads-up play. They've gotten around. Kenny, he wins the one-on-one versus Pharaoh. You have Skies all the way through. He's trying to hang on. It's going to be him and Awakening. Basically in a 2 versus 5 situation right now. It's the MVP, but TJ with 30 kills. They break on through. OpTic Gaming only need 10 more points.
They can lock it down here. They can get the map 1 win. It felt like they might throw it away, but have they done just enough to get the map 1 dub? They have. OpTic Gaming LA take the map 1, but my God, did Mutineers rally late? It felt at one point like it was done. Like it's like they're up 100, they're cruising, they're playing well, but Mutineers, man, did they start to fire on all cylinders.
Well, it was really just what? I mean, Cave Weston in Cliffside that was giving OpTic Gaming trouble after trouble, and for Mutineers, you had rotation to the second hill multiple times. OpTic Gaming trapped them at soccer field. We're going to take a look at our stats here. Kenny was 37 and 29, Awakening 38 and 28. Look at the damage those 2 put up. Almost 4,700 from Awakening, 4,400 on Kenny. Just an all-around great performance from OpTic Gaming Los Angeles. On the other side, I mean, I guess the one thing that stands out, like a guy like Havoc, it's going to be tough for him. You see the subs struggling, especially when there's, 4 ARs on the other team. But yeah. I guess Skies at 22 and 26, not having that MVP game we expect from him.
Well, he did step it up. I think he was like, what, 10 and 18 or something in that ballpark when I first looked at it. But let's kind of go through our U.S. Air Force maps and modes and look through how this series is going to go on throughout this best of 5. But, man, I think there's part of it, like, when you're a commentator, you have a couple things that, like, a couple calls that you just love doing. Like when people make big plays, and for some reason, just like Kenny, like he's just yelling Kenny, just that name, like yelling it, and gas. It really is, and like there's been so many points in my career where he's had these crazy plays, and like I noticed during the mid of this year, I've kind of missed it. Like the OpTic just hasn't been very good. Kenny hasn't been himself. I guess there's just part of me that's happy to see him playing like we know he can again, and what a performance it was in Map 1. Is Kenny, I will never call you Quavo.
Yeah. I won't either. As we take a look at our U.S. Air Force maps and modes, we're headed to Gunrunner Search and Destroy. Again, we talked about these two matching up twice at London, and they played this map twice. So we're sitting at 1-1. Each were able to take one, but Florida overall 4-8, OGLA 3-4. So nothing too crazy, but I guess if you look at the rest of these, the only interesting part for me is if we do go the distance, if we go all the way to Petro, only 2 maps played for Florida. They're sitting at 0-2.
You take a look at 2 of the superstars for these teams head to head. Kenny and Sky's obviously playing different positions on the map, different roles, but they're massive for their team. Now we'll see how they can do it in the Search and Destroy. Any like key things you're looking for in Search, Joe?
Oh, I mean, Gunrunner Search and Destroy, I think we talk about like sub players, right? Just the pressure around green, around bathrooms. This is where you look at, I mean, even TJ Sniper. But I guess for me, for the side of Florida, this is where I look at Frosty and Havoc. Frosty actually had a really solid game, being that 4th M4 with 31 kills. But can he get it rolling in Search and Destroy with Havoc? Because they're going to be the guys opening things up.
We'll see if they can do that. But yeah, we know how just... What was the one we were casting recently where it was like the rounds were all over in like 20 seconds? It was literally
just OpTic, right?
Just both teams headbutting each other mid-map. Yeah, I think it was. Was it the OpTic match? It all blurs together at some point. But yeah, no, I think it was the OpTic match where it's just everyone just going at each other, just these intense opening fights where you and I would try to call it. Next thing you know, there's 2 people alive. Like it was just utter.
Somebody take
madness.
A picture. I saw a smirk from Slasher. I saw a little bit of a smirk. All right, someone go back and take a screenshot of that.
He smiled? Did he smile?
Yeah, it was like a half smile, but I saw Kenny smiling, so it counts.
That for Slasher right there, that's about as close as you're going to get to happiness. That is darn close.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Like that old meme where it's like it shows like all the ranges of emotion. It's just like the same face for all of them. Like,
yeah, there's one of Celium I think we've had this year. The guy's just stone cold, man.
Well, they're locked in. They're ready to go. And it's time to get into the Search and Destroy. It's OpTic up 1-0 in the series. And they've had their spurts where they look to be a very solid Search team. I know for Mutineers, that was one of their kind of woes early when this team came together. They're looking good. They're clicking the respawns. We were wondering when the Search was going to click. And they've had their ups and downs. But no time for ups and downs now. You got to fire off with whatever strategies you've got. This is the elimination side of the bracket. Anything you have, anything up your sleeve, it's now time to rip that bad boy out and make the play. As Mutineers will kick things off on offense. And yeah, we'll see if we see that same type of aggression out of OpTic.
OpTic, they think it's going to be maybe towards an A hit. Frosty's just going to read it. He's just going to fly. But that's just going to be a quick trade. Maybe Frosty's just trying to catch them off guard. And guess who? It's TJ with the sniper rifle. We saw it on Piccadilly. How good he can be. He talked about it. He's not missing. We'll see if he can open things up.
Yeah, no, he's been truly impressive. And just a guy that we haven't watched snipe a ton in his career. Has been lights out with that, but Awakening has gotten into a nice spot. That Simtex, though, will back him up. Bomb gets planted. TJ hits the shot with the pistol. Awakening out of the mix. Kenny will drop right after. Is now Havoc. Ed Silence Pop will try to make the sneaky play in this 3 versus 3, but that's a big gunfight win there from Slasher. The trade comes over. There's no trade here. Litigoat gets the kill. It's now all on Skies to clutch up in a 1 versus 3. He makes it a 1 versus 1. 20 seconds to go. It's on TJ on the push, and the pistol will connect. TJ takes the 1-on-1 and will get the defuse, but my God in heaven, did Skies make it interesting?
Man, it was in this area. Yes, it was OpTic Gaming that we watched versus Guerrillas. It was this area around this bomb site where it was Slasher and Kenny. Their ability to stay alive. They're baiting and switching back and forth, and they do it here again. It was Slasher who really changed this round, gave them that man advantage. And Skies, as you said, almost had it, but there was enough time on the clock.
Well, you get a little bit nervous. You know, TJ's got that pistol, but he actually gets 2 of the 5 kills with the pistol out. So it works out. And now we'll swap sides over, but Slasher makes the play that likely changes the game. TJ then closes it out. Draza with that first blood.
Read that, didn't they?
They sure did.
Havoc's like, all right, well, I tried to play a sneaky position. That didn't work. Man advantage OpTic Gaming. You're going to have to try and retake with 4 here. And it looks like Pharaoh's pretty worried about that wide flank. You see his position near that A site, and they're not planning. They're just going to fly on through.
Awakening going to be the last one up here. Can he not make the play? He'll have Dead Silence pop. That's going to pop behind 1. 2 kills for him in the round. Almost 3, but Kenny with the bunny hop able to take it. 3 versus 2 now for OpTic, but they still have to work this plant. Plenty of time to do so, and now Dead Silence out for TJ as he's trying to hunt for 1. Pharaoh brings it even, but only for a moment, and now it's all going to be on Frosty, and his Dead Silence about to run out.
And just like OpTic Gaming, like they're just sort of being so patient. They know that they have to work the B-bomb, and they catch them off guard on their pushes. Now what can Frosty do? He has the M4, but both of the players get away. He has an idea of the area that they're in. TJ, that is a tough shot. And TJ not missing.
Yeah, that's not a fun gunfight. And
no, it is not.
We know, and one thing I'm just thinking about earlier, I know it's only 2 rounds in, but oh god, his hip fire hit there too. Yeah, he just got incinerated. But the like Havoc can be a playmaker in Search. We've known this his entire career, and this has been a frustrating start. Like, think about the first round. He thought he had a free trade onto Slasher. Slasher goes prone, kills him. Next round, thinks he's in a sneaky spot, gets caught. Like, I think they're going to need him to start to get going. It's just been a very, very frustrating start for Havoc.
And just got red 2 times. That's really it. They anticipated his position. Maybe some research done by OpTic Gaming, but I mean, it was a common spot in that defensive area. We'll see now what they can do on offense. Pretty slow offense, but look at the flank coming in. It's going to be Draza. It's going to be Kenny working it. Can Pharaoh hold on to it? He's got a sniper. He's probably going to die, and he is. And this is your bomb carrier as well. This is your bomb carrier, but Frosty does catch 2, but Hazard got through.
Now, where do we go from here? Bomb is down. All the way back towards spawn, but Draza will get dropped. It's now to TJ and Slasher in a 2 versus 3. Both have Dead Silence. I believe TJ popped his. He might find a kill inside of bathrooms.
Just outside.
He's coming up behind him now, though. Caught between pistol and sniper. Wasn't sure what weapon he needed for the situation. Slasher will fall now. It's all on the Iceman. 1 versus 3. A must-win round for Mutineers, and they've got a chance to close it out here. Flick just a little bit off. There's the peak from Havoc, and there is the much-needed round win for Mutineers. Is Frosty, I mean, that double before he dropped.
Yep, it's everything.
Just massive.
Yeah, that's everything. Draza gets through so fast with Dead Silence. They think probably the coast is clear. And I think it was Kenny and one other that just gets caught. Must have been Hollow.
What did you call Draza? Did you call him Hazard at one point? I was like, who?
Well, that's just, it's Hazard backwards. So yes.
I didn't even know that. Okay. Is it really?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, I heard you say Hazard gets through. I was like, who?
Draza, sorry. But
no,
Draza gets the first blood. My bad.
I know. I learned something new every day.
I don't want to confuse you.
I get confused very easily, Joe. But there, the first blood is Awakening will drop as Draza comes on through, and OpTic start to mount this offense forward.
As well, who is that first blood? It's on Awakening. He plays around these crates, and again. So, because they're taking their time with this, and the question is why? It's because they know that with the bomb on the opposite side of the crate, that Florida have to push. They cannot allow the plant to go down, or it gets that much more difficult. So they're getting aggressive, and all they're trying to do is catch a player, just as they did right there. So OpTic Gaming with the first bloods they're finding, they're playing patient around this bomb. They know that Florida has to come to them, and they are just picking them off one by one.
Frosty, good luck. He's got Deddy up, but Dead Silence doesn't stop the door sound as he's flying through that and trying to get some information, but it's Slasher at the mid-cut that gets the kill. 3-1 OpTic Gaming, and yeah, you nailed it. The patience from OpTic. Now you'll see the final positioning from Slasher to do it. And I don't know if it's just the location change, the team change, a combination of everything, but
again,
OpTic's
they were
well,
looking better. They were looking
They were.
better.
You're right. They were.
And I think those 2 to 3 weeks leading up to playoffs, it had to have helped them, because we saw moments where, like, all right, they know what they're doing. It's just, can they execute? And I'm sure everything else is, helps, but it just took a little bit of time as they get aggressive towards this B site, and Havoc now just trying to stay alive inside of green.
TJ's all the way pushed up like back forest. He is pushed up so much as Sky's gonna hear him. Surprise! I'm on your side of the map. Oh, he can't finish the second, though he will fall. It's a big kill from Pharaoh to close it out before TJ gets 2.
They do it again, though. Slasher just fills that hole. He goes right back to that spot.
The old hole filler.
Down. Oh, God. Does take down Draza. Makes this a 2 versus 3.
Gets into the spot, fills the gap, makes the play. Potential 4th round win looming for OpTic unless Pharaoh and Havoc can do something about it. With 40 seconds remaining and no map position whatsoever, what do you do here, Joe?
We have Dead Silence. I'd love to have that kill. But now, Pharaoh's trying to get aggressive. Havoc, he shoots. Again, it's their ability to stay alive. Who is it? It's Kenny and Slasher around this site. It's Kenny and Slasher that shut it down. But on offense, nothing working for Florida. And it's just the defensive shows that OpTic Gaming is playing with. You had the retake in round 1, right? In round, their second defense, it was a flank push. So what does Florida do? They play a little bit slow. Maybe OpTic tries it again. But it's a different show this time. They push up aggressive through those woods, past that turbine. TJ catches them. Slasher catches them. Florida right now, they're not playing their game. They're not playing aggressive, especially on their offenses.
And it's tough because as much strategy that goes into it and all the playmaking, really, it just feels like sometimes like rock, paper, scissors. Like, what are they going to throw at us? What are they going to throw at us? And now it's Straza. Well, he's throwing the haymakers. Already able to take down 2. Massive advantage to OpTic. Bomb getting planted. Give him the 3rd. Frosty gets caught. Looking for the 4th. Little bit of finesse, but he will fall. But so is all of Mutineers. Pharaoh last alive. I'm already planted for OpTic. OpTic Gaming putting on a search and destroy clinic.
Well, there was the aggression I was talking about, but it was more aggression for OpTic Gaming. And as you said, it's like rock, paper, scissors. And right there in that round, Florida, they throw out scissors. OpTic Gaming with the rock, just smash them in that round.
Now up 5-1. Just dominant. And most of these rounds, like, other than like the Skies making the 1v3 interesting, I mean, that's not even like that close in the sense of it was a 1v3. Like, they've been in massive holes, right? Like, when you talk about numbers advantages.
Yeah.
And yeah, I haven't even been tracking exactly where we are, like, with the first bloods, but it's got to be. I mean, OpTic are massively in favor, obviously. What is it's probably 4-2, 5-1.
It might be 6. All right. I mean, the one round they won.
Frosty had 1, but that might be the only one. Yeah.
They're going for a different look now towards A. And TJ, he gets aggressive, and the A site is being shut down.
Everything they try is just destroy. Kenny picks up another. Poor Pharaoh last alive again. 1 versus 4. Mutineers have been beaten, battered, bruised, and any other B word that helps that.
Not good. Bully.
Kenny, bully. There you go. Kenny, I think, was like 4-3 in the round. Just absurdity is him and DJ.
He
lock it down.
He had the 12-1 yesterday. I think he was 9-3 before this kill. He's 10-3 in this map. Yeah, Texas Kenny's a little different.
10-3. Texas Kenny is looking like, hey, we got this earlier in the year. He might be an MVP candidate. He is the best player on the map right now, no question. As OpTic now go up 2-0, and Mutineers are 1 map away from being eliminated from playoffs. No chance at the championship weekend. Unbelievable. That was just not close. That was not close.
And I mean, obviously we still have a couple of respawns left. This is where Florida's been strong, but so far, I mean, OpTic are just firing all cylinders. There's really nothing else to say besides. I don't know. There's nothing. I'm speechless. Like, honestly,
I got told we're gonna do our U.S. Army tactical play. In my head, I'm like, what round are we going for? What round are we showing? Now let's take a look at our U.S. Army tactical play.
It was what, 7 minutes? You might as well run it again.
Yeah, no, that was a fast one. Looks like it's going to be round 1. We're going to be taking a look at. It was a 3 versus 3, and this is the very beginning. This is the first round where Skies almost clutches up in the 1v3, but just comes up a little bit short. TJ with the pistol that's able to go big.
Yeah, and it's the good shots by Slasher, not only on the 2 kills, but to make him weak. True. Because with TJ with the pistol, he's thinking, I'm going to be the first one on these pushes, and I'm also going to be the one to hop the bomb. Because I wouldn't say I'm useless, but, you know, you have a pistol, right? Let your M4 and MP5, but his teammates get caught. He's probably like, uh-oh. So it gets a little scary, but Slasher, he changed that round for them.
He's the Iceman. TJ's never scared. OpTic up 2-0, 1 map away from moving on and being guaranteed $300,000. How far can they go? Map 3 up next.
That is sensational from OpTic.
Kenny lighting it up at range.
Absolutely ripping his way through those players. The kills just don't stop for Dashi.
OpTic Gaming have done it. And it's Slasher. And suddenly the sweep comes in from OpTic.
TJ, the shots, he's only gone and got it.
He's a trying clutch. He can't do it.
Really going on a rampage inside the hill.
He heard him. He gets it. He got it. He got it.
In a millisecond, win the round 11.
My God. An absolute rampage from Decimate.
TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The US Army, what's your warrior? PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid.
In every battle, there is a moment. Most don't even see it. But for others, it's all they see. That move, that shot that separates legend from afterthought. That instance between your name heard round the world and total, deafening silence. Every moment, every battle only has 2 outcomes. And when it happens, only you can decide what is yours.
Tuning in for the CDL playoffs? Want to win some free game fuel?
Use hashtag GameFuelCDL
every day during CDL playoffs for your chance to win free game fuel.
And guess what? If you're lucky,
you're
also going to win some swag from the CDL.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Hello and welcome back. Before we get into the game 3, there is a Game Fuel giveaway. You can tweet out at Codley, use hashtag Game Fuel, hashtag promo, a chance to win. Have Game Fuel delivered to your door. In the chat, you can use ! Game Fuel for more information. But we love Game Fuel over here. It's why we're twisted and ready for this insane match and crazy day. Joy, I love commentating with you. I'm just in a very happy place right now, having a blast commentating some Call of Duty with my best bud.
I mean, the storylines are fantastic. If it happens, Clint, we might get OpTic Gaming versus Chicago. They still got to win another game, but
I want that so bad just for the storylines.
I know.
May the best team win this series, but from a storyline perspective, yes, OpTic versus Huntsmen was a big talking point at the beginning of the year. We'll see if it's the talking point at the end of the year. But we're not there yet. Mutineers now have a chance to rally, and we'll see if they can find the form they once had. Right now, Kenny just seems to be too strong, and for Mutineers, you're going cold at the wrong time. Like, they were so hot, but now 3-5 in their last 8 matches. It just hasn't looked like that dominant team. The good thing for them, 2 of their 3 wins were over OpTic, but it doesn't look like it was this OpTic.
I guess it's just sort of after they beat Empire twice to win in June. Look at how many times they lost to Empire since that point. And I guess that probably worried me, is that they weren't making adjustments. They weren't figuring out their mistakes. Because Empire beat them 4 times. So what? They beat a brand new OpTic Gaming roster 2 times, and they beat Minnesota Røkkr. So there's no like impressive wins there, right? We talked about just sort of, if you peak at the right time, you typically want it to be champs time.
Well, Joe, what do you do now? Like, if you were, let's say you were the coach of the Mutineers, you've had a rough stretch over the past couple of months, you're down at an 0-2 hole here. What are you telling the guys?
I mean, obviously you try to get them fired up, let them realize the situation, but you just got to let them play their game, man. I mean, they were at one point the best team in the world. They got to stick to their guns, continue. I think a key is continue to have good communication, and typically for domination, we get to listen in, so we'll pay attention to that. But I think that's a key. What does their voice sound like? Are they trying to pump each other up? The comms, they can be there. They can win 3 maps in a row, no problem. So this is a big one for me. Just want to hear how they're communicating with one another.
Yeah, and also what's scary is you said the map 1 was the Mutineers pick, right? So OpTic winning that, obviously going to be huge. You'd feel good about OpTic in the map 4, but what can you tell me about the domination for Hackney Yard, like between these 2 squads?
A lot of repetitions for Florida. 8-9. You've played this 17 times. You're 1-0 against OpTic Gaming. OpTic Gaming, though, 8-6. So probably one of their better domination maps. Especially you talk about their year, the fact they have a winning record on it. I think that's pretty solid. But 0-1 versus Florida.
Well, here we go. Mutineers tournament life could be ended here. Unless they find some ability to rally, muster up some strength in the core of these 5 players and bounce back with a vengeance. It's got to happen out the gate. And the tough thing for them, you got destroyed map 2, and you're starting on C side to kick off this dom, and it can be one of the more frustrating sides to play from.
Yeah, looks like they're going to get aggressive middle of the map after that first blood. A and B being capped by OpTic Gaming. OpTic Gaming, they're going to have to try and stop this push. We know what Florida's trying to do, and stop it. That's exactly what they do, as 3 get taken down. Pharaoh now trying to stay alive. But there was that little opening there, right, when both players are on the flags, just getting the capture in. But so far, so good. A nice recovery there off the start.
And 2 players from OpTic spawned all the way out, like, back green. I don't know if it's just because of their forward position around B, and maybe I think it was Skies that was kind of pushed up frontside office, but they spawn out kind of deep towards mid-map. We'll see what kind of issues that creates for either side. There's still a dance going on towards office, but it's Kenny inside the point, trying desperately to stay alive. He was 1 shot, still managed to pick up a kill, but then he'll fall after that, and Mutineers will look to get that neutral. They're able to do that as the pinch now develops for OpTic to get back inside the B point.
Yeah, 3 go down for OpTic Gaming. Kenny was trying to do what he could, but everybody spawned out. You probably had a trophy on it, so nades didn't matter. So see how long Florida can hang on to this. Havoc and Skies stopping this push. Frosty, this is so important to control this top L area. Gives your team such a strong position on through middle of the map and through looking at B. I thought Draza might be able to make the play, but now they want to fly with 3 dead. Would make it 4 dead. Can Hollow try to find 1 or 2? This is not what you want if you're OpTic Gaming. And there we go. It looks like this could be an A flip.
It looks like the flip is in. What a play from Mutineers. OpTic now put in a tough spot. They've got to be concerned of the current situation in this first side. Let's go to an after listening with OpTic Gaming.
Got me. They're mid hop. Mid hop. Mid hop right now. I want to see. Mid AC. Top AC one shot. I'm in double doors. Watch out. It's close to you. Watch out. AC up. AC up. He looked up.
Oh, he's in the corner.
Awakening isn't. That's one top green. Okay, mid. One top green. I smoked AC. MP1. MP1 and mid stack. Mid stack. And MP1. Yo, deep. Jay's useless. Yeah, Awakening. Look at top. He jumped down. I'm looking. I'm a work right. That's one top green. Here. Yeah. There's top right out. Go middle. Top P2. You guys feel okay? Top P2. We build. Let's go. On me. I'm helping you forward. Top useless on me. He's low on you. Top you dead. You're 180. He's down A right now. On A right now.
Oh, yeah.
There might be on the screen. I'm turning. I'm on A. Maybe top P2 or bottom P2. He's in A.
Look to my right. My doors are open. Top. Tyre's weak. Behind the crate.
Giving up green now. White crate on me. White crate. I'm seeing white crate. Well,
the tail end of the listening, it looks like OpTic are going to get the flip back, but they're down 14, and you feel like already Mutineers have done enough in this first half.
Yeah, and this typically happens right when you go for this A push, and Skies did a wonderful job there just delaying the A capture for so long. It allows all of his teammates to not only capture C, but also make a nice push into B. The 1 or 2 players from OpTic Gaming, they couldn't hold on to it. Now you have 5 dead, and there's going to be the flip again. OpTic Gaming, they're just kind of getting steamrolled. Just the slaying is very one-sided throughout this first half, and the score's showing it.
Yeah, this is the exact answer and resurgence you needed to see from Mutineers. They're getting it done. Up 16, just under a minute to go. I don't know how Skies just got that kill. He was full on mantle hip fire with the M4, but it worked. Kenny's dead.
That worked. I don't know how many times you'll see that again, but yeah. Well, that's going on. Draza was able to take down both Havoc and Skies, at least get a neutral. We'll see how this half closes out, but yeah, with OpTic Gaming starting at A. 18 points. It could go up to about 24. You will take that all day for Florida.
Final couple ticks will go through. OpTic should be able to at least neutral and maybe get a capture. Draza was just stuck, I believe. Great play from Frosty. He gets 3, and not going to matter too much in the points department. It's just not a lot of time to go, but maybe has 1 extra point for Mutineers behind that Frosty play. They'll end up 21 going into the second half. OpTic now flipping over to that kind of weak side towards C. I guess, can they get the insane flip the Mutineers are able to do? Those 4 or 5 down situations where you can make the play. Can they do the exact same thing, or can Mutineers make this a series?
Yeah, 20 is not like doable. Horrible. It's yeah, it's doable, but it's also to the point where 20 with a 2-cap is almost 2 minutes, right? And we know how that's just hard to do. It's hard to do on this map to hold a 2-cap for that long. Sometimes you're going for those pushes, the neutral at those home flies. So we'll see what they can do. And a lot of the times it's about the start. As OpTic Gaming get very aggressive through the middle of the map.
But that was great. I mean, yeah, Mutineers outslayed them by 12, and that's not usually the story when you're starting on C side, but that's what a mid-half flip can do for you. Slasher trying to do it from the window. They'll pick up kills, pretty evenly traded across both sides, so nothing insane going to happen to B as Mutineers obviously get the opening hold.
Well, Slasher stays alive, and TJ gets 2 inside, so that could be B for OpTic. Hey, TJ just flies on through. Superman, and he actually influenced the spawns as well.
There's the flip. So it's a similar spot to what we saw happen to OpTic. Mutineers now have to deal with it. Let's go to an Astro listening with Florida Mutineers.
Hollow top of C.
Landing your top L.
Yeah, take her top.
I didn't hit him. I'm flashing top L. I flashed him. Flashing top L hard.
Watching
Røkkr dead.
Yo, one's green.
One green.
Nice.
One green. One's on white girl. They're up. You one together. Caesar, don't watch the spawn. Cut him off.
Yeah.
Top AC. TJ, one shot. Dead.
They know. We're push bottom out.
Yo, they're forked.
Bottom out.
I'm moving.
One's pillars right now.
Yo, I'm in P1.
We got P1. They can be
Watch
top
outside the door.
I play kill.
Yo, P1 dead.
Nice,
Nice,
3,
three.
push.
Yo,
Look, P3, one shot, nice.
Top PC dead.
Nice, good shit.
Nice.
Switch it up.
One's their back tires, you saw him.
Waiting.
Back tires. He's on cop.
Pick up
Let's go.
Yeah,
Hold TP. Hold TP.
Yeah. Outside their P1 door too. One's outside their P1 door.
Push me. Watch my top up pinch.
Got two. Top out. Their door.
I'm mowing.
Their door weak,
Right,
Draws a push in B. Come on.
Also down the door. CJ, I'm coming. I'm coming top PC right now. Yo, one
Top out
fork.
dead.
Alright,
Fork
top out,
going
top
middle.
out.
Fork going middle.
Top out.
Taking a mid.
Yeah, he's gonna come in top out of mid. Let's get
Nice,
reinforce
go in.
B.
Dead.
Let's go.
Give me.
Reinforce B. Use numbers B.
I'll
Use
pick up
numbers
one
B.
mid.
You can go to B. All
Nading right away.
I'm gonna go mid. I'm going top out.
Yo, one's on their deep
timing
side.
top.
Yeah, you need to
Yeah,
I'll pick one.
They're gonna wait.
Step, one shot, hollow.
Alright, slow down.
Yo, one's on C, guys.
Nice.
Top out.
Nice.
Mutineers are getting it done from the C side hold. They've had that CB setup. What an excellent job holding on, and now with 2.5 left to go. Up 25. It's Kenny on the overextension towards C. He was able to get the capture for a moment. They're flooding on to B as well. Now, can they get it done? Skies is going to get dropped, trying to peek from the top window. OpTic should get B. Now with the AB setup, you're going to have to hold a 2-cap for like this entire 2-minute stretch.
Yeah, Kenny, I mean, he wins a huge one-on-one to get that capture. It forces a couple of players to back on up. That opens up the B flag for OpTic Gaming. But even in the comms, you heard them sort of motivating each other, right? Gassing each other up. That's exactly what you wanted to hear. I thought you couldn't tell that they were down 0-2. So I talked about that pregame on point right there from Florida. Now they have an opportunity to get this B flag. Right now, you just want to play around neutrals. Your best friend is that clock.
There's the neutral. They're able to get it through. They're going to be able to get the cap as well, and that retake could be the game unless OpTic can pull off something crazy every 5 seconds. Those added points going to be massive. That'll be 4 down. 4 down. There's one more player bottom. Are they able to pick it up? Slasher's going to get dropped as he soars in. What can Pharaoh do? He's at least able to get one. Delays this for a second. That's enough for the reinforcements now to get into the top window. The TJ, yeah, he gets C as well. B might get captured as well. Kenny's trying to do it. No points coming in currently for Mutineers. 12-point game. Minute to go.
TJ's still alive at C as well. One player inside of B.
He won it again!
TJ, he's got 5 in a row. More pressure here.
No.
Another one.
They haven't got B yet, though. They're just starting to get it done. C will be neutral as well, down to a 9-point advantage. 50 seconds remaining. What is the insanity of the closing moments of this map? Now on Kenny to try and hold from the blue van is Mutineers know they've got to break. They've got to get in. This hold enough for OpTic to get the W if they can continue to do it. Kenny with the crisp headshot through. Another one for Kenny. TJ that falls up with 2. That's going to be 4 down. Second by second, the lead is dwindling now to 2 points. OpTic can win it with a 3-0 here. TJ wins another. TJ's lighting it up. The lead change now is looming. 150. Insanity on the map.
That's it, Maven. They all spawn out. There's just no time to get inside of B, to get inside of A. TJ goes huge at C. You have Slasher staying alive inside of B. Perfect execution towards the end of that game. And OpTic Gaming LA, you have a date with the Chicago Huntsmen.
What a map it was. Are you? Is Slasher smiling? I think Slasher's smiling.
He's smiling.
That was a smile. It was as close as we're going to see. But TJ,
it's this right here.
TJ did it all at C. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Oh,
I'm not. He's not kidding you.
God. What a play it was from TJ. You saw it there again in the play of the game. 158 to 154. One of the nuttier dominations you are ever going to see. In the final result, OpTic move on. A date with Huntsmen. They guaranteed themselves $300,000, and Mutineers unfortunately for them and their fans, have been eliminated from playoffs. No chance to compete the championship weekend. Only the top 4 will be moving on. And that is the 7th sweep of the year for OpTic. And they haven't won a ton of series. So for whatever reason, a lot of times when they're winning lopsidedly.
And what was the discussion for Florida, right? What were the game field keys to victory? Those close moments. Who is going to be the leader? Who is going to step up? And I guess nobody. Nobody stepped up. I mean, they played a great 8 minutes of domination, but it's the last 2 from OpTic Gaming. It's the clutch kills from TJ. I don't know, man. Like that is where they had to execute. That was their issues, and they just couldn't fix it.
Well, it's now time for the scuff play of the game. We're going to look at the final 90 seconds or so from this game. But that left side, I know we were focused on the battle at B because that was important as well, but it's TJ winning one-on-one after one-on-one to hold on to C. He got kills all over the map. Just watch that number 7 and what he's able to do in the finesse around C. That was the difference for him. He basically killed every single player on Mutineers to hold on to that.
Yeah, and I didn't even notice it, but Awakening was doing a great job. He was doing the same thing at B. He really was. He found 3 kills to just stall the time. For OpTic Gaming. If his teammates are able to take care of C earlier, they probably have the rotation. They can probably at least deal with the neutral at B. OpTic might not cap it. But there's really nothing else to say. This was probably the final push, and who shuts it down? It's Kenny with 2 clutch kills with that M4. Another great performance out of him. But the MVP of this map is no doubt my mind, TJ. I mean, that's exactly what you needed.
Of the match, maybe Kenny. Of the match, maybe Kenny with his game 1 and game 2 performance.
No,
but to close it out
of this map, yeah, dude, like unreal 100%. Stuff from him.
100%. Like I have to go back and look to see who exactly he killed, but like I think he probably killed every single player. Like that was just unbelievable from him. They close it out. What a comeback it was. I mean, outside of the map 2 with some pretty crazy maps, and Mutineers almost pull off an insane comeback in map 1. OpTic are able to close it out here, but we'll take a look at how the playoff bracket looks now. You've got 2 matches remaining to determine your final 2 teams to get into that 4-team bracket with FaZe and Empire. It's OpTic Huntsmen, it's Ravens Ultra. It all comes down to these 2 matches. Then we reset. We've got a week to soak in playoffs. Teams can get their content ready. The CDL can get everything rocking for all the focus on the 4 top teams in the world for one final dance. I love this show. I do.
Yeah, obviously Ultra in London. We see it up there. They played already. It was a 3-1 to Ultra. Can London do it, man? They're able to take down New York earlier today. Then OpTic Gaming. We were talking about it before that map 3. Slashers OpTic versus Chicago Huntsmen. That could be a banger.
Whew. Well, that is going to do it for Joe and I for now. We'll be casting the final match of the night. But before we continue the action, we've got Lando with Hollow. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Maven. Unfortunately, it's not Hollow. It's actually going to be Texas Kenny, who's joining me here from OpTic Gaming, Los Angeles. Again, it's your instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation. Kenny, man, walk me through your perspective in what was an unreal comeback versus Florida and that domination. Everybody's under the impression this one's going to a game 4. You guys managed to fire back. Maven and Merc were losing their minds. Walk me through it, man.
Well, after the first half, I also just said, make sure you're playing our kills because during the first half, we were kind of like playing too much for flags and not really getting many kills and like actually guaranteeing kills. So going into the second half, we just kind of focused on getting our kills and then obviously playing the caps after. But I mean, we just kind of calmed down the comms and just calmed down everybody during that whole match, and we just kind of played how we were supposed to play. And then, I mean, our W just came out.
Yeah, man, that's without question, right? Ken, that now makes it, 3 series in a row, Guerrillas, Røkkr, and now Mutineers. Florida's taken you guys down the past 2 times that you've played. What's impressed you about this team's composure up to this point?
I mean, it's just our clutch factor, I would think. Right now, like, even in the clutch situations, we're just really composed, and, like, we tend to come out on top in any clutch scenarios, so I think that's a big thing for a team in general, especially at champs. I feel like most teams are all on the same level. It just comes down to who clutches more. And I feel like right now our composure and everything during the clutch spots is really big.
Yeah, man. Well, I'll tell you what, Ken, you've been absolutely frying so far here at playoffs. I have to ask you, is Texas Kenny here to stay?
Texas, he might just have to, because right now the game just feels night and day. Like, obviously it felt like this whole year, I just felt at a disadvantage, to be honest. Even in practice, I could just feel it, but I didn't know it was this big of a difference. But being here, I just can actually shoot back. I can actually win gunfights I'm supposed to, and it honestly just feels good. And I feel like I'm actually helping out my team a lot now. So that's just really big for us.
Definitely, man. Well, I got to ask you one last question before I let you go. Big matchup here coming up against Chicago. You guys obviously bested them the last time that you played. The way that you're playing, the way that the team's playing. How do you feel how do you feel about that matchup coming up against Chicago here shortly?
Really confident. I mean, we're really confident versus every team, but I just know they're going to come with the fire just because, I mean, they're off a hot loss. Well, not off a hot loss, but they're off a loss, and obviously nobody wants to get knocked out, but we're really hot right now. I don't remember. I mean, we haven't dropped the map in the last few series, so I'm hoping we can keep that up. Our S&D looks really, really good right now, and if we can just stay hot, I think we'll be able to take it.
Absolutely, man. Well, that was your instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation. Kenny, thanks so much for joining me, and congrats again to you and the team on the win.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, up next, folks, CDL Playoffs Only will continue here for our final day as we've got an absolute banger set up ready for you. It's the Royal Ravens taking on the Toronto Ultra.
City's a trying clutch. He can't do it. Haley going on the rampage inside the hill. He heard him. He gets it. He got it. He got it.
Beginning August 19th, Call of Duty's most elite warriors will face off with millions on the line. It's time to prove once and for all, glory isn't given.
It was a lot of fun, action-packed. Battlegrounds was amazing.
It's very simple to pick up, easy to understand.
It's a little tougher. It's a lot more fun.
There's just always a different outcome.
Oh, I want to get right back in line. All it takes is one turn for you to totally change the whole board.
I'll see you on the battleground.
I'll see you
on the battleground.
Hearthstone!
Rule your day with Metro by T-Mobile. Get 1 line of unlimited data for just $40, so you can catch the most epic dubs and replays all on T-Mobile's nationwide 5G network. Rule your day with Metro.
TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The US Army, what's your warrior? PlayStation 4, the official platform partner of the Call of Duty League. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid.
They get the break. Celium goes huge.
Celium once again finding those kills.
Setting records in Surge.
Shotzi right between the eyes gets the shot. And that's 5 in a row. 6 in a row. Envoy continues. What a play from him. It's picking one more. Albert over the top. What a need from Envoy. For Sim. Lightning strikes twice. 5 spree coming in for Sim. Have we even seen the peak of his ability?
Shots are there from Skies. A lovely 2 from him. The Guardian Angel right now from Mutineers gets another round.
Skies is going on a tear.
But we're going to be watching a ton of him for years to come. Time and time again, and that is 3.
And there are your candidates for the 2020 Call of Duty League MVP presented by Astro Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League playoffs. It is day 5, and before we get into the next matchup, it is finally time to announce our Astro Gaming MVP of the regular season. The 2020 Call of Duty League has been quite something. It's been all sorts of ups and downs. We were hit by a global pandemic. It's unprecedented, really, here in the world of esports, and everyone's done their best to really try to get through it and deal with such strange and sort of unprecedented adversity. Some players rise above others, and we've managed to tally those top 5, the meanest, roughest mother truckers here in the entire Call of Duty League, and we're going to give one of them that Astro MVP trophy today. And I have the very distinct pleasure of getting not only to give that award, but also talk to that person. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, your 2020 Call of Duty League Astro MVP is going to Shotzi.
Where did this guy come from?
He slithers and slides and glides like no other.
And it's just easy pickings for Shotzi.
Just a phenomenal talent.
From unproven to underwhelming, to unmatched and utterly dominant, Anthony Cuevas Castro, better known as Shotzi, has ridden a roller coaster of a season to the very top of our MVP discussion. Known for his insane skill in other titles, the expectations for Shotzi were sky high as he entered the stacked Dallas Empire lineup, but his first ever event, the launch weekend in Minnesota, was a complete flop. The poor debut performance, coupled with critical press on Dallas's decision to pick up such an unproven talent, must have lit a fire under the 18-year-old, and it only took a few weeks for his label to change from bust to badass.
3-0 with him. Shotzi with a nasty triple.
In his second ever event in London, he turned things around, leading the Empire to a second place finish. But it was his third event where he truly broke out. Shotzi absolutely dominated the LA home series, dropping a 1.18 KD in the grand finals, propelling the Empire to their first event W. and he hasn't slowed down since. With Shotzzy displaying his true, raw talent, the Empire haven't finished outside of the top 4 all year. And whether it's dropping consistent 30 bombs on hardpoints or clutching insane 1v3s in Search, Shotzzy has been a true catalyst to his team's success. The Empire's enigmatic rookie has proved that it's not how you start, it's how you finish, easily earning him one of the 5 nominations for the 2020 Call of Duty League MVP, presented by Astro Gaming.
Hi, Call of Duty League family. Please join me in celebrating Anthony Cuevas Castro, also known as Shotzzy, as the winner of the 2020 Call of Duty League MVP, presented by Astro Gaming. The MVP award is not only our most prestigious individual award, it also represents the very best of our league and our community. All season long, Shotzzy's passion, skill, and selflessness exemplified the very best of us. The votes were tallied by a group of CDL talent team members and members of the esteemed media community immersed in our league, and the decision was almost unanimous. Shotzzy stood head and shoulders above the competition. His willingness to swap roles early on in the season and to put his team objective above his own helped define his incredible performances. And behind that quiet demeanor, Shotzzy helped lead the Dallas Empire to the league's 2nd overall seed. As one of our most hyped newcomers, Shotzzy not only met sky-high expectations, he exceeded them. And he's proven to so many of us that he truly is an FPS star. And the amazing thing is, he may just be getting started. Congratulations, Shotzzy, from all of us at the Call of Duty League on this incredible achievement.
Thank you so much to Johanna Ferries there again for kind words about the mighty Shotzzy. You've gone and done it, dude. That trophy is yours. The most beautiful piece of, I want to say, high-tech Jenga I've ever seen. Look at that bad boy. You are truly the MVP of the entire year, Shotzzy, bro. Congratulations, man. What a year it's been.
Yeah, I mean, this was crazy looking back at it, man.
It's been insane. I mean, I think when the first question that really comes to mind, I think for a lot of people is obviously when you joined the Call of Duty world, there was a lot of questions. You know, you're a champion in Halo, you're a champion from other titles. There was a big risk in you coming over here, and I know that was a huge risk that, of course, the Dallas Empire took, the Envy took. I mean, how has it been going from a player who a lot of folks didn't necessarily give you the respect that I think you knew you deserved? You know, and the fans especially, there was a lot of flack thrown your way. How does it feel to come out on top of what was a very, very difficult year, truly as that MVP?
Yeah, I mean, like looking back at it, you know, I had such a rough, you know, launch weekend, and you know, my teammates after that launch weekend, you know, they knew I could regain and just, you know, come back with fire, and then, you know, that's kind of what I did throughout the season.
It's cool to see again your teammates, you know, Clay, Krim, they're much older players, they're in the league here, but of course, you know, Hugh and Illy, I mean, it feels like everyone, including the organization, they all believed in you, they all trusted you, they all had faith in you to get the job done in the end. What was it like, man, when you finally picked up that win at the LA home series? Was that the defining moment for you, where you were like, boom, proving those haters wrong? Like, how good did that feel?
It felt amazing. You know, I had so much backlash, you know, like I said, in the first 2 events, and like going to LA, you know, kind of like an underdog, you know, I kind of just proved everyone wrong and kind of just, you know, won the event with the team, and it just felt really good.
I can imagine it feels pretty incredible, man. I mean, not often do you get Nameless turn around and say, I was completely wrong and you're a disgusting player. But you've won the adoration of not only the fans, you've won the adoration of the commentary team, you've won the adoration of your players. You know, there's a lot of respect being thrown around. Your name's got a lot of respect on it, dude. So massive congratulations once again. Is there anything you want to say to your fans, to your colleagues, to anyone before we get into this last leg of the playoffs? And again, we don't want this to get to your head too quick. You've still got a lot of Call of Duty to play. This is for the regular season. Champs is still going. But is there anything you want to say to your fans out there?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to fans for supporting me, you know, my lows, my highs and all that good stuff. But most importantly, I really want to thank, you know, Hugh, Krim, and Clay, because if it wasn't for them, I genuinely wouldn't be like, you know, an MVP candidate and all that good stuff. So, you know, props to them for, you know, just trusting me and giving me this opportunity. So if it wasn't for them, you know, I wouldn't be here. So thank you to them.
Beautiful stuff, man. We'll do once again. Congratulations. You are our MVP of the regular season presented by Astro Gaming. Enjoy the mean trophy. Enjoying the sweet headset. That banging watch, too. Congratulations once again.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Well, Shotzzy done and dusted. The MVP right there. I think it's now time to bring my boy Chance back in. I mean, I'm not too surprised. Shotzzy was a dead pick for me, man. It was easy. It was someone who's faced so much adversity and someone who's truly gone from the highs to the highs and the lows to the lows. He's gone through the whole thing, and now the potential to come out the end of this one, Chance, with maybe a ring as well. 2 titles across 2 different FPSs. A monster of the first-person shooter genre, truly.
And he's just so chill, too, like, the entire time. He's like, oh, yeah, like, MVP, regular season, just come over and game, how you are? And he's like, yeah, it's pretty crazy, like, looking back. Like, I want him to go full heel and just be like, all the haters out there that talk smack, like, you know, and get a little bit more vibrant. But he's a fantastic talent. He's incredible at what he does. I mean, genuinely, it looks like he's breaking the game at times with how clean his movement is. He is the prime example of any pro when they're talking about it. Be like, do you know how difficult it is to play against a guy like this? Like, you have to be on point from start to finish, or he's just going to torch you. He's incredible talent, and I'm glad we've been able to get to watch him this year.
Truly, truly wonderful, man. But enough of Shotzzy. We've been riding him hard for quite a while now. Congratulations again. But let's get on with this next series. We've got Toronto and London. Let's have a quick look at the game fuel. Keys to victory for Toronto Ultra. Hardpoint Chance. It's got to improve. We're seeing low numbers from Methods and Classic. We need to get them stepping it up.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, right, like this is the match that we have seen, 2 or 3 days ago. We are running it back, and in that series, Method specifically was dropping like a 1.5 in the hard point. So overall, he has not had the best go of it, but at least in this matchup, he had success. He's going to be that sort of X-Factor player in my mind. If he can turn his hard point game around, Toronto Ultra are going to be looking really good for those games 1 and 4.
Yeah, 1 and 4. We'll see how those go again. That's the hard point games. Toronto do have to try to regain, I suppose. You know, they came in from that winners bracket, they took a big loss, and now they find themselves staring down the barrel of defeat. But for Kleenex, Classic, Methods, Cammy, and Bans, one more shot to keep themselves alive here in the tournament. Game fuel keys to victory now for the London Royal Ravens. They are 9-20 in domination this season, Chance. It may be a joke, it seems like a meme. The Twitter account certainly rides it that way, but that's a very serious stat line.
And the way I see that stat line as well is, like, in my mind, that is the one map we can call, like, just expecting Ultra outright to get that win. So if somehow the Ravens pull off that Game 3 victory, that is massive for them. But more importantly, if Game 3 has been a struggle, you cannot afford to go down 2-0. And so when I look at it, Toronto's weakest point or weakest map they really have in this series is that Game 2 Gunrunner Search and Destroy. That is a must win for the Ravens to get that ball rolling, to make sure that they don't have any sort of things start to slip through the cracks.
No, indeed. Well, the London Royal Ravens, Scraps, Zero, Dylan, Shawnee, and Wuskins coming in off of a very, very big victory over the New York Subliners in that very exciting Game 5. But let's have a quick look at our predictions now, Chance, brought to you by the Sony Xperia smartphone. Cha-ching! Now, mate, this one's a tough one, because obviously I've got a lot of love for the Toronto Ultra. They've sent me some lovely PJs. I've got all sorts of stuff around lying on my desk that I haven't got the mug anymore. It's in the wash. But I'm a fan. I've loved their work so far. They've turned the season around in a really big way. But I'm actually going London, man. I think London have got the momentum going into this. I think it's a 3-2. I think they do definitely lose the domination, but I genuinely believe that the momentum coming in off the back of that New York Subliner series is going to carry London all the way home. It's coming home. What do you think, mate?
I mean, look, they did really start to turn things around against New York, right? The Ramaza Search and Destroy for that Game 5 they had was scorching hot, but I do disagree overall. I still think it's going Game 5, but I think by way of Toronto, I don't think they've quite hit their full potential, at least in this individual tournament yet. I think the looks they had back at their London home series was like prime Toronto Ultra. I think they're just like a nick away from that, and this is the series in my mind where they get that back after their loss yesterday, turn their tournament not around, because it's still going pretty well for the guys, but making sure that they can go forward. And if anyone's going to be hype, apparently that guy is going to be Methods. It's looking like he's screaming at his teammates right now.
Maybe, but here we go. Game 1. As we look across those two rosters, this certainly is the best of British Call of Duty. What a matchup this will be. Again, an elimination match. Losers going home. The winner will continue to advance onwards, but my goodness, Chance, it's been an exciting day of Call of Duty so far, mate, but we're far, far from finished. Here we go. The London Royal Ravens, Toronto Ultra. Map number 1. Let's get into it.
And just by the way, right, this is the ultimate run it back, ball don't lie sort of series. The Ravens, they are thirsty right now to try to get their revenge against Ultra. It's the team that knocked them into the loser's bracket in one of the most heartbreaking ways possible. And by God, we know they're going to want revenge. And because the series is a run it back, some of the maps are as well. We've seen these two teams go with Gunrunner Hardpoint before. Last time Toronto Ultra pretty much teed off on them, beat them by 92 points.
92, and again we'll see if the Ravens can make full Congress throughout this one. Zero nice kills going the way there of the Ravens off the rip. Scraps and Zero getting 2 apiece as their wings start to flutter and they catch a little bit of hard point time here. Still have to try to make the breakthrough towards second. That's where number 5 comes in. It's going to be Wuskins trying to make that rotation through the back. Zero on your screen makes his way forward. Let one slip through. Luckily doesn't let the kill happen. Wuskins, he has managed to slip through chance. He has managed to make a little bit of noise. Doesn't manage to get the kill. Toronto Ultra still sitting pretty. But the other half of the Marshall twins now. And it's managed to make it through the back.
And Toronto, by the way, have no idea. There's not a single white arrow on your screen searching for him in the slightest. So he's made it through, but it is on his teammates to at least start picking up 1 or 2 of these kills. Then he can try to make that play. And of course, his teammates right now just falling. He is just waiting for the moment. Maybe Zero pushing up the right side. Well, actually just takes down Kleenex. Now Scraps can strike, and now they know he's in the back of the Toronto. It is panic mode on the streets, well, of Gunrunner.
Panic is definitely the way to put it, my friend. Classic can find a couple of cleanup kills here in the rear. Bance is on the hard point. It's going to be Shorty, though. Big man from Destruction. He's going to be the last remaining member of the Ravens here now on the hard point. We do have the reinforcements start to pour through. Classic dispatches 1. We've got a few more still arriving now, slowly but surely. But once again, Classic, a nice 2 kills. Very crucial kills just to make the back of the hard point safe. And it's a clean 5 for Toronto Ultra, who will be able to now push out London and maybe get the remaining 20 seconds.
And that is a very solid hill for them as well, of course. Anytime London, you get that guy in the back to make that hero play, things can be dicey, but maybe for these final 15 seconds, even if Toronto can't get them, which, hey, Vance is able to pick up a big 2 kills. The scrap time is good. Very solid hold. They make sure they lock down that rotation in spite of the play coming out from Scraps. Of course, though, on this rotation over towards train tracks, you see that London's going to have that early advantage, and you see Vance is aware of that. He's trying to force himself all the way in the back just to start blocking these spawns.
And again, it's a good rotation here from the London Royal Ravens as we go straight towards the next hard point. Lovely shots from Shawnee. Gets Classic and Kleenex there with a bullet penetration kill. So a lovely 2-piece for him. It's not enough to get the reinforcements there in time, and it's going to be Methods. He was hyped before the match. Now he's pretty hyped because he finds 1 onto the hard point. There's going to be a contest now as the Ravens will force Ultra back for the time being. Trophies are up and about, but that one managed to slip through. Classic with a lovely kill there. Making his way forward, Dylan drops. The spawners from London still very close, but you can see those reinforcements now showing up for Toronto Ultra. Classic and Vance have slipped through, trying to flood these players out. And the Ravens identify them and make that transition over to the next hardpoint.
That transition is going to be a long way away. Toronto's going to be there early in Toronto, obviously, again. Pretty good for the scrap time. 2 hills back-to-back, or at least the final few seconds that go their way. And anytime you lose the rotation but end up getting, final 25, 30 seconds, you're feeling pretty good. But, of course, that amounts to a pretty small lead so far. But London, you can see that the road that they have ahead of them, fairly far away. Scraps, though, does get a very nice spawn, and Zero's going to be right behind him. He can potentially get some of these cut-off kills. The first one's going to fall, takes down Classic. Vance falls in short order with the help from his teammates, and you see London at the very least trying to make this dicey.
Yeah, dicey as they can, but Toronto Ultra starting to pull away with this one. Dylan trying to find these crossover kills as he makes his way through the middle of the map, finds 1, hipfire is on point, doesn't manage to make the second work. It's going to be Zero now, flooding in on his own. Classic makes the read, cleans him up easily. Now a sigh of relief. A brief moment of reprieve where London are going to stop the push for now. Once again, good hit fire coming through from London. The break now is on, but again, 15 seconds. They want to find some kills, but you can see those 2 London players, number 2 and number 5 on the minimap. They are posted up on the defense, making sure that no one from Toronto Ultra makes their way through towards the next hardpoint.
And that's a great point as well, because that is a decent chunk of time, Toronto. They do have a little bit of a lead, but because of the pressure that was put on that last hill, Toronto, not too much pressure they're putting on New. And what a beautiful spawn if you're London Royal Ravens fans. The players for Toronto that were trying to push down tracks end up just getting shot in the back. Of course, though, it is a little bit scrappy. Vance might have been able to get through. Dylan's going to deal with him in short order, and frankly, well, it's a little bit just a bit of chaos. The split spawns coming in. Toronto now trying to flood in through this track side, and of course, London, well, they're spawning down by trees.
Under my trees now, the front line of the London Royal Ravens. We will see a lead change in the next 30 seconds if they can hold on the point. It's going to be Bance, though, making the flank, making his way in from behind here. Cammy on the front door, and a coordinated effort may make this one work. Dylan keeps finding those kills. He finds another onto Cammy in the rear. Lovely work again. Methods now makes his name known. He's making his way in through the back of the hardpoint. Final 15 seconds, and we are seeing the rotation go down already, and it's a bit of a foot race towards the right-hand side of the map. But Shawnee, last man left standing there, gets the chicken dinner on the hardpoint. Number 2, once again, Zero. He's managed to make his way all the way out towards that far right-hand side as the players start to repopulate throughout the middle. Zero playing the long game, going for those next balls.
Yeah, this is very far in advance, but we've seen sort of a similar play come out earlier, right? Where Scraps gets behind enemy lines, Toronto not too aware. It doesn't really pan out in London's favor the previous time around, but you can see Toronto not hunting for him, but of course the spawns for London still coming in. So really, what I'm seeing here is effectively a 4v5 the Royal Ravens are having to take until those spawns start coming out. But Toronto, they crossed that 50-yard line, they pushed up too far, and the patience pays off. Zero, he waited for it, he put his teammates in a bit of a tough spot, but they saved it and made it work out beautifully. The spawns for New are theirs. The lead in the game is theirs. And frankly, the kills have been going their way too. Dylan leading the pack with 22 and Zero not very far behind.
Nah, he did great. He didn't manage to get that last one, but still. A nice turn of pace here for the Royal Ravens. Ultra starting to slow down somewhat. They are going to get a decent amount of time here towards that middle of the hardpoint. Again, not an easy one to get time on in the center of the map, but we now have to make the break. Ravens now fortifying that side depot. Classic leading the charge. 18 kills overall as he makes his way forward. Shawnee can't get much more than damage before being taken down there from the side. And now Methods, beautiful shots at range. The defensive line will still hold from London. Hardpoint now in their hands. Keep the kills going, and they can start to push this lead forward.
I mean, it's a small lead, but also probably one of the biggest ones we've had this entire game. Only about 25 points for the moment, but Toronto Ultra, of course, to try to keep it back and forth, they're now inside the point. They got 2 bodies in and around the hill, and of course, London Royal Ravens had the exact same. Luskin's on the 4th spree for the moment. He's going to get chopped, but the trades are there. It is chaos inside of the hill, and the Ravens effectively chalked it up, and they said, hey, we're going to trust our 1 or 2 teammates over for this scrap, even if they're not successful. Now they're going to be nice and secure for that rotation. They're going to be able to cover 4 side. That's Zero's responsibility, and Trax, well, is the responsibility of pretty much the remainder of the Ravens. Players already set up anew, but of course, you see that score line, that back and forth game effectively tied at the start of this hill.
What you're saying, Chance, I mean, London are playing the long game right now quite well. These good decisions of trying to get that hard point for next. You can let the 20 or so seconds go on the previous hard point to net yourselves 30, maybe 40 going forward. Here we go. Kleenex. Toronto Ultra now trying to go for the break. Shawnee Waskin's laid down there in the minecarts. The crossfire comes through, and it is a bolster now from Ultra. They have blitzed their way through the front lines. Zero, he managed to get 2. Cammy now posted up. It's going to be once again Shawnee, the big man from upstairs. Manages to jump the fence, get the nice kills. Bance now from behind, slip slides, finds himself a little bit of an assist. Scraps is up next, and it is an absolute fiesta on minecarts right now. Nades, shots, you name it, smokes. It's all being thrown in there. The bloody kitchen sink as Cammy, he comes in a little late, the smoke clears, and he gets himself 4 in a row. Still, Toronto Ultra, a little bit of time to garner here. Their lead may just change, Chance, but boy, it's a nice hard point we've got in our hands.
And neither team right now can get any decent chunk of time. It really hasn't mattered who's getting that rotation battle win. The scrap time pretty much always goes to the other team. It is always back and forth, and it's the exact same story we had before, where effectively a tie game going into this new hill. Right now, it's Toronto that had the favorable spawns, at least for this hill, but Cammy knows he needs to start pushing out, and you advance on the other side of the map doing the exact same thing, trying to put all this pressure on this rotation. And while that pressure is being put down, of course, that means Toronto gets to soak up all of this time in the hill, take the lead back in their favor, and of course, try to deal with Dylan as he flies into the hard point.
Not an easy thing to do, deal with Dylan, but everyone gives it their best shot. Kleenex catches Scraps there on the way forward. Waskin unable to find anything there whatsoever with the M4. Sadly, Shawnee now making his way forward, and again, it's an easy trades back and forth. Toronto Ultra coming out on top. London now will once again retain control of Warehouse, far left-hand side of the map. Methods throws a big peach over the top. Again, London, that 2-man on the defense, spawns now in their side. We are seeing Toronto Ultra start to walk away with this one. 10 seconds remaining, they will get all of this, but London lined up for the defense. A nice nade from Zero is going to catch 2, which is going to slow down the push for now, but the spawns there for those 2 players that died towards the north side of the map. It's going to fall down to Waskin to take care of those coming through mine.
And Miles, this right here is the second most important hill of this game. Ravens obviously down by just over 20 points. They're going to need close to that full 60 to take the lead. And for Toronto, if they can get a break on this hill, it is going to be massive, and the push is here.
Well, here it comes, Zero. The front line managed to get one. The doors bust wide open and Ultra fly in on the point. Shawnee now trying to get in on the contest. Finds the first tags. Waskin's there. Shawnee finds another. Cammy on the trades. It's back and forth. It's like the stock market in here. As Cammy, he and Waskin now going toe to toe, trying to clean out this point. Method's now getting involved as well. And London will finally catch the kills, and that will be a safe hard point for now. Zero, it falls now to him to keep back that front line and stop these players from Ultra getting through, but they just keep slipping by. They're so sneaky. Vance tries to find one there through the doggy door. Shawnee now doing what he can on his final 10 seconds. A nice two-piece for Shawnee. He will be able to push the lead back once again, but chance. It's another set of hard points. It's another set of rotations, and it is a very close hard point game so far.
And Toronto may have screwed up because they let players on Ravens actually get through the back, but Kleenex now is going hunting. They know that Zero is in the back, Zero is up top, and of course for London, they're expecting Zero at some point is going to get hunted down and killed. They want as much time on this first hill as possible, and there's at least one body falling. Dylan's going to get dropped. Zero still staying alive, goes on a 4 spree, and again, while he's doing that, his teammates have gotten so much time just on this first hill. Finally, Toronto's able to stabilize and get guys out of the hard point, but Roy Ravens keep sending players that are able to get through and sneak into the back.
A lot of time garnered on first hardpoint and the spawns for second. Ravens set themselves up for the win. Ultra have got to make the break clear as clean as they possibly can. The next 17 seconds are great, but you still have to make the break on the next one, and it's Shawnee. Once again, the man is an absolute brick wall. 25-25 overall. He locks down the sides of that depot. And here we go. Classic trying to make his way forward. We're basically tied up as we go into this next hardpoint, which could well be the last. Classic now on the outsides of the hardpoint. It slips wide open, trying to make the entry now in from behind. How will the Ravens defense handle it? He is slip sliding, catches the first. If he can get any more, this will be huge. Classic. It is a hero play from the young man as he makes his way in. He's managed to get on the point. No more kills to be had. Ravens with the lead. They managed to make the hard point safe for now, Chance. And boy, oh boy, we're going back and forth. And this contest is huge. Again, keep an eye on the game clock. 1 minute 26-ish remaining. Who knows? We can see that one come down to the wire as well.
Look, both teams can still win it on this hill, but it has been looking like a ton of contest time. Ravens with all the pressures on them, the onus is on them to make the move, to get inside and contest for just a little bit longer. 12 seconds, and the game goes by way of Ultra.
Cammy, he just got a massive two-piece there on the hard point, and now Zero can't quite get in there from the side. It's a 5 seconds for the win. It's going to be on scraps. Matty Marshall's going to go, got to get in there, and it can't get it done. Toronto Ultra. They take map number 1 by 20. What a close hard point that really was.
And getting the ball rolling as well. Honestly, an incredibly impressive win for the Ultra, because there seemed to be 15, 16 different opportunities for London to try to take that advantage. It was especially on the previous hill to this one, or actually 2 hills ago, inside the money hill, where I was trying to say, like, this is the second most important hill. Yeah, just Toronto needs that one break. They effectively got that. They chunked away about 20 seconds of time, at least for the contest, but then when there was only 20 seconds left on the hill, they kept pushing, it kept flooding in, and London actually had the players. We saw Zero manage to get all the way to the back, trying to lock down those right side of the minimap spawns, and he was able to do so, right? He goes on the 4 spree, he had Dylan there for the help, and eventually London Royal Ravens got it, but they just could not hold on. So in my mind, Ultra dropped the ball just a little bit on the rotation battle. Ravens were constantly trying to be ahead of the game, making those investments, but when it came down to it, those gunfights inside the hill always ended up going by way of Toronto, and just enough to squeak by with that win.
What a squeak it really was. Well, the quick scope now brought to you by the US Air Force will show the tale of these two teams. And again, it's been a long season for both of them. It's been a little bit up and down at times, but now one of them will move on further here in Champs. And again, you look at those overall games, it goes to Toronto Ultra, and you have to think, Chance, that late season resurgence from the squad has really not only got them this far in this tournament, but it's also got them this far in the season.
And this is the most important time to kind of kick that upright. But of course, with that US Air Force quickscope, you can see just how close and comparable these teams really are. And funnily enough, when you look at their records just from Champs alone, both of these guys had a 4-2 record in Hardpoint. Obviously, that map right there came down to the wire. But this is where we start to get a little bit weird with the flip-flops, right? Going into Search and Destroy, London is 3-1 so far at Champs, Toronto 1-3. And that, of course, is the first part of why this Gunrunner S&D is so important for the Ravens. The other 50% of why it's so important is the Gunrunner domination. Right now at Champs, London is 0-3 in domination. Toronto is perfect at 3-0. So if the Ravens do not pull off this map 2, that is going to be one of the most difficult maps these guys will have all year. So it is an immediate bounce back that, in my mind, is necessary for London.
A must win for London. I think we can all agree on that one. Gun runner domination is not what we want. But what we do want is our Grubhub picks of the day. That's right. You knew it was coming. It will be the last one here in playoffs, Chance. I've been enjoying it thoroughly with you throughout the season, my friend. It has been a bloody treat. I'll tell you that much. I went with methods, man. Chef Tony is going to be cooking up something special here, even though I think London may get the win overall. I mean, they've got to win this set. But at the same time, I think it's a good call, mate. Kleenex for you, though, dude. A wonderful decision.
I mean, I'd say overall, Kleenex is just having the best champs performance for his team right now. Even on a map like Gunrunner, he at least did his job. He's always been sort of a shining light. And even going into the Gunrunner S&D, Kleenex, like that is he is one of the best KDs on his team for the map. He is been the biggest reasons why they've had a ton of success. And again, it's champs time. He had a ton of success at this tournament last year. He needs to have the exact same level or more production this year to help push his team over the edge.
He's a champs player, man. Kleenex he's a big time champs player. Okay, so it's now time for our pictures, Chance. It's now time for what we had for grub. I went to a great place called Blue Plate Taco. I didn't go there, but I had it sent my way. It was a lovely lobster taco with a bit of a truffle oil in there. We also went for the Baja fish on the side with a nice bit of seasoning. We took this picture. I am decked out in the swag. Peep the socks as well. I got the Atlanta FaZe jacket on, the Game Fuel Alt Special. I got the Ultra as Funk t-shirt, and the Ravens are on the socks, brother. Peep that shot, baby. I mean, I know it's not that nice to have my feet so close to the food, and don't even ask me about the AstroTurf covering my
Look, Miles, I'm running out of ideas, so I have to sort of go back to Old Faithful and just get you as close to me as possible and bring up just the sexy picture, honestly, that you have. I think the Game Fuel looks great. I will say, the lemonade wasn't really that good, kind of subpar, but the food was delicious. Effectively, those are like little pizza rolls, so it's not straight up pizza, but it's pretty close to it. I'm running out of ideas, and I saw yours at like 9 o'clock last night, and I was going to send some like very basic stuff, and I was like, I just want to prepare for champs. Like, I just want to get work for our series done, but now I have to go and take photos of my food, and I have to at least try to make it look good. So it's not innovative in the slightest. I didn't put as much effort into it you did, but I hope it does okay.
No one said being my partner was going to be easy, mate. Well, that's it. Again, Grubhub doing what they can to support local businesses from the times of 5 until 9 in your time zone. They're giving you $10 off orders of $30 or more. Grubhub, get in the perks section of the app. Get yourself some good food. Try to help each other out during these trying times. And you know what? When this time's done, still order food. Because food's great. Who loves food? Miles does. So does Chance, evidently. And who loves Game Fuel and pictures of Miles? Chance. Mate, I love it, though. I really do. Anyway. Oh, that could be it, Chance. That could be the last Grubhub picks for a while. Who knows? I've got no idea what's coming up at Champs. I don't know what's up the production sleeve, but here we go, brother. Search and destroy. And this is an important one for the Royal Ravens. Game number 2. And don't forget, while still on the topic of food, if we go all the way to around 11, Chipotle burritos, get in chat. Exclamation mark, Chipotle. Here we go, Chance. We discussed how important this one is overall of the series here for the London Royal Ravens. Toronto Ultra put themselves up 2-0 in this series, and if the numbers are right, you can basically call it a win. You can basically call it a 3-0.
It would be a tough road ahead, but the good news is, of course, the domination. Not a great look for the Ravens, but this map actually is 6-4 record, not too bad. Scraps actually has the second highest overall KD of any player in the CDL on this map. He is barely behind Celium, and that is a great list to be a part of. Of course, though, Classic gets that first blood strike to open up the round.
Yeah, nice read. Wallbang not quite there. Doesn't run FMJ. I know quite a few players have run FMJ throughout the course of the tournament. Very naughty spots to fire bullets through, but overall with Shawnee now. Puts a peach, up it goes. Doesn't land whatsoever, but we are seeing that presence towards B. It's Zero making his way in very slowly towards a bomb site, and with that, maybe an opportunity to create some pressure. Vance finds another kill, and that's going to be Scraps taken out. Oh, Shawnee just catches the cheeks of Cammy. Will he be able to get the kill? The trade should surely be there, and it is. It's all down to Wuskins in a 1 versus 4. And this has been a rough one, Chance. London have not really had an answer to anything Toronto have thrown their way.
Not in the slightest. And you see Weston's going to fall as well. That was a very clean and comfortable round for Toronto Ultra, right? Classic goes hunting. He finds that first blood. And honestly, almost the exact same way that he finds the final kill. Cheeky little spot coming in to take those players down in green. And of course, as soon as he gets that kill, he backs up, plays his life. And when you have the man advantage, especially on a map like this, pretty easy to stabilize. You just have to make sure you watch the flank. Vance had it covered, takes down Zero. And then at that point, 3v5, you don't even have the sniper sniper on your team. Incredibly difficult to make a play for that early round for Toronto Ultra. Just trying to keep that ball rolling.
Ultra now on offense. Trades do not go the way of London. It's a big start from Ultra. Scraps manages to find one. Doesn't quite make it even Stevens just yet, and it's on Methods now, trying to get through the bathrooms. Dylan, in and out of the showers he goes. Just down by this low water position, able to watch anyone crossing through pipes. But again, at the top of this ramp, left, right, he's got to check both those positions. And there are Toronto players everywhere. But if he guesses correct, kill could go his way. There it is, spotted Classic. Beautiful tags and the kill through the wall. Zero finds another one as well. And now it's a 3v2. Cammy could level the playing field, though, with a powerful snipe. There's remaining defenders there for London. As Kleenex now pressures them, and they're in showers. And oh, it's a big kill chance. Cammy in the 1 versus 3.
Doesn't hit the shot either, so that 1v3 does not get made easier, and that bomb down in one of the worst positions on the map. If you don't pop dead silence and you step a foot into the water, you're going to die. And more importantly, if Zero has the angle, you're going to die that way too. Nice little spot coming in. A couple players have been able to show that off through the year. That is honestly a very nice bounce back round for the Ravens, right? They get first blooded, still find a way to convert. And funnily enough, on one of the most offensively sided maps we have in Search and Destroy in Modern Warfare, now 2 defensive rounds in a row, in spite of the first blood category. So on the side of the Ravens, I want to go back to Old Faithful, try to get the standard play, just find a way to get some smokes out, get that bomb down at B. Let Wuskins just watch over with the sniper in his back pocket.
We may just be getting treated to that now. Zero once again going back towards the A side. And there it is. Catches the first. The HDR of Wuskins has been one of legend throughout the entire season. Here at Champs, no different. Finds the first. Ties it up. Kleenex finds another there, and another beautiful shot from Wuskins. That's 2 for 2 so far. Now slow and steady. There's London. Still have to recover that bomb, and still have to try to make a play. There it is. Scraps will recover. It looks like London may be turtling up now, just to try to group up, try to find another kill in this 3v4 situation. 45 on the clock.
Honestly, potentially just waiting for Wuskins to get another pick if he starts to encroach up on the crates area. Scraps, though, might just barely be able to see Classic.
He can just see it. Classic could also see him. Scraps would move, run. Classic had the same idea. Everyone filled their britches in that moment. Classic now in a lot of trouble. He double dipped, went straight back to that position. Wuskin goes down in the back. The sniper's done. He moved his way forward. Methods finds 2. Methods finds another, and it's a 3 versus 2 now. Scraps has now got to make his way forward. 14 seconds on the clock. The tags are there. Brilliant read from Methods. Once again, Toronto, the comms saved the day in the last moments of the round.
And obviously, shout out to Methods. He's the guy that made that play that opened up the round, finding those 2 kills and the final one as well. But frankly, I just appreciate the aggression coming out of Toronto Ultra. Even after they got sniped on crates, they still afforded themselves and pushed up, had a little bit of control over towards you. And even when these players were falling, you could see how passive that the London Royal Ravens were playing. They didn't have any sort of map control. It took them a very long time to start pushing up. As long as Wuskin stopped hitting the shots, Methods, easy cleanup kills for him. 2-1 lead is a happy place for Toronto to be.
Another defensive round. Another win. What is going on? This isn't the gun runner we've all been trained to believe it is. He's going to be going down. It's a B plant. London should be able to know this is coming. Scraps definitely saw some of these ankles as they flew by their bands now, maybe going for Shawnee. The trophies go down. Dylan finds a nice 2-piece there. That's a great way to start the round of Kleenex. Methods, they answer straight back. And Kleenex is going to find another. Just like that. It's a 1 versus 2. Kleenex now with 30 seconds left to get on top of that bomb. Wuskin's going to be going for the defuse. Kleenex, he's charging right through the smoke. He's going to jump straight onto the bomb, but the defuse may be there. The ninja himself gets it done. The kill was there just in case. Ravens answer back 2-2.
And defense is king, apparently, but honestly, just a great play call towards the end. The smoke that I think it was actually Kleenex that tossed it out. Shawnee was just like, well, I know where he just was. I know the only play that he could possibly make is to run right into my line of sight, hop the bomb, and I got you. It's not a problem at all. Kleenex tried to do the best little circle dance he could around the crates, but it simply makes no difference. The first time we've actually seen the bomb get planted, normally there is a ton of success you have with the post plant on offense. Of course, you even have the snipers really on both sides. Wuskins has only been up on 2. But Cammy right now sitting at 0-4. Kleenex gets first blooded as well.
First blood once again. Classic. He's so aggressive, man. 4-2 overall. Just trying to get those early kills. Trying to catch London out in a position where they would not expect him to be. Dylan now slowing this one right down. Once again, hoping for Waskin to find a snipe. Sort of back of the big truck to his right-hand side now. He's in the far, far position. But number 9, Cammy. Cammy's like, look, Zero's been going A every time. I'm going to wait for something. He's going to wait in pipes here. Maybe catch him out. But there's movement from London towards the south side of the map. In towards the B site they go. This is the only player watching the cross from that top of the water ramp, and if Waskin could pick him with the snipe, that'd be ideal. But again, you've got opportunity to make this one happen. Zero now, dead silence, complete change of position, reposition entirely. He hasn't actually managed to catch anyone with this one yet. The bomb's gone down, and here comes the poke. Classic finally gets the kill he searched for. 40 seconds on the bomb, and now the battle begins, Chance. 3 versus 3.
Zero just needs to stay alive, but he's got players pushing through tracks. But as long as he's alive and Bance with the wall bangs connects to take him down, it makes Toronto's job a little bit easier. But 25 seconds left and Bance gets obliterated. Time is ticking and Toronto's trying to fly. Methods with the push up on the rock, able to connect with one, and Waskins, last alive, just needs to kill the man off bomb. He's creeping up with the pistol, gonna shoot him in the back and plays his life. 12 seconds. The hunt is on. Classic's trying to sprint around the corner. The gunfight connects, but the time is not there. He reloaded for a moment instead of hopping the bomb, and even if he didn't, I think Waskins made just perfect enough of a play to waste just enough time with the laydown back behind the crates. A dicey round coming in for the Ravens, but the first offensive round when we see connects, and Waskins again played it like an expert. Take your time, lay down behind the oil rig, make sure you can just waste as much time as possible, take down methods, and then hide. Force Classic to have to chase you down, to swing all the way around and just simply not give him a winnable play. Massive round for Ravens.
That was huge. Waskins, mate, I thought there was a fraction of a second there where it could have gone either way. Here we go once again. Shawnee, a nice 2 to start the round. Ultra's aggression has been thwarted. Ant's now trying to slow this one down. MP5 and M4 in hand now, trying to just retake some of that mid-map control. Oh, wow, his timing was just off. The tags were there on the scraps, but that player from up high, he could have honestly got the kill. Shawnee finds kill number 3 of the round so far. Shawnee finds kill number 4 of the round so far. It's all in the methods. In this 1 versus 5. Shawnee the builder. Can he fix it? Go on, Shawnee. Go on, Shawnee. No! Ravens get the round, but Shawnee does not get the ace. 4-2. And Chance, you said the Ravens desperately need this map. 4-2. It's looking good for them so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is back against the wall again. I know it's only 2 maps in this series, but just the way domination has been going for them, this is very close to being like, if you lose this, your champs and year is going to be over. In a very aggressive round, and also do appreciate the methods played towards the end. Throw away your life. Make sure you die as quickly as possible in a 1v5. The clutch is not going to happen in a situation like that. Make sure the other players don't get their trophies, don't get their dead silence. And more importantly, next round, Ravens hyper aggressive towards A. Vance is all the way in the back, but right now, that lone man, Toronto, trying to return over towards this site.
Oh, there's a gunfight towards the back of the map. It was on Vance. Shawnee once again has a big kill. Vance wins 1. Zero cuts him down as he tries to scurry away. Shawnee's 5th in a row there. And the battle rages. Methods manages to win 1 there. And again, the bomb. Let's get armed. Dylan. He gets nothing there if the bomb goes down, but he loses his life in the process. And now it's on the 0. Classic just the dead silence play and beautiful timing from Zero. Now it's a 1 versus 1. E versus methods. 30 seconds on the bomb. Slip slides out. Zero gets it. London Royal Ravens map point.
With just the aggression as well, not just for Zero at the end that, of course, well, needs to check the bomb. The stun check is nice, but you gotta be sure, and just flies at methods, takes him down in the gunfight, but also the play call. We have turtled up in our base round after round after round. No one's really been super aggressive on the flanks, so we know if they're at that A site, they're gonna be passive. That was Vance's role all the way up on top of the building. And they just hit it. They just go as fast as possible. And Toronto says, anything you can do, we can try and do better. The exact same situation, aggression towards A.
Here we go. The Wait Zero's made the read. The first kill on the Vance. That's massive. Damage already dealt. Methods cuts the players off throughout the middle of the pipes. That's going to make one of the flanks safe for now. Plenty of London players in and about. Cammy sifts them out, catches the one. Oh, Cammy! What a kill that was. Shawnee now. 1 versus 3. What can he do? He's very quiet, but not quiet enough. Methods can hear him. And it's going to be the big kill with the MP5 at range to get it done. Toronto, a lifeline has been found. 5-3.
And talk about Cammy, by the way, as well. Goes from, I think, 0-6, 1-7, something in that capacity, to just hucking scraps to sleep, at least with that one specific gunfight. Big 2 kills, and again, the confidence to be able to make that call of like, hey, we just had the hyper-aggressive A push come to hit us. Let's do the exact same thing. Just fly, just be aggressive. The sniper rifle has not been panning out right now for Cammy. Put the gun in his hands and run the away. Ravens are happy about it. They're going right back to this A site.
Here we go. Straight back in. Dylan's going to lead the charge, but once again, they have made the hard read on the defense. And Dills, he's in, man. He's in. He's like, I've got the bomb down. It can go and go. Get it planted. Let's go, boys. The fight is on. He hesitated for a moment. Kleenex finds the kill. That first blood makes it real interesting. Bance shooting very straight down that long range, and watch out for the flank. Now Toronto's on it. Scraps is the only player who can maybe watch this one. He's maybe the only player who can catch one. That's beautiful work. As the second there to be found, it's on Kleenex. Does get it. Kleenex finds it. It's on Shorty and Wuskers now in this 2 versus 4. London looking a little bit ropey. They are pinned now in the back end of lockers and the backside here of the minecarts, but they have to recover the bomb. And they've got 4 members of Ultra to deal with.
Toronto really should know. They don't have to push at all. You just need to post up and hang out. Maybe Kleenex gives his position away, but doesn't make a bit of a difference. 25 seconds left. That bomb down in a horrible spot. On an Ultra right now, just coordinated, just focused on it. Shawnee trying to make the play to get nearby, but he's one shot and can barely move. Anywhere he goes, he's going to get killed. Methods is the player to take him down, and Wuskins has been in this situation so many times throughout the year on this team. Last man standing in a hopeless situation with no time on the clock. Deja vu all over again. He's going to get taken down in 2 rounds in a row now. The Toronto Ultra trying to work on this comeback. And frankly, I kind of want to know what sort of strat they're going to be running on offense, obviously just to progress the game, but we've had quite a few heavy A hits hit back to back from both of these teams. And anytime Toronto's been working over this B site, the sniper rifle hasn't had a ton of production, no sniper in hand, but they are going back to that B site. Had success with getting the bomb down before, not so much with the actual conversion.
B hit now, Ultra. They're in. Beautiful nade from Shawnee and Dylan. A couple of sweet nades. Done with the first blood. The bomb goes down, though. 4 versus 3. Kleenex with this dead silence, man. He's on the hunt. Kleenex is an absolute warrior. Makes his way forward. The kill just about comes through from Wuskins. Old Lead Boots gets involved. Classic now on the bomb site. A lovely kill with 30 seconds now remaining. Classic can't find any more. And the Ravens now starting to flock. They are making their way onto the site, but it is into Cammy. It's into the jaws of Cammy, but Scraps, he climbs right out, finds the kill, and the defuse is there. They're going to be firing their guns in the air. That is that. Panic is over, Chance. The Royal Ravens take the search and destroy 6-4. We tie the series up 1-1.
And now they can breathe at least a mini sigh of relief. You get past the Gunrunner S&D. It was a must-win map. They absolutely convert, but that doesn't really mean the series gets any easier for really either of these teams. Or Gunner we're going to have later on, but honestly, just a hell of a game towards the end. A bunch of aggressive play calls coming out of the side of the Ravens. And importantly, towards the end, it's just those nades coming in. You open the round with a double kill from 2 different players with the frag grenades. It just makes your job incredibly easy. So the strategy was there, and the clutches were there for the Ravens as well. Shawnee able to throw up 11 on board. I had no idea there was a construction site on this map, but he's been going big pretty consistently for his team today.
He really has, mate. Wonderful stuff, by the way, from both teams. That was a really cerebral game of Search and Destroy, man. We saw a lot of strategy being involved there. We saw both teams making great guesses and great reads, and overall, a wonderful game to watch. London tied the series up 1-1. We do have our US Army tactical play now at the ready. Round 4, I believe. And this was, again, another fine example, Chance, of big brain plays from either side of the board.
I just got to try to remember which exactly won this one. 5v5 we have off the rip. This was the bomb plant there. I think the retake comes in. 3v5 right now that the instant trades. There's the Kleenex play. I remember this now. It was Kleenex has to force out to get kills, and even though he gets the double kill, all of his teammates ended up falling around him, and then it was just, well, the bomb's planted on the other side. I don't have any time to go and make this play, and Shawnee with the perfect coverage over the rock. But even still, Shawnee could have lost that gunfight somehow in the round just because of the play call to hop the bomb. Would have been won by the Ravens anyway. Just a very solid retake. And you're talking about like the strategy of it. That just seemed blazing quick to me. Every single round, it seemed like outside of maybe 2 offensive rounds the Ravens had, started and was over in about 45 seconds. But fantastic stuff for the bounce back game for the Ravens.
Wonderful stuff either way. Again, we are now tied up 1-1 in this knockout matchup. Again, with the European fans watching from back home, we know it's late, but don't worry, we're getting through this one. When we come back after the break, domination on Gunrunner. You don't want to miss it.
I don't think Toronto's going to be ready for this.
That is quite literally worst case scenario if you're Ultra.
Toronto, they're meant to lose this game.
Toronto have not quite had what it takes.
And he goes huge for Ultra, and they get their first home series victory. What a map 5 it was.
After a year of disappointment, Toronto Ultra, Cinderella's going to the ball.
OpTic Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Rule your day with the #1 brand in prepaid. The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. Save money at the restaurants you love with Grubhub Perks. Use code CDL Playoffs at checkout to get free delivery.
In every battle, there is a moment. Most don't even see it. But for others, it's all they see.
And there's the hype! How many men has he got to run through? That was just easy dominance. They did it!
Here, on the ultimate proving grounds, Call of Duty's Elite converge. When that moment stares you in the face, you'll know one thing. Glory isn't given. Glory isn't easy. Glory is taken.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are now almost ready to rock and roll into our domination on Gunrunner. But before we get into domination, which apparently, if the stars align and if the stats are correct, it may well be quite predictable, quite open and shut. One thing we can guarantee is not predictable here in the Call of Duty League is its on-air talent. We have another little video for you guys. This is the Astro Caster comms. For better or for worse, this is some of the stuff that's been caught on camera of basically all of us.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Make of their finish here at their home series.
Okay.
Oh, Is that a warning?
Fire alarm, guys.
It's too lit in here. It's a fire alarm.
Mac joined the team and he's hot.
Yo, Mac's gonna be frying, man. You hear this? Shout out Mac Notes.
All right, guys. I'll be back. I'm gonna go outside.
You're actually gonna do this.
Oh, Joe! It tastes horrible, Joe!
So let's take a look right now at the tweet and see exactly what he was talking about.
Oh, you guys got jokes.
Got ya!
$4.5 million. Indeed. Right. We managed to dodge the bullet there. We got out of that one. Here's the thing, right? I'm not sure if we've talked about this before. How come when Clint poured all that sauce all over his face, the first thing he did was scream, "Oh, Joe"? That's kind of weird. And the more I think about that, the more and more I see it. Enough of that shenanigans. Toronto Ultra London Royal Ravens map number 3 is on its way. Everyone's staying in the zone, getting through this one. Again, chance you call this, but the domination should be relatively open and shut. Toronto Ultra's record, especially on Gunrunner Dom, hell of a lot better than London's.
I think habit is the word you're looking for there for that explanation. But of course, the habit we've had from these two teams on this game 3. Toronto so far champs 3-0. They've been incredible. And of course, the opposite is true for the London Royal Ravens. 0-3 so far at champs, the second worst overall domination record on this year. But of course, all of this is just the setup, right? Of like everyone going into the series, at least on the Toronto Ultra side, I think most of the fans are expecting Toronto to win this. And even if they pull that off, London Royal Ravens still have a very good chance at the rest of the series because they've been dealing with these game 3 losses all year long. But if the Ravens can pull off this win, you talk about a massive momentum shift, how excited these players are going to be and amped up and ready to go. And of course, how many times do you think these guys can lose in a row? No one beats them 4 times in a row. That's what I'm going with, Miles. That's my guess.
We've seen weirder stuff happen in the CDL, like long losing streaks and whatnot, but wow, London Royal Ravens to pick up a win on Domination Gunrunner, this would be an upset. Dylan has just done about 9,500 steps there without seeing a single player. That's real bad COD timing. I mean, a good thing he's got a lot more steps left in him. Still staying alive, finding his kills, but again, pressure on A. C-Flag's about to have a naughty little 1v1 fight, which I think Kleenex does. He comes out on top. Classic manages to make this one safe as well, so that's going to be A cleared, C made neutral. Ravens now, a little bit of work to do to get themselves back into this.
And we saw Toronto do this yesterday. Oh, yeah, by the way, Scratch, I'm assuming he just spawned there, right?
Yes, there's a split. He spawned at A, and the 3 others spawned top right at C. Well, hey!
Look, if there's any way they're going to win this game, they're going to need a couple of those, right? Like, we have seen the AC hold come in for Toronto so many times where they just run the score up, and Scraps maybe can make the play, finds one kill, and you see he's drawing these Ultra players back, and his teammates, the reinforcements are actually here. They're trying to go for the flood. Unfortunately for them, they have to deal with Methods, who was able to pick up 2, and the third one just walks into his gunfire. So a massive opportunity there for the Ravens. Method shuts at least that first push down, but of course those spawns still coming in at A for the Ravens, trying to fly on that flag.
Toronto, again, they should have the advantage in this map and mode. However, we'll find out straight from the horse's mouth. It's now time for an Astro Gaming Listen In with Toronto Ultra.
Behind you. Weak. One's elbow and 2 boiler.
One's camping A,
2 boxes. 2 boxes.
We go deep A.
Camping A, one's camping A. Johnny's elbow. He was elbow.
I'm going crate here.
Oh, one's P3. Hit him. Johnny's gonna hit out.
So half behind me, I think. Yo, absolutely.
You dead.
Johnny's
with the camera.
Wheel dead.
P3.
Yeah, front green.
P3, one shot, nice, one more.
In you right now.
Nice,
You.
Boiler flat, gone in boiler.
Went on mid.
He's probably gonna pitch up, here.
I spawned close secret.
He's in boiler.
Yeah, Van Dylan dead.
I got my smoke
They're
down.
gonna be a P3, yep.
I'm doubling the suite.
I don't have a trophy.
Native.
Hey,
Yeah, the double native thing.
Mid going water or something like that.
I think he's
Yeah, 2 on B. Let's
go. Let's go deep A.
Careful, they could see you on the P3 heady.
I died with a nade.
You spawn P3, they're gonna spawn P3.
He's secret. Or
They dead.
They smoke C.
Smoke C, they're on C.
Want them C.
I spawned water tower.
Dylan on C.
In green, inside green.
On C, dead.
One more. Sean. Pretty sure you're looking strong. Somewhere.
Crates. Watching crates.
P5 and P5.
Crate, dead.
P5
What we
crate,
doing here?
P5 crate.
Yeah.
Let's play,
I'm gonna go work secret.
Green alley, Scraps dead.
Nice.
With me?
Be close right, Toby. Hey, he's in vent.
Even we
Dylan's in vent.
Comms from Ultra, relatively clean, relatively calm, but Chance, of all things, Ravens really making a statement here in the first half.
I mean, I think they had, maybe one good opportunity to get that A push, and they ended up taking full advantage despite of the play that Methods originally was able to make. And since then, so far, so good. On that B flag, though, there is Clastic still there. Wuskins deals with him in short order, and Wuskins, by the way, on a 6 spree. He is one of the perfect examples of an AR. If you can get him in the good positions, he is going to fry, but it's a matter of making him get that setup. And, of course, this is exactly what they want. He's never going to leave this little corner of the map unless he is forced to. And again, that 6 spree, just keep it in the back of your mind. I imagine he's going to try to run it up just a little bit higher.
I was going to say the exact opposite of a player is Dylan, who's going to be running straight at you and giving you nothing but the hands. Wuskin is a happy boy when he doesn't have to move a whole lot, and he's looking good so far. Dylan not able to catch that player out as he now makes his way in towards B. That could be an opportunity now for Ultra to get something going. And 0-0-0. Nice patience. The trigger finger there. He's going to make that C flag a little bit more annoying. If he can win his 1v1 over here as well. Potential there to neutralize C. Nope, who was that creeping and hiding in the cubicle? It was Methods. OB washed his hands before he left that bathroom because he committed murder in there. Bance now making his way in towards the A flag. And this has been a really nice turn of events now for Toronto Ultra. Sadly, Bance can't make any more of it as London reinforcements now flood out. Through the smoke we go onto the B flag, and it's going to be a push now from Cammy, who can't make much more of it as once again, the defense chance from London holds.
And they're going to be good, right? 20 seconds left. It's going to be maybe a last-ditch effort attempt to maybe make the play over towards B. But while that's happening, Wuskins trying to make that last-ditch effort over towards the C flag. He gets dealt with, but with 10 seconds left, that just means 2 final ticks. And I would have to imagine, even if the team is able to secure B towards the end, doesn't make that much of a difference. And we're going to have a nearly 30-point game in advantage of the Royal Ravens. The last time these two teams played, which was just a few days ago, again, you know that players like Zero want nothing more than revenge, and how sweet it could be if one of the map wins you get would be that gunner runner domination. Because last time they lost it by 42 points. It was not a clean look, but this time, very sizable advantage. And frankly, as far as I'm concerned for the Ravens, right, they're spawning over towards that A flag. This is the side that they want to be on. Not only is this their game to lose, but as long as they have at least a halfway decent opening break, they're going to put themselves in a very strong spot to go up 2-1 in the series.
Well, London, we don't want to see them throw any leads. That's what they've liked to have done all season long, but let's listen to the comms and see how far they can go with this one. Now it's time for an Astro Gaming Listen In with the London Royal Ravens.
Hit me. Be on me. One more. One shot. Bathroom. He's out to mid. You and that deep tracks. You and deep tracks. Straight on you, Dill. Nice. Keep me going. You up. One water was one. Okay. I won't fight B. I'm not going to see him fighting B.
He's on the heady.
I'm the greatest. I'm beating him. One shot. Okay, he's on it, guys. You can play P3 again. Work C quick while they're focusing up. I'm already. Nothing's P3 yet. Nothing's you. Be annoying. I'm dead. We got choke there. Outside bathrooms, back bathrooms. Go on, P3, guys. Keep going. I'm gonna head down. Deep C. Yeah, go together. Ivan, focus, I think. You dead. Bathroom. There's the spawn. Keep it I'll be bathroom. We can go. I need a P3. Back red train. P3 somewhere. Back left. Damn it, clean next week. Nice. Big train. Absolute. One from 2 minutes. Jump the spot. You. Join me, guys. You be lockers. Absolute back right.
Well, it sounds like an auctioneer's house somewhere up north, but it's doing all right so far. Chance the London Royal Ravens getting themselves trying to keep the lead. You said there was a bit of a shaky moment there. Of course, we saw Dylan with a wild 2-piece on Classic. What did you say? You were like, "Oh, that happened on stream."
Okay. There's things we say when we're not actually casting that are normally a little bit meaner than when we're live, when we're trying to give credence. But hey, even if you're getting gunned at time, you still get that B flag back. It was a 30-point deficit for Toronto when they came in this half, and they've done a pretty good job of at least chipping away at it. But of course, they're still down by 20. It is still a very tough spot.
Yeah, tough spot to get out of now. You can see the positioning right now for Toronto Ultra, trying to keep London pinned. Zero's trying to make his way out in towards that C flag. He's been the man to overextend pretty much every single flag. Classic now trying to keep the top side of the map safe. Scraps as she gets it done with the concussion grenade. Bang, and his head flew off there. And Zero finally managed to find that opening. The lane now is there. one player left there on the C flag defense. Now, it looks like we may see Toronto, again, spawning at the top side of the map. They've got the opportunity to reinforce either C or try to overextend, maybe keep those players by B side. I mean, B is it's unpenetrable right now. This is the tension here. It's Cammy versus Scraps. Concussions are out, but that top side of the map by B, I mean, no one's getting near it. Cammy with a big win. Cammy can't get any more. Now it's on to Scraps, makes his way forward. Plenty of players to deal with, though. Scraps gets the second. You get the neutral. That's big. That's big. Get the grab as well. Is his teammate going to win the fight on the inside of the bathrooms there? Shawnee, no, the nades come through. Chance a minute 45 left on the clock. London.
Johnny makes a big play as well, by the way, and Wuskin's making plays at B. Ravens, they are all over the map right now. They are trying to get the secure minute and 40 left. They have that AC flag. There is a spawn out for Cammy over towards A, but the Ravens already intentionally trying to backtrack and hold on to that, but still it is what, a 20-point game. Ultra, they're going to have to get at least 2 flags very quickly, or the pressure is going to be on, and the triple cap might become necessary.
Cammy wins another big one. Finds himself 2 there right off the spawn. He's made the most of this blessed opportunity. Still keeps the London players at bay. They're going to now make their way in towards that A flag. If they can, it looks like they're routing it through B, but they've got to find those kills as well. And that's exactly what Bance is trying to stop. It's going to be trades back and forth. They're on that B flag in on towards pipes. And it really is a trade fest right now. Number 6, though. Kleenex has made his way all in towards C. We've still got this 2 flag hold right now for Toronto. And they've got a minute now left in the game to potentially turn this one around, Chance.
Yeah, the problem is Toronto need more. They're going to have to get at least a neutralization on B or the cap, depending on how long it's going to take them. The play is trying to be here. Shawnee, though, on the defensive end, and you can see all of the teammates, everyone for the Ravens effectively flooding over towards B, and maybe Wuskin's trying to be knowing over towards the C flag, but Toronto have that covered, but they don't have this B flag at all. Shawnee is just getting those spawn kills, tearing them up, and with 30 seconds left, the Ravens are trying to get it done.
Shawnee still getting kills, the neutral on A, just like that with the remaining 25. Shawnee goes huge. Kleenex and Classic, they managed to get these final kills, but that may be it, dude. That was a brilliant run from the Ravens. And Chance, as far as I'm concerned, this is a huge upset in the series. The domination should, by all accounts, have gone the way of Toronto Ultra. But London Royal Ravens, when it matters most, they pick up a huge win in the Dom. Ravens take the lead in the series, 2-1.
Getting that job done. This is almost the opposite of what we saw just a few days ago when these two teams played. The adjustments have been made, the bigger plays and bigger spawns as well, at least for Scraps coming in. But you talk about the massive shift. In my mind, it's not, you never count any team out. Obviously, they can get the win, but I was thinking 85% sure Toronto was going to get this map, and the bounce back was going to be that much more difficult. So for Ravens fan, they have to be incredibly happy for the moment. But of course, still a very long way to go. You still need another map win. You either have to do it on the St. Petrograd map 4 that we have, and we just saw how close the first hard point was. It was a 20-point discrepancy between these two teams. And even if we go to a game 5, neither of these teams are too shabby at Ramaza either. Of course, for London, they're just looking for that revenge.
Revenge. Again, this is a rematch from a previous matchup here in playoffs. So far, Toronto did manage to get the win the first time round, and it wasn't the way they wanted that win, but now we've got a true series on our hands. Another hard point coming up next. Petrograd is going to be on, and oh boy, man, Chance, that was an upset, man. There's no two ways of looking at it. I'm with you there on the 80%. I'm with you there on maybe even more than that. I truly thought this was going to be done and dusted. Now we have a series on our hands. London, a 3-1 would be, I want to say, not necessarily out of the ordinary. I mean, going into Petro, I'm not sure what the map record is on Petro, but with a 2-1 lead in the series with a momentum swing, I think it's definitely possible if we have to go to that Ramaza, which I really hope we do. I really hope we do. I sort of, that's still where I'm seeing that London 3-2 finish. But still, man, what a crazy series this has been. Again, Petrograd, Hardpoint coming up next. Again, British Call of Duty fans, it's getting a little late. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. And again, for the Canadian Call of Duty fans, I've got no idea what the time is right now in Canada. I presume it's not too dissimilar. We're having a lot of fun. London so far up 2-1 in this series. Our schedule brought to you by the US Army. Don't forget, CDL Game Day presented by GameFuel. That big matchup coming up next. Chicago Huntsmen versus the Los Angeles OpTic Gaming. That is going to be a banger. Can OGLA keep the run going? To upset the Huntsmen, I mean, that's a huge notch on the belt for them already. To have taken down Florida was unbelievable. If they can do the Huntsmen as well, I mean, I forget all about Toronto's fairy tale run through their own home series chance. I mean, this would be something really special.
I mean, yeah, that game 4 is going to be spicy on it. Like, that could not be any better of a way to end this Sunday, right? Not only do you have the org battle against Chicago and Hex versus now OpTic Gaming, but also that is an OpTic Gaming team that has been going on an absolute tear. So I'm excited to watch that one. But of course, we still have at least one map left to go, if not the 2 to see that game 5 as well. You asked for the map records. It's 4-2 for Toronto and 3-3 for London on St. Petrograd. But again, in my mind, this is just London's opportunity to get that revenge, to get that ball don't lie series out of the way, because in no way do they think they should have lost a few days ago. The loss had to happen in the most heartbreaking fashion possible, but now the storyline is there, the setup for revenge, the story arc is almost complete. They are just one map away from getting it done. And of course, on the flip side for Toronto Ultra, the past like 7-8 matches that they have had, the past couple tournaments, it has been about their clutch factor. It has been about turning up when they need to most. And right now, it doesn't get any more important for this. Tournament lives on the line, year on the line. You need 2 maps in a row.
I mean, for either of these teams, it's just you want to go all the way. One of them's got to go down. One of them has to lose out. Toronto Ultra now chancing me in a loss for them. This placement at champs after the year they've had, could you consider that a relative success? I mean, obviously you want to go all the way, but
it would be fine. You could chalk it up as a success, but it is not going to feel good in the slightest. It will take weeks or months for those guys to bounce back, even if it is overall, when you're looking back at it, an impressive year that the guys have had. But there is no team that is going to be happy about getting eliminated. There is no players that are going to feel good. It is devastating across the board. So pressure's on. This is when you have to clutch up the most. This is when you have to be at your absolute best. And of course, we talk about those favorable sides. London, the advantage in the series, the advantage off the rip.
Just off the rip, we'll see if they can make much of it. It looks like, again, Toronto Ultra, 2 men pushing in there, 1 through River Street, 1 through the bottom of the restaurant, looking to try to overextend. It's going to be Dylan there trying to watch those players, and it is going to be Methods who makes that long flank down to the bottom of the map, and he does lose out to a big kill from Dylan. So the war's being won on 2 fronts right now by the London Royal Ravens. On board with Shawnee, picking up that hard point time. Classic now, trying to buy in his way forward, find an entry kill into the hard point. Man, fortunately, puts himself in the middle of a London sandwich. Classic Butty, if you will. Now Methods cut down to Ribbons as well. London with a lovely opening start here. Retaining spawns and retaining hardpoint control so far. And they keep it going.
And it's really looking like they might be set up just for a full 60 unless Cammy wins the gunfight, maybe gets some scrap. The Ravens are able to bounce with that. And then, of course, yeah, on the flip side, Dylan has been going crazy. He only has 2 kills, but now the 3rd, and they've all been for securing these spawns and locking down this rotation. The perfect opening break for the Ravens.
Perfect break and a chance. I mean, tell me about why those kills were so important from Dylan there. Why it matters so much to not let Toronto get spawns here for a second.
It's those spawns blocking the back, right? Like, as long as you can keep at that bottom right of the mini-map, that location, the Ravens, even if Toronto is able to get on the flip side, which Classic is trying to do, Ravens are going to be able to consistently spawn closer for the moment until it goes by way of Toronto, who apparently had just enough of the sight line or whatever the hell it was, but now the bounce back is there. You talk about the turnaround on the rotation. Even while Cammy has just found his first kill, they're still inside the point, and just in such a delicate situation where Methods, well, didn't want to fly towards the hill, wants to wait for his teammates who are now spawning a little bit farther away than usual.
A little than usual. We are expecting that back alley spawn. They're spawning in the first hardpoint instead. Toronto, though, this gives them I want to say, basically a shortcut. They've basically got an easier route towards the next hardpoint, towards Hazmat building. You know, that big, tall, yellow structure just towards the east of the map. Watson's shot's now ringing out as he's trying to find a few more here as he pushes in. Kleenex with a lovely grenade. Dylan's making the middle of the map secure, but again, it's that far left-hand side of the map. Position where 6, 9, and 8 are now circling all towards. That is Hazmat building. That's the next hard point. As it pops open, we are going to see full control going the way of Toronto Ultra, and now it's Classic trying to make the middle of the street safe. And again, the MP5, not the weapon he wants for that engagement, nor did Kleenex. He goes down as well. Now London, a chance to push forward.
Of course, well, inside the hill, London, they want to make sure that they can get at least a partial break and at least contest a ton of this time. You don't want to give away a full 60 and give Toronto an opportunity to get back into this game. But already, even though there's 35 seconds left, at least pay attention to the mini-map and keep rotations in the back of your mind, because it might turn into a fruit race. But right now, Ravens doing the perfect job. Not only do they get through, but now they have this spawn trap set up in the back. Shawnee able to pick up 2. He's got 13 to his name. Shawnee has been trying all day long. 13 and 2, dropping bombs bombs in the search and destroys constantly. And of course, even though Toronto Ultra bounce back and get that eventual clearance, they're still going to be down by 40 points going into pool hall. And already you see the setup just across the map right now that the Ravens have. They're going to leave one body, that's Wuskins, inside of the new hill just to rack up all the time. And everyone else just trying to keep Ultra contained and make sure no one sneaks by.
Make sure no one creeps in pool hall. Lower right-hand side of the minimap, a very difficult hard point to get into. And of all players, Wuskins now going to be locking that one down. Big man Shawnee, though, 14, 15, I say, and 5 in kills overall with 1 minute and 5 in the hard point. Vance now. No ID, breaks the back door down, but it's going to be Wuskin behind the bar, serves him up a delicious shot of death there, and he gets the kill. Methods, though, makes the way through the front. Sadly takes care of a teammate, but wins the second fight there on point. Oh, my word, Methods. The shots were on. Sadly, not enough to get it done. Too many Ravens there in the bar. They've taken over the pool hall. They're going to get the time as well. 126, leading 56 now. Ravens looking particularly dominant in this elimination match.
It's just been on a tear. I mean, again, they had that small advantage at the start, and they have taken full advantage of everything that's been given to them. Toronto, maybe the second best opportunity they've had all game long outside of Hazmat to try to get a ton of time, to try to get back in this game, but this is not an easy hill to hold at all. You got Cammy that's pushed out on the right side trying to be aggressive, but as he falls, well, it comes down to the gunfights inside the hard point. Method's doing the best dance he can to take these players down, and whatever he's shooting at, Kleenex is going to fall him up. He's able to pick up 2 in the feed, and Method is able to stay alive and put shots in as his teammates kill everything around him. Stronghold on restaurant thus far.
Oh, Chef Tony in classic. He was the one taking the plates from the kitchen to the tables and really dishing it out there to the Ravens. Beautiful stuff from Toronto here in the restaurant. 30 seconds remaining. A few more pushes here, but you can see the crossfire. There's just no point. Don't go through the back door, gentlemen. It is not safe there. Vance and Classic keeping that one well and truly secure. Still, we go over towards another hard point in less than now 15 seconds. It is going to be towards the far south side of the map. Back over towards the loading dock. Scraps finally gets involved. One at the side. The hip fire comes through. He's going to now go toe-to-toe with Methods, but he's the head chef here, baby. He's going to get those kills because Cammy finds a few as well. And now the battle for the next hard point rages. London will get there first. They don't have full control of the right-hand side of the map, which they want. Ideally, a player on top of the pool hall just to provide coverage and not allow anyone to slip through, but it's Methods. He's going to break in from the back now, Chance. And while we have the hard point in London's hands, and there's the spawns, lower right-hand side, good looks for the Ravens.
Yeah, you can tell though, Toronto knows love. They know that the players are going to be spawning over by pool hall, and they're trying to do 2 things at once: balance the hill and keep the pressure on the flip side. But of course, Ravens are going to be able to keep those spawns. But inside the point, the comeback has been slowly accruing itself for the Ultra. They were down by nearly 100 points before Restaurant, and well, they're only down by about 40 now. And Method maybe heating up just a little bit. He's on a force free, and of course, came by the way on the cross, only able to pick up 1, but a little bit of an opening relieves a little bit of pressure. These final 15 seconds are going to go towards the Toronto Ultra, who have effectively almost tied this game up.
Done a great job to pull themselves back into this one. Now on Vance. Spawns in the middle of the map, now slowly but surely making his way through the top of this blue building, the top of the ticket hall, trying to put the pressure onto London. Methods now. 1 deep breath, dives straight back into this one. London with Cafe Courtyard control. They will socially distance, spread themselves out across this small courtyard, trying to watch every possible entrance. Shawnee finds another big one. 24 and 10. Another goes the way of Shawnee there with the kills. As Scraps backs him up. Zero now pushing these players out. It's a good hold, but there is an opening. There is a chance now for Ultra to make their way through the top. And again, it's going to be through the backside here of the hotel. Another avenue they can hit. Methods is going to break on through. There's Scraps. No, sir. We have no rooms available for you. Cammy, what do you want? A 2-bedder with a view of the river? Not a chance, my friend. He goes down as well. That's 4 in a row for Matty Marshall. Can't get the 5th as Vance takes care of him. 20 seconds remain, Chance. And they have locked the cafe down.
And Shawnee, again, by the way, another 5 spree to his name. He is the fried man at champs for this team. And we are now going into a hazmat that we've seen it before, where Toronto win that rotation and get the pressure first. But last time the Ravens were able to break through and chip away 20 seconds. And of course, right now the Ravens are very poised up just to win the rotation and next, just because of how spread out these actual hills are. So if the Ravens can fight on this hill once again, in my mind, that's GG. Toronto have to be nearly perfect on this hill.
It looks like not only are they going to try to be perfect on the hill, Classic will get the kills, but they have to hit that rotation. They have to go towards pool hall, because you're right. You can not win it here. London can still deal a lot of damage, but the win for London is on the horizon. This is it for Toronto Ultra. Do or die. We have to see those white arrows not only hold this position, but make their way towards pool hall. And that is exactly where London is. The writing is on the wall. London is starting to ring out. 0. Shots in on the point. That's going to be the break. 20 seconds now go their way. They've got Ultra trapped. There is no escape right now for Toronto Ultra. They have to make their way out through the middle of the map. If London let them slip through, this becomes a little bit more interesting. Otherwise, chance, it's going to be curtains for Ultra.
Might be curtains, man. That was huge. But actually, Cammy wins a massive one-on-one on the flip side, and now that foot race is starting. Toronto's fighting on the top side, and you got the Ravens at the bottom. The Ravens are going to get there first, but the spawns in the back should end up going the way of Ultra. Those players, though, don't have a lot of time. Again, just 25 seconds, and the Ravens are going to win this game. The pressure is on.
Here we go. Panic on the streets of Petrograd. This is it. Ultra need to make a break. It's going to come to Benjamin Vance through the front methods. Clearing out these players from the backside there of Cafe, but the kills come through. Big Shawnee goes big again for the second. The Flying Scotsman right out of the spawns. But we have a contest. Ravens now battling tooth and nail and claw to try to get Ultra in and off the point. Once again, it's on Dylan at the front door. He's got the back lock down. Classics up next. 5 seconds for the win now. And oh boy, the shots are there. And after a year of heartache, London, it's over. It's a 3-1 massacre. What an upset that was. 3-1 against a squad that should have pushed it the distance. Chance. The Ravens have done it. And what a hard point, man. What a hard point from London.
Miles, ball don't lie. They lost in the most heartbreaking fashion a few days ago, but revenge is a dish best served cold, and Shawnee has ice flowing through his veins. Throw up the stats as soon as we can, honestly. That man just had about 2 minutes in the hill, most in the lobby, most kills, fewest deaths, double positive, going big. The S&D, I think he dropped 11 kills, double digits, the domination that I'm still mind blown. The Ravens were able to pull off that victory. Shawnee for president, Shawnee for MVP. Just had a massive series to get that revenge. 34-14. The next closest in the lobby to this man was his teammate with 25 kills. And the guy that was closest to him had, what, 40 seconds left in the hill. Shawnee is the same animal, different beast, whatever the hell he is. He has built construction sites on every map in this game, at least for this series. You talk about a hell of a game number 4 performance.
The Flying Scotsman once again gets it done, and commiserations to Toronto Ultra. The fairy tale had to come to an end eventually. I didn't think it would come to the end. It did there with another mythical beast getting the job done, the Loch Ness Shawnee. What a monster he was, truly. But wow, what a series. Ultra, we bid them a fond farewell here at Champs, here at Playoffs. The run is over. For London, it is merely beginning. Now we're in the deep, dark end of this tournament. The biggest dog's still barking. We've got one matchup left today, but Chance, that there was everything London had to do to win that series. They managed to get it done. We were worried about the domination from London perspective. They managed to win it. They had a huge win in the Search and Destroy, which was absolutely crucial to make sure that the Dom wasn't a do or die situation. The only thing you can sort of say there is that the first hard point was so well played by Toronto. That I thought was a bit more of a telling tale of how the rest of the series was going to go. But kudos to London. Everything that went right could have gone right for them, and they still capitalized. Wonderful stuff.
And again, I just can't imagine how sweet that revenge must feel, because when your tournament starts out in the heartbreaking way that it did for the Ravens, to be able to have to start to make this run, to have those Game 5 clutches on Ramaz, where, by the way, Shawnee was going off, it just feels that much better, and the confidence for this team has to be at an all-time high, right? You called it out towards the domination of, like, they have choked away different maps here throughout the course of the entire year, blowing leads that they have 2-0 and getting reverse swept at their own home series. Just a ton of, like, honestly, many tragedies lined up for this team, but now it's the most important tournament, and they are turning up through the losers bracket, making the deep run, and making sure that they can see those final 2 days.
Where the London Royal Bottlers have been recycled, and now they've been refashioned into this like lovely sort of, I don't know, like porcelain something or other. Anyway, a scuff play of the game, the last few moments of that hard point. A chance we've been screaming about it more than we probably should have, but my man Shawnee, when he rocked up here, he showed up on Petrograd, the shots were there, the screams were there, and they turned and said, "Who are you?" And he said, "I am vengeance." The big man got it done.
the darkness in the night. But again, even in this situation, the play call was they have to just chip away at 15, 20 seconds, because right now with 30 seconds on the clock, if Toronto Ultra get the entire thing, then you only have one at 2:08. They're going to be about 10, 15 points behind, and that's good enough that you can contest on Pool Hall and force it over to Restaurant. And of course, we saw Restaurant the first time around. Toronto Ultra basically got a full 60. But as soon as this break comes through, now they run the score up that much higher. Now Toronto Ultra are nowhere near them, and now on Pool Hall, yes, you can be able to contest for a little bit, but it's very difficult to strip away more than 30, 35 seconds. But of course, the rotation is where things got spicy, and Shawnee, of course, the guy leading that charge, he's got 30 kills to his name right now. We know he finishes with 34, and even that specific kill getting on Vance, if Vance is able to sneak through, get in the back, the contest starts right away, but instead, Shawnee makes sure that London Royal Ravens can run it up as quickly as possible and be that first team to get through that loser's bracket, and again, make sure they can see their way to those final 2 days at God Champs.
And make it in that top 4. One more team will join them. It's either the Chicago Huntsmen or OpTic Gaming Los Angeles. They will join, of course, the Atlanta FaZe and Dallas Empire there in that top 4 position. A chance still to be crowned 2020 Call of Duty League champions. Man, what a week of games this really has been, mate. We have seen it all. And we've still got one great series left up today. Again, OGLA Huntsmen still coming up. Wonderful stuff still. But, mate, I'm almost in disbelief. Almost in disbelief. If not for the fact that, let's face it, that was a fantastically played hardpoint, fantastically played domination, wonderful stuff in the Search and Destroy. Royal Ravens deserve the dub. The vengeance was certainly there. I mean, look, it's not a Raven, but it's close enough, right? Look at that little bugger. Look at that, ready to rock and roll. I can't say I'm not slightly proud and a little bit biased, but I'm very, very excited, mate. It's been heartache for the team for most of the year. We see Scraps tweet about this quite a lot. He's so unlucky. He's so unlucky. Well, he finally got a little bit of that sweet, sweet karma return there. We saw some beautiful spawns going the way of London there in the Dome as well, and definitely in the hardpoint chance. I mean, did anyone see the run coming? I'm not sure. I think the London fans certainly did. They never gave up faith. They never stopped believing. But is it coming home, Chance? Is it coming home? Do you know what that means?
I live in America, so no, I won't get any bias. I think London's, they were not at the top of my list of teams I expected to make a run, but they were not anywhere near towards the top of my list of teams I expected to win that domination against the Ultra, who look fantastic at Gunrunner. So every single team, or at least half the teams of this league, have had a point in the year where they start defying expectations. Toronto did it their own home series. Different teams have taken their turns. Maybe it's just the London's turn to just defy those expectations, make this deep run at the end of the year. And again, this is the tournament that matters. All the heartache these players have gone through and faced throughout the entire year, all of that can be absolved with a deep run at Champs.
You can forget all of it. You can forget an entire year, can't you, with a good win here at Champs? But mate, honestly, this is the thing when I think about this one. I was like, my head and my heart in this series, of course, my heart was definitely a little bit more towards my city of birth, London. But my head was like, look, I think there's a very, very good chance that Toronto, the form they've been in recently, I thought they had a little bit more there in them. I thought there was a little bit more damage to be dealt, but not to be had. London, though, certainly looking formidable here as they enter the top 4 here at the CDL playoffs. They will be making it all the way to next weekend. And I think for a lot of fans, it's certainly been a tough one. But now you can say to yourself safely, my boys made it to the top 4. There'll be panic on the streets of London tonight, painting the town all shades of red, that Ravens red. Anyway, we've got a chat now. It's our PlayStation Instant Reaction. Lando is talking to Zero to recap that last banger of a series.
I'm Lando, and joining me is Zero from the Royal Ravens, as it's your instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation. Zero, you guys have done it. You managed to stay alive again. Well, you get the victory versus the old squadron and the Subliners, and now you take down the Toronto Ultra in the rematch. Is this the best Royal Ravens that we've seen all year?
100%. Not gonna lie. Everyone knows it on the team. Every event that we played on, we're not playing to the best of our ability, and I don't know what's happened to me the past month or so. Well, I do, I've been grinding, and I knew I've always had the skill there, and everyone's doubted me this whole year, so I can't be dealing with that. So I had to come up and show something. And Sean, my freaking god, this guy's a fucking animal, bro. He's going off, and that's my guy. Yeah, that's literally it. Yeah, we're playing well, and I'm happy.
Yeah, man, Shawnee is definitely having One crazy performance. He is absolutely going off. Now, you guys obviously win a domination here versus Toronto in the rematch. The first win, really in this moment in the playoffs. You guys come out firing as well. Post that victory here in the Game 4. When you guys won that dom here versus the Ultra, did you feel like the win was yours at that point?
I mean, listen, I said I'll try and gas up the boys as much as possible, because they thrive off gas. And, in my career, I'm kind of a vet now, I'm 23 years old. I'm getting there. So yeah, I hit him with listen, I treat domination like it's blackjack. We've lost so many hands right now. Like, we're fucking bound to win. And I said, listen, if we win this fucking map, I promise you we'll win the series. And then boom, we just come out and play domination like a fucking team. And that's how it is.
Listen, man, you and I, we had a chat. We had a chance to chat when you first joined the London Royal Ravens. You told me that you weren't for sure if you were actually going to get a chance after the Subliner situation. Well, you joined this team, and now you've locked in $450,000 along with the top 4 placement leading into Champs Weekend. How does it feel to do this, and especially with this group of guys?
My Subliners, all that history is behind me. I wish them nothing but the best. They're still my friends, But end of the day, they dropped me, and you know how Champs is. Champs is those storylines, and I've come back, and when I first joined London, I beat New York, and then the last time we played each other, I beat him again. So thank you to you guys for allowing that to happen. And then with Toronto, my best friend is Ben Bance on there, and I said to him last night, I said, listen, bro, if I play New York, and then I play you, just know I'm coming to win. And he was like, yeah, I know. Last time you played us, you fried. And end of the day, that's still my brother. I want him to go far and stuff like that. But when I don't want him to do better than me. That's just how it is in this scene. And yeah, GG's to them both. I'm happy. I'm also I'm happy that I got to show what I can prove this year, and I'm happy my friend Ben did as well. He's an absolute beast, and I wish him nothing but the best for the future.
Now, I got to ask you one last thing real quick before we let you go. Is there anything that you want to say to the Royal Ravens fan base?
Listen, all right, guys, I know we've looked very, very shaky in the past, but just know this is the best Ravens you've seen. And like I said, I can't promise it's going to get any better because we're playing phenomenal, but I can promise you it's going to stay consistent. So I can't promise I don't win, though. I can't promise that. Like I said, it's blackjack, win some, you lose some. So I don't know. But we're going to work on it. And, we'll see you next weekend.
I love it, man. I love it. Well, that was your instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation Zero. Thanks so much for joining me, and congrats again to you and the team on the victory and making it Champs Weekend.
Let's go. Thank you very much. Love you.
Absolutely, man. Well, folks, the day is not over. We've got one more match to close out CDL playoffs, and it is going to be an incredible one. When we come back, it's OpTic Gaming Los Angeles taking on the Chicago Huntsmen to find out who's our 4th and final team to make Champs Weekend.
He's a trying clutch. He can't do it. Haley going on a rampage inside the hill. He heard him. He gets it. He got it. He got it.
Rule your day with Metro by T-Mobile. Get 1 line of unlimited data for just $40, so you can catch the most epic dubs and replays all on T-Mobile's nationwide 5G network. Rule your day with Metro.
Thank you to Xperia by Sony, official mobile partner of the Call of Duty League. The new Xperia 1 Mark II smartphone brings you the ultimate mobile gaming experience, with a cinema-wide 4K OLED display and more technology to enhance your gameplay. Tournament audio and team chat listenings are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix amp of the Call of Duty League. Join the Astro family and order the CDL A40 TR headset and Pro Team speaker tags today at astrogaming.com. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League.
This is dangerous. He's going to get caught, but they line up for Scup. And Scup, the king. Envoy is going off. Pristini gets the kill. They're going to keep on charging straight into Acides.
Formal hits the shot.
Chicago can't dominate. That is sensational from OpTic.
Kenny lighting it up at range.
Absolutely ripping its way through those players. The kills just don't stop for Dashi.
OpTic Gaming have done it. And it's Slasher. And suddenly the sweep comes in from OpTic.
TJ, the shots, he's only gone and got it.
Welcome to CDL Game Day, presented by Game Fuel. One of these two teams will be playing for that beautiful, beautiful trophy. One team is toast when this is all said and done. And for OpTic, Huntsmen, Joe, there's a lot to unpack here.
I mean, what else could you ask for, right? It just feels like the storylines are aligning in. Slashers, OpTic, Chicago, Huntsmen. OpTic, they're trying to keep it rolling, trying to keep that momentum going. Chicago trying to bounce back from that tough game 5 yesterday. But you know they have the talent to do it. They've been a top 4 team all year, and they'd be a top 4 team going into that championship weekend next weekend.
Well, this is going to be our Game Fuel marquee match, and I want to look at who's going to be our Game Fuel featured player. It's going to be formal throughout this, so we're going to be keeping eyes on him. What a beast he is, one of the greatest players of all time. When it comes to the champs time, he's usually hitting a different level. I know it's a little bit different. It's it's online. It's not the main event. On LAN, where he has seen so much success, more success than most players can ever dream of. But if they're going to get the W, he's going to have to be big here.
Yeah, he's going to have to be consistent. He's got his hands full. Formal and RCs, you talk about that M4 duo, how scary it can be. But on the other side, you have one of the other best ARs in the world in Slasher. So we always look forward to that Formal versus Slasher matchup, and we have it again. But yeah, it feels like the beginning of the year for Formal, it was trying to find his stride, how he wanted to play this game, really just be comfortable in his role. And ever since that, he has been comfortable. You've seen him go off. He's been so consistent for this squad. You see the stats right there. He's going to have to bring it again today.
It's just crazy because I think this is the first matchup we had to start the year at launch weekend. Now it's going to be the final match we have of playoffs before championship weekend. It's just, it was like the first story we talked about, and it's going to be one of the last on the year. We could talk about this for an hour. Between OpTic and Huntsmen and everything that went down, and now fake OpTic and everything that's changed. What a different world we are now in. There's just so much to this matchup. I cannot stress it more, but we need to get right into the Game Fuel keys to victory. We're going to take a look at Huntsmen first. Joe, what are you looking at?
Before the graphic even comes up, I would probably imagine that something he's going to be talking about Pristini at some point, right? Just the game that he had yesterday. He's going to have a big bounce back game. Nothing crazy, but just slow it down a little bit. Yeah, live or die by him.
You're right.
He's the X factor. In Scump, he's got to continue to play well. He lives for these moments. I have played with him. it just feels like the best scump comes out during champs, and you see it here, 1.2. So yeah, I mean, if you don't have a 0.58, maybe they're in the winners bracket final out of Pristini. But you know, whatever happens, happens. It feels like we've known Pristini throughout the years. He can have an off day. Can he bring it up a notch today?
Yeah, can he rebound? Can he bounce back from that performance? But now over to the game fuel keys to victory for OpTic Gaming. As we look through those, you want to use the momentum from the last match. Yeah, like you got a match in today. You're riding high. You got a 3-0. Kenny was on fire. TJ was clutching. You want to start strong on map 1. Chicago might be a little frustrated with the loss. Pristini's trying to rebound. Can you get in their heads early? And look at Texas Kenny, the difference. 1.38 KD so far for playoffs versus a 0.93. He has been lights out.
Yeah, he's been insane. It feels like he's comfortable. In OpTic Gaming, I think what's important for them is in those close games, they are clutching up. We saw it in the domination. We saw it yesterday or a day or two ago on a Zero Cave. They're clutching out what they need to do, and it's behind clutch plays from TJ, from Kenny. And then don't forget about the new guys on this roster. Draws and Hollow, they have been consistent. They have performed at the level that they need to, allowing their stars to step on up, and they need to continue to play at that level because this is their toughest and biggest matchup yet.
It certainly is. We got one more thing to do before we get into map 1, and that's to meet our squads. Let's take a look at the Huntsmen. It's champs time, and well, 4 out of the 5 of your players have champs rings. There is talent, experience, leadership, everything you need on this squad. Joe, they're so close to making a run to next weekend.
Yeah, they are. One more game, and then what? I mean, we just saw London win, so they would match up against London next weekend. So there's an opportunity for them to really go on a run here. But as you said, the Twins are going for back-to-back. Chump and Formal are going for another one. Envoy's trying to find his first. So as you said, these guys have it.
Well, a lot can be said for the other side of this as well. Let's take a look at the OpTic Gaming roster.
And OpTic Gaming closing it out. It's Slasher's OpTic. They needed it. Now walk away with the W.
Blackout. Yeah, it's getting blackout. Black.
It's CDL Game Day presented by Game Fuel, and the stage is set. You saw the Huntsmen roster. There's a look at OpTic Gaming. This has everything you could possibly want in a juggernaut matchup, from the talent to the storylines and narratives that have ran between these two teams. They've been kind of interwoven since the kickoff of this year with everything that went down with that old OpTic Gaming roster. And Joe, you and I were talking about before just how much history there is too with like people like Slasher and Kenny and matching up against the likes of Scump, Formal, and those old OpTic rosters.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, for Kenny and Slasher, they had a crazy losers run last year. They're trying to do it again. But when you had like the old OpTic Gaming, the Dynasty, there were a couple of players that always gave them a bit of a hard time. Slasher was one of them. You know, Kenny was one of them. Apathy sticks out a little bit, but there was a few players that it happened, even 100 Thieves last year, and well, that duo, they stuck together. But here we go. Game 1, Gun Runner, Hardpoint starting up. For OpTic Gaming LA, you're sitting at 5-5. For Chicago, you're sitting at 7-7. So very equal on this map number 1.
Love to see it. Both 50-50 on this map and mode, but into it we go. What I hope is one of the more riveting 5-game series we've had all year. on RC's POV to start it off, and the MP5 is on point.
And well, he just does his job right away, doesn't he? That's a very quick flip for Supply Depot. Draza trying to stay alive for OpTic Gaming. OpTic, though, they do win majority of the fights around the hill, so they're going to get this early time. Already up towards 10 points. Draza in a great position, but misses some shots, just trying to play his life, help his teammates out. He does a pretty good job, and OpTic Gaming, they recover. So nice job from OGLA.
Well, yeah, I mean, right after you said the flip came in, I think Draza killed 2. Like, that immediate sequence there put him in a strong position, and they flip right back. It's not that often that for this opening hold, you see it flip multiple times for spawns. It's pretty rare you see 1. Even rarer you see 2. But OpTic will be in a good position. And with 10 seconds left, no one's really racked up too much time. But Formal trying to do what he can. Will get 1 before the trade comes in from Kenny. Now, what can Envoy do from the other side? He's got the ram out.
He's got the ram out. I would say like Parasite in the challenger scene has really made this a popular weapon. You can play pretty quick with it. It has a very fast, rate of fire. So you can sort of do it at all ranges, but a map like Gunrunner is perfect for its engagements. There's been talk, though, between pros of it's not that great on the 60 hertz servers that they are playing on, so we'll see how he does it, how he does with it. Does he go back to the MP5? But early on in this hill, it's OpTic Gaming LA, but here comes the Huntsmen.
Yeah, right as you say that, I think 4 of them are going to drop. They're still spawning in the back, so a chance to get back into it, but Huntsmen have done a good job getting in to at least contest the opening part of this hard point. Rotating early to the other side will be Draza. After he dies and spawns up near minecarts, he's just going to rally all the way back into warehouse. So they'll give up the final 20 or so seconds, now get set up. And minecart has been one of those points we've seen teams get better and better at. Locked down 50+ seconds. As you look at the minimap, OpTic Gaming in a good spot for that, but they'll be down 25 points or so heading over to it.
Yeah, well, there you see the power of the ram right there. Envoy is able to win that. They're trying to set up the pinch on the opposite side. It's RC's. It's the Twins trying to make the play. 3 go down. Pristini is bringing it. Nice 2 kills. That's going to open up the hill. He's going to slide on through. Now OpTic Gaming trying to recover.
Yeah, I mean, that's back-to-back hard points where OpTic look to be in a pretty good position, and Huntsmen bully their way into the point. Okay. I don't even know how he gets that, mantling backwards, hip-firing forward, and takes down 2. But great stuff there from Pristini, and you need a solid start from him, because on the other side of it, you talk about the SMG. Scump currently 1-8, hasn't gotten into a rhythm quite yet, but that's fine. You're up 30, you've got minecart control.
I was going to say, they got the breaks that they needed, but now with our game fuel feature player, Formal started off 9-6, throws that trophy down. We're going to hop on board with him for a bit. And this is a great position for him for rotating the crates because he is cutting off the OpTic Gaming spawn. They're going to have to run into this man behind this minecart with this M4. Nice shots on a 1, snaps onto the 2nd. And well, you see his talent right there.
And then his legs snapped off by the Simtex, but he will drop. But yes, the talent on full display. We talked about Scump slow start, and then Kenny, Texas Kenny, who's been just in an unbelievable form. Not a great start for him as well. Is OpTic now down 60? Another hard point they're in control of early. Will they get broken? And right now, the T2P duo of Scump and Formal trying to find the openings, but Hollow and Kenny combined to take down 3 of the Huntsmen, retain control of the hard point. Who's that trying to get all the way into the backside? They got Envoy.
Yeah, he got spotted, though. He had dead silence up. Yeah, he was trying to make the play to flip for the spawns. But as you said, OpTic Gaming, if they've been in the rotations, it feels like they're playing well. They're just not executing on the hills. And Formal, he continues. 14-8 now. Really starting to go off with this M4. The shot is on point. They earned a ton of time. They have a 70-point lead. And you already sort of talked about this. This has to be a big hill for OpTic Gaming. They need to get back into this one.
Well, as we hop off our game fuel feature player, he had a nice little tear there, but down 60 now. Yeah, this is a crucial hard point for sure. You've been cracked wide open on hard points all game long here. You desperately need a hole. Scump looking for something to get on through, dodges the Simtex, and rips Draza off a point of cover. Lots of players dropping for OpTic. Hollow, the only one alive for a moment, trying to do what he can inside, but there's the break again. Over and over and over again. Huntsman just cutting through the OpTic Gaming defense, and you cannot win a hard point if you're holding like that as OpTic is.
Yeah, that was a nice pinch set up by Chicago Huntsman. You saw Scump just sort of taking his time, but he was waiting for RCs to go all the way through. And that's the player who got the final 2 kills. So nice patience from Chicago, OpTic Gaming. They're going to be down 75 points or so heading into this next set of rotations. They're trying to hold that right side of the map. So when we rotate to depot, they have the strong spawns, but strong spawns haven't mattered.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all you have to fix. Hold on to a hard point when you have the spawns. It sounds simple, but they haven't been able to do it to this point. And I don't know what's going on with Kenny, because we have been praising him. He has been lights out this week. 6 and 14 right now, getting up to around double negative, just not having a great map. Not sure if he's just waiting to get hot, maybe a little bit cold off the break from the first series, but we'll see if he can turn it around as we go to Kenny's POV. Maybe we can see what's going wrong for him right now, as he's looking for openings. His teammates, though, picking up the kills. Nobody in the hard point for now, but OpTic still set up on the other side, looking good for depot. I just feel like I've said that 10 times and it hasn't mattered.
And I will say, I haven't watched all. Well, I think we've seen all of them. I'm not sure how much OpTic Gaming have played Gunrunner throughout this week, and sometimes that matters, right? To get that repetition. We've seen them a few times on Cave, right? And just sort of going through those motions. Sometimes that just, you know, it's your first time playing it in a few days in an official match. That can sort of throw off your mojo, but we'll see if they can hold on to this hill. They're able to find 3 kills, but inside of it, it was Pristini trying to find the opening. Now it's Formal, and they're just putting the pressure on.
Yeah, the pressure seems to be here so quickly. Formal 4 in a row before he's going to drop. It looks like it might be another break for Huntsmen, or at least a fantastic bit of contest time to make sure OpTic can't crawl back into this. The newcomers, Andraza and Hollow, trying to lock it down as best they can, but for that 20-30 second stretch, it seemed like there was always one more guy for Huntsmen to get the contest in, so OpTic earned so little time. Now they'll get the final 20 seconds, but this time around, Huntsmen can get set up at Minecart, where OpTic, I mean, the break seemed almost instantaneous for Huntsmen to get through.
It was 5 seconds. So they were down about 70, 75. Now going to be down around 40. So it clawed back a little bit. But as you said, you see the setup here from the Huntsmen. Yeah, Formal all the way outside towards Woods, but 3 are going to go down. Here's going to come the pressure. What can Arcades do? Such a strong position. He's doing it all right now, but it's Hollow and TJ who set up that pinch. Now Hollow trying to stay alive and on board with our game-fueled featured player. Formal just going to try to watch the cross, but that's tough to do when there's a smoke down.
Smoke ends up perfect, and Slasher might be 1 team kill, but he's going to take down 3 as well. What can Formal do now as he's coming off a spawn? OpTic bouncing back into this one. The deficit now down to 37 as Formal looking for some kind of opening. Just so difficult to do as now the power position's in. Trying to shoot the feet off a Hollow. They're able to combine for the team shot and take him down. Another team kill in for OpTic. It's Slasher guilty of it again, but it's enough to get them back into the point, even though there's only 10 seconds left to earn. Now we'll all fight out towards boxes, but I think maybe now we've got ourselves a game, Joe.
Yeah, Formal just trying to look over his teammates. Straza in a solid position on that rock. The 1 versus 1 versus Slasher. Slasher's ready for it. Slasher's going to start to earn that time, but there's a fight through green. Formal's just going to rotate back and over, but he's got to watch the flank. DJ's actually got through. He's just a couple of seconds behind, and I think Formal realized that there is a big opening, so he's going to give that call out. Draza's taking down his teammates, but it's Envoy who gets the key kill on rotation.
It's a huge one to make sure that flip doesn't come in, and while all those fights are going down, you're still picking up the time in the hard point. 190 to 162 the scoreline. OpTic will get right back in. TJ and Slasher leading the way. Kenny still double negative, has not been able to pick it up and put on the performance we've been expecting of him this week.
Look at the spawns.
He do it down the stretch, but now they're running off to the races. Off to the races go. OpTic, they're able to get that trade. They're able to get in to Warehouse. The spawn does come in the back as well. They're still getting the time in the hard point as well. This could be the moment that makes or breaks for OpTic Gaming. Can they get the hold finally here inside a Warehouse?
Chicago, they're setting it up though. 2 are going to go down. It's going to come very quick from the Huntsman. Draws it towards the back. He spots 1. Pristini wins it. It's the twins again, doing their best to find those entries, and there is that break.
What a break. It only took 15 to 20 seconds, and they broke on through. We've got ourselves a tie game with just half the hard point remaining in Warehouse. Neither team can close it out here as OpTic brutally and savagely try to fight back in, but just cannot find an opening for now. But can TJ and Kenny get it done here? trying to pick up shots in the back of the flank, which they're able to do, and contest this time if possible, or secure these final 15 seconds. And Kenny does get in, so they'll get these points. And now look to the other side. The race is off for the flip on the other side.
That's what I was going to say.
It's Formal and Scump there as well.
I was going to say, was it worth it? Was it worth it to go for that scrap time? Yes, we'll see. On the rotation, it's Formal. He's up to 32 kills, and on the hill, it's 5 dead for OpTic Gaming. Chicago, they're in a position to earn some time to have spawns for next. Beautifully done on that rotation. And that's what I was saying. I wasn't quite sure how many resources OpTic Gaming were going to put into that push, but they put a lot.
And I think you ended up with a 2-on-2 over there, or 2 versus 2, but like Formal's just the one that goes big. He takes the gunfight, he takes it, and now they're in striking distance of closing this out. Is OpTic are spawning out so deep, trying to clear them out of the hard point, make sure they can't win it here, but also trying to battle for those depot spawns. Now, with the remaining time of the point, once again in a scenario where neither team can win it, can TJ go huge as he works top?
Yeah, and then I think it's Kenny with 2 kills to get them off of the hill, so trying to do what they can. They're trying to hunt TJ down. Envoy spots him. Beautiful shots from him, and here we go. It comes down to Depot. Pushes in. Draza trying to go all the way around, but he's got to wait for his teammates. They are just so staggered right now, but we'll see what he can find.
And it's been messy here all game long. Regardless of who has had control, this has not been a clean or controlled hard point.
Got spawns.
Huntsmen up 10, spawns in for OpTic, 4 kills in a row for OpTic, and then now got into the point. Is this going to be another clutch for OpTic Gaming? 20 more points needed to close it out. They haven't held well all game. Can they hold here? One massive hold needed, but it's Formal over the top that's trying to make the plays. And Pristini bursting in through the back door, trying to do it as well. Huntsman going to get in. OpTic spawning out. It's not over yet.
It's not over yet, but 7 more seconds and it will be. Here comes the OpTic Gaming push. 3 go down for Chicago. And I think OpTic get the tick here. OpTic actually get the tick, so there has to be a contest from Chicago. There has to be a contest, and Envoy with the knife. Did he get in? He did. So now it's on this rotation, and guess who? It's Formal who is set up.
Go, go, go. OpTic's got to fly. Huntsmen are in. 3 points needed. Can they contest? Someone's got to touch it. They fly across. They're not able to do it. And Huntsmen get the W in the madness of map 1. That little bit of contest they needed, just enough to push it to mine carts. What a map. What a map. Woo.
Oh, man. Hey, and I mean, it was just about those holds from OpTic Gaming. They were not great. The breaks from Chicago were so good. And you wanted a big game out of Pristini. He stepped it up. 37 and 31 from him. On the other side, we talked about Kenny struggling. He actually brings it back to 28 to 30. The slaying was so close. Look at these stats, Maven. And that's the score line, right? 9 seconds. But, man, both of those teams had an opportunity to win that game.
Think about that stretch then from Kenny, because I think I said he was 12 and 24. So he goes 16 and 6 over the end of that game, and a big part of why you get this run from OpTic, but it's not enough, and you cannot highlight it enough. What a map from Pristini. You saw the tweets from him last night. He was really hard on himself. He was frustrated. It was one of those situations where he kind of needed to get off social media and just mentally reset with his squad, and he does it here. 37, leading all players in the lobby. Just unbelievable stuff. But Joe, we didn't have time to get to this before the match when we talk about our Sony Xperia smartphone predictions. How'd you go?
I went Chicago 3-2. I just think they've been top 4 all year. I thought even with Pristini, the way he performed yesterday, if he's just a little bit better, even like a 0.7, right? I thought everyone else played phenomenally against a very solid Atlanta FaZe team. The OpTic's going to push it, but I think Chicago clutches it out.
I'm an idiot. But I went OpTic 3-1. I went OpTic 3-1.
This has just been your story, right?
It has all year. I thought they'd be one of the top teams. They have not, but it seems like they've been improving massively. Kenny has hit a form that we've been excited to see, and I just felt with them getting the confidence from that match earlier and frustrations for Huntsmen, the loss. I thought OpTic could do it, and obviously still a chance, but they go down 0-1 and in a map where it feels like maybe OpTic could have won and should have won. Just sloppy early. They clutch up late, but just put themselves in too much of a hole.
Yeah, I think, we talked about it so many times at Warehouse a few times, at Depot a few times. Heck, even the first minecart on the first rotation when The score was pretty close. OpTic Gaming, you have this setup. It's what you're looking for. But I think it was Pristini and Arcides multiple times who were able to find the opening, just make it messy. And that's what Chicago wanted to do, and they do it.
And from our Game Fuel featured player, you saw some incredible moments there for Formal as well. But now let's look at the quick scope presented by U.S. Air Force and just where these teams align when you talk about matches, games played throughout the course of the year. Obviously, with the year they've had, Huntsmen going to have the edge in every single category. But I think it's fair to say they're not playing the same OpTic roster.
No, they aren't. But what has Chicago been so good at? It's those game ones. It's those hard points. They've been the best hard point team, or one of them, all year long, and they're able to clutch that one out. And now we're going an interesting one, Gunrunner Search and Destroy, because you and I, we've commentated over OpTic Gaming in their Gunrunner. In Chicago, you know that they've been watching, especially earlier today. So OpTic Gaming has been so good on this map, but Chicago, they've been studying. What adjustments do they make? This should be a fun one.
Yeah, it absolutely should be. And I think we're going to take a look at our Astro social soundboard. I think it's a tweet from JCap that we're going to check out before we get into the map too. So we'll take a look at that before we get fired up. And it's a map we've seen from them quite a bit. But yeah, you said TJ absolutely world started C for the win. Yeah, I didn't realize at the time, because you and I, basically the kind of the screen we're watching from our caster POV, we didn't realize there was a picture-in-picture there on C. So shout out to the observers. You got to see the plays from TJ. And now I guess we're showing tweets from me. Yeah, it is the best part. I get very sweaty and hot during matches when I'm getting into it. Now I get to wear my Lulu shorts and just be very, very comfortable, Joe. And I'll tell you what, I'm feeling sexy.
Yeah, you look good. You look good, man. That shirt looks good on you. The Game Fuel looks good.
Well, I saw one tweet that said, now I know where all his hair went. Talking about my head, I guess, to my legs, and
that's okay.
I felt that one.
That's what's it matter?
Yeah,
it is what it is, dude. We all have our battles.
We certainly do, and well, these 10 players have their own battle right now as we get into Gunrunner. And yeah, we've seen it quite a bit from OpTic recently, just over the course of these playoffs, but kind of nailed it. You've been able to watch that. Hopefully, if you're Huntsman and prep for it, there has been a lot of aggression out of OpTic.
And for Chicago, this is one of their, if not their best search and destroy map. They're sitting at an 8-3 overall throughout the year. So they were probably very happy that OpTic Gaming decided to go with this one. But here we go. Chicago starting on offense. And this is typically the first round defense we have seen from OpTic Gaming. It's just sort of stacking A, not getting caught off guard. And will there be some pressure through the flank as TJ's going to spot that cross at B?
Well, Huntsmen have now worked their way up to the site. Bomb is going down, but it's Draza now with the first blood. They'll put an M4 in his back pocket to work with as well, but now you got to worry about that. So that player dying. Look at number 2 now. Arceus has to worry about that push through, which takes one player away from the front aggression towards the site. And this is great. I mean, you have to take this out. What is the worst timing maybe the worst timing I've ever seen. And it happens a lot in Call of Duty. And now, like dominoes, one by one, they're going to be falling. Suddenly, it's just Envoy. 20 seconds to go. Can he somehow make the play? Not going to happen. Hollow will gun him. Draza with a team kill that will not matter. But really, it's just the first blood. And Draza opening the flank. And then, I don't know how that goes if Arceus doesn't get the worst timing in the world.
Yeah, because OpTic Gaming would have then had to hunt down Arcides, who probably backs it up all the way to Warehouse and plays his life. You're just talking about wasting time. And you can see OpTic Gaming, they had no clue Envoy got into that position up top into that crate. So in terms of seconds on the clock, if Arcides just watches that for another second, they might win that first round. But it's Draza on the flank.
Yeah, Draza makes the play, and Arcides probably wanted to punch a wall after that timing that he just got. But if you play Call of Duty, we have all been there at one point or another. It can be a frustrating sequence for sure, but who will be the first blood king of this round? Pristini's going to get caught. It's Draza again. That's back-to-back first bloods for him, but in the smoke, it's Scump trying to make the play. He'll get traded out quickly, though. Numbers advantage once the dust settles to OpTic. 3 versus 2. Formal and Envoy remaining for Huntsmen.
And this was an issue yesterday for Pristini, was getting first blooded. So he's going to have to make some adjustments. Play with your squad maybe a little bit more because Draza is finding him. 2 versus 3 now. Envoy, he's going to pop dead silence. Try to hunt one down. Well, Kenny, he's going to win the gunfight. He's been so good in Search and Destroy this week. Started off 3-0, but now Formal, the time against you. You got to find 2 players. You got to defuse the bomb. Slasher's going to take you down.
Yeah, I think he basically walked right over him, unfortunately, there at the minecart. But 2-0 now to OpTic. Draza, again, the guy we're keeping an eye on early. Back-to-back first bloods and back-to-back rounds for OpTic. And yeah, you can talk about how good this has been for Huntsmen. You're right, it has been. But you and I have casted both the OpTic matches. They have played this map. They have looked darn good. They've had some nail biters. They've had some blowouts. I mean, the last one we watched here was not close.
No, and it's really just their teamwork and how many different things they show. And here's one of them where they get aggressive towards the B side. You have a 5-man setup. One player is going to be right outside. Yes, it was Draza, really their point man. One guy set up at the rock to help him out in case there needs to be a trade. So Chicago going to take this one slow, but guess who? Draza with his 3rd first blood. And they trade this? No, they cannot. And he's looking for more.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. His impact early in these rounds puts Huntsmen in another tough spot offensively. Still no bomb plant with about 45 to go. And now, yeah, you still have to worry about Draza just in this great position mid-map. So many angles he can pick up from that spot. And, well, RC's going to get caught. Slasher will put his head in the blender, and they're going to wrap this out towards A. Formal, though, does get a nice pick, which helps even the odds just a bit. But now you've got to work to set this up. Hollow just got the information on the cross. Nearly catches Pristini. It's Kinney, actually, that does get the kill. Envoy and Formal once again have to try and clutch.
I think Kenny spotted that player with the bomb trying to rotate through. And once again, Formal in a 1 versus 2. He's got to try to plant. And I don't think he will. Kenny takes him down. That first blood, it just puts them in a tough situation. And you see the way that OpTic Gaming's playing it. Just really strong setup towards the middle of the map. Hollow, he's watching the cross towards A in case they want to rotate it. They do, but Kenny's there through bathroom to help him out. They're playing their game.
And it's like you need to highlight how good of a first blood it is, because there's like 2 different types of first bloods. There's a first blood you get and you get traded out instantly. And there's a first blood where you stay alive and are still a threat on the map. And that's what draws this ball in, right? Like, he's got the first blood and still been a threat. And that is just a dangerous first blood. But here they go.
Going right back towards A. And there was one of those first bloods where Envoy quickly gets traded. But, you know, just trying to switch things up for OpTic Gaming. Hitting A 2 times in a row. I mean, usually we might see this hit once a map from both teams. Well, catching Huntsman off guard is... Now they have the man advantage. Yeah, Scump just guessed the wrong way.
I thought Kenny, like, shot was a little bit shaky at first. Like, this is going to be interesting. But now down to a 2 versus 2 we go. A ton of time to work with. Where do OpTic want to go with this bomb? It's going to be the twins, and Arcides and Pristini looking to clutch. Arcides gets the kill now to Kenny, who's been so good in search and destroy. And
he's just trying to
1v2.
Trying to make a play for Deddy because it had it popped. He would love to reset it. Now he's going to have to plant. Chicago's going to give it to him. Maybe. Okay. Now he's going to go for it.
He thought he heard something for a second.
Well, this is going to be tough. That silence pop for Pristine. Or sorry. No, it's not. That was... Now it's pop for him. And here comes the push. He's just trying to watch so many different angles. Got himself into a good position. He's going to spot one, but there we go. The teamwork from the Twins on point gets them into this game.
Big round win. They needed one, and, well, now the team that's got the first blood has won every single round. A little bit of love out from Arcee's. Bit of a snap there as he's able to hit the shots as the Twins do it.
We showed some love to Atlanta FaZe, right? So some of the guys who won a world championship last year.
Maybe he's trying to get some good juju in. I don't know,
yeah.
for later if they get to next weekend. Yeah, the back-to-back A play doesn't work. Yeah, they had a chance to win the round, and sure, may have caught them off guard, but still kind of exciting to see some different looks out of OpTic. But Huntsmen, the ones that clutch up and get the final lap. Some big late kills from Arcides. Slash is going to get caught. Arcides again finding the kills, now up to 4 and 3 as he's able to dip away into green.
Yeah, and Slasher's just pre-firing that smoke, just trying to get information. One of the few times where OpTic Gaming on defense don't have first blood. Kenny, though, he's going to bring it back to make this a 4 versus 4, but it's a little bit different. You have a lot of map control if you're Chicago. Draza cannot work the flank. Pristini's shutting that down. So where does the pressure come from? It's inside event, but Scump with a big one.
Back-to-back first bloods for Huntsmen. Now, can they close out these rounds? It's looking that way. TJ and Draza are going to be the only two players left. TJ will fall. Draza is dead as he will drop, and that's back-to-back rounds now for Huntsmen.
Okay, so he stopped shooting. So
yeah,
I know that looked bad, but
that's why I didn't say anything.
What Draza's trying to do is give them more kills so they have offense if this goes the distance. But it did look really bad.
Yeah, I was like on the cusp of freaking out, and I was like, nope, that was very intentional.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a story of first bloods. This time it is going to be Hollow that's able to pick it up. But, well, players dropping in a flurry. It's TJ. It's able to shut down two inside of water. Quickly. It's on Formal and Pristini to now try and clutch up. Formal, Daddy popped. Can he make the play? Just inching his way forward, trying to get a line of sight onto Draza. He's playing from that rock. Not a fun fight, as you can see how difficult that can be from his POV.
Nice nade. They're going for it. But this is what OpTic Gaming, they've been so strong at, is around this B site. They really have. And they do it again. But it's TJ, Iceman, who picks up that double inside of water on Envoy, on Scump. Gives them that numbers advantage.
It's been a fun search to watch. Like, it's just, there's been a lot of like clutch situations, a lot of crazy gunfights. But will it go the distance? Huntsman up against it now. Down 2 rounds again. Offensively, looks like they're going to be working back over towards B. Scump, per usual, be working green. Last time, kind of that extended fight he had with Draza. I don't think that's going to be the case this time around. Is Draza is going to be working
We're going to try and
all
work
the way towards
on
that
the flank.
It's 3 of them. It's 3 of them going.
I like that from Pristini. Just back on up, play with your team. It's going to come down to a 5 versus 5. Most of the push, though. And look at Chicago. I think they're just going to move forward. They're just going to move forward, but TJ's waiting for the push. TJ's waiting for the push, and Draza just buying time for Hollow to come on through.
It's been madness, but Envoy and Scump now have to clutch up. There's not a ton of time left here. Envoy does get a kill, puts it into a 2 versus 2, and gets away with his life. OpTic have to scramble to get onto this in time. He's the read right for Kenny. I think he spots the information for a second, but Envoy just going to back it up. They've got to push it out. They still have the time to defuse. Someone's got to get on it. Scump able to peek out. Huntsmen get the round victory, and what a sequence it was. They play the clock. They get the win, and Envoy huge in the final moments.
And I love that from Chicago. You know that OpTic Gaming are going to put a ton of pressure on the flank. Pristini gets all that information. So they take bathroom control. They move forward. Yeah, TJ and Slasher just waiting for their teammates. They get taken down. And I don't know, the second kill that Envoy gets to make it a 2 versus 2, that is the key kill of the round.
On and on we go. We've seen a lot of A hits out of OpTic. This time looks to be a little bit more standard. DJ so good from this position. Oh, did he not spot him?
I think he might have, but
the way he reacted, I was like, I didn't think he spotted him, but the call does come in. Kenny and Quavo are able to pick up 2 together. Formal able to answer back and turn this into a 3 versus 3. Hollow then over the top there with the trade. Nice read in the bathrooms, but Scump puts him in the blender. 2v2 now with a minute to go. TJ's hip fire is going to be on point. Pristini. What a moment this could be for him. He can clutch up. He gets the information. He gets the spot, but he takes some shots and has to back out of it for now. And he's not going to have dead silence to use. This is going to be so hard once this bomb gets planted. Can he get Slasher and make it a 1v1? Can't quite finish it. Slasher's going to get out with his life. He needs that kill. He needs that kill.
Still giving him an opportunity. Both players sort of just shoulder peeking it, trying to get that info. Slasher's going to come back to the rock in such a strong position. Shots here, shots there. OpTic Gaming do it.
Yeah,
it's just that skirmish on B, right? Like you saw them fly across off TJ's screen, but it was Hollow, it was Draza. They've been so good around that site. They do it again.
Yeah, and Pristini had a chance. Like obviously a 1v2, never easy. But if he kills Slasher there, either before the plan or after, very winnable. But can't quite do it. OpTic close it out, and they'll go up 5-3. Christini was terrific in the map 1, just not finding that same success here in Search and Destroy. 1-6 for now, but maybe now he can make an impact. He spotted Kenny. He heard steps, though.
Yeah, he heard a lot of steps.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit nervous, so he's just prone and just trying to play his life. This actually sets him up for the flank. This sets him up big time. We'll see what Christini can do. But all of OpTic Gaming are towards B. Look at this stack from them. Just trying to catch him. And when you're all that close, you got to watch out for those nades. But it's Scump up top. He spots one. Can he get the second? Hollow's going to back down with the numbers. All to Chicago. The round should be to them.
And here comes Christini, finally able to pounce. And yeah, if you threw that frag grenade anywhere, it's probably hitting something based on the position you had from OpTic. But the numbers there for OpTic, the numbers simply not good enough. Is Huntsmen break through that defensive wall and get the round win? Still match point for OpTic. You got to get 3 in a row here out of Huntsmen. The first check is done. Can they do 2 more? And this is the hard part. You got to do it on defense.
Yeah, how do you stop this B arsenal that OpTic Gaming has? It looks like they're going to try and do it through middle. Who is that? Envoy and Scump going to try and take vent room away. But look at what you have. You already have Hollow and Draza set up. We're going to hear TJ.
Sneaky.
Doesn't have Daddy. And I think they know something's up. But there's another nade first blood. And those nades have come in clutch.
Those lethals have been connecting, been so massive for them. Going to make it so much harder on the offense to get this bomb down. They're trying to watch the flank. TJ going to peek for a second, get some information, able to stay alive for now, and has Daddy up. TJ now going to push this. I have no idea how TJ gets through and finds both kills. But TJ makes the play. Kenny gets 2 as well. And now it's all on Arcity to do it. He's been spotted. How in the hell? What just happened?
I don't know, dude. Did they just not expect? I mean, he's got
don't know.
4. I don't expect him to just jump at him and slide through and challenge both of them, but he did.
He peeks the door. He's like, hello there, friends. And it just soars on in like a madman to get 2. And at the same time, Kenny gets 2. And OpTic pull it off. Unbelievable.
I don't know what that was. That was insane timing from TJ.
I was talking about TJ doing a good job staying alive and getting information, and the next thing I see is him hammering through the door like an insane person.
I don't know. Yeah, because one of them backs off into the vent, and I think we're going to take another look at it, but there was some insane timings. You just don't think he's going to run through it, and he does.
No! Let's take a look at the U.S. Army tactical play, which is probably going to be that. That was just an insane sequence. Let's watch it one more time. From TJ's POV, we see him playing outside a vent. We saw Envoy and Scump being so sneaky, working through the vent, and then I just have to watch how this goes down. So he says hello. There's the first hi. And then he just goes. He catches the first one reloading. I think at the same time, Envoy backs up into the vent. Like, dude, that game almost was decided by timing. When you think of what happened to RCs early in the game and what just happened there, obviously there are a ton of plays and a lot more that goes into it. But those 2 timings there could not have been worse for Huntsmen. Like, I don't know. I guess I feel for him a bit. That is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, Persini has a nade in his hand. Scump is thinking, I'm shooting. So basically, I'm just going to rotate back. I want you to slide in, and he's hoping Persini just has his gun out. If he has his weapon out, probably a kill. Right? Of course it is. But that was wild.
So. Unbelievably wild match. We have a 9-point hard point. Go 10 rounds and search and destroy. Everything you could want out of this matchup, and it's not stopping now. We have a quick break, then we'll be right back for the domination.
Thank you to Xperia by Sony, official mobile partner of the Call of Duty League. The new Xperia 1 Mark II smartphone brings you the ultimate mobile gaming experience, with a cinema-wide 4K OLED display and more technology to enhance your gameplay. Tournament audio and team chat listenings are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix amp of the Call of Duty League. Join the Astro family and order the CDL A40 TR headset and Pro Team speaker tags today at astrogaming.com. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League.
We've talked to a lot of younger players on this show, and a lot of them brought up your name as an inspiration. How does that make you feel?
You know, obviously you have to try to progress to become a professional player. It's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifice. You know, it is what it is. It's a lot of people want to be a pro, and that's why if everyone was a pro, they would just be popping out everywhere, you know? So it takes a lot of grind.
What's going on, everybody? TP here, bringing you the last episode of The Barracks, brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile, the #1 brand in prepaid. In this episode, we are going one-on-one with Scump from the Chicago Huntsmen, one of the most well-known players in COD, former OpTic Dynasty champ, and an all-around legend in the Call of Duty scene.
Will fall. Scump trying to find one on the flank, and he doesn't even have to open that door. It was open for him. Finds one, finds two. Scump, you disgust me.
We had a great conversation going over things like the OpTic Dynasty run, his favorite Warzone squad he'd like to play with, and his thoughts leading the Chicago Huntsmen into champs. Stay tuned for all that and more on the final episode of The Barracks.
And just like that, Chicago win map #1.
That was a sneak peek of The Barracks presented by Metro by T-Mobile. That'll be live later on this coming week, and that should be a fun one to watch. I mean, Scump and Teep, they go way back.
Yeah, way back since I was playing Call of Duty. So yeah, it should be a great episode. I'm sure you'll hear some of their history, what's going on right now for Scump in Chicago. Should be awesome.
Yeah, it should be a really fun episode, but let's get the focus right back to CDL game day, because this is the match we have wanted. Game 1, I mean, if you somehow missed the start of this series, go back and watch it. Game 1 was absolutely insane. A nail-biting game. Game 2, you could say the exact same thing. These two teams are going back and forth. It's reminding me kind of that Huntsmen FaZe matchup, and it's just 10 players locked in, giving it their all at the most important time of year, and we're all square 1-1 going into the domination on Petro. Joe, what can you tell me about this map for these teams?
I mean, there's not really. It's actually surprising considering the year OGLA has had. There's nothing really bad for them this series. Sitting at 4-4. We watched them earlier in the tournament play this one. They had a great style. Obviously, when you get that C flag, that's really the focus. And for Chicago, 4-2. So in Chicago, they're also starting on the stronger half. So we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, that did jump out to me. Like that, basically, OpTic was like 50-50 on every single map. Because yeah, they have not had a great year, but look pretty good with the overall best of 5. Kenny trying to push through early, able to find RC. He's trying to work the flip. His teammate is going to drop behind him, but he's already gotten into a position onto C. He should at least be able to get the no neutral. Great grenade there from Formal. The lethals were on point for Huntsmen in the game too. Lethals hitting here as well.
Yeah, so OpTic Gaming, they go for a very fast C neutral. Chicago not able to get B off of that, and then, well, now both teams have control of their home flags. Just fighting over B. Formal just trying to watch the angle. This is just so difficult without a smoke, without a trophy. You can see the power positions you have on this side. You have Slasher on the opposite side for OpTic Gaming. The smoke goes down, and just little by little, they're touching it, just trying to get it all the way secure.
Yeah, they're trying to get in. No one able to get beat to this point, but we love to get to the comms and the domination. Let's get to an Astro listen-in with Huntsman.
Go ahead. He killed me for hat. And one's on B and River.
One shot, absolute. Let's spawn first. Let's spawn first.
Get it.
One shot,
Nice one.
Coming on deep river.
River going around. He's on dip.
I hear. I'm gonna play for him.
Yeah, I'm with. I'm with you, Matt.
Nice big win. Could be
Oh,
another
yeah.
one.
Matt, I'm with you.
Dip. Line.
In dip.
Dip. I'm trying to get distract him.
Line dead.
I'm getting tracked. They might shot first. Yo, then we're gonna be
Top T elbow, Kenny.
Beat on flash right now.
I don't see him in top of bottom restaurant. I'm just holding.
P1, draws him back.
I'm on river.
Draws him back to P1.
I think bottom restaurant.
I'm trying to nade your river.
I'll see blue dome. There's like three tracks.
Nice.
I got one shot for you.
I got a beat. One more.
Austin was dumb.
Austin was tracks.
Back right, guys. I'm soaking
a while ago.
Yo, top pass.
Top pass. Good job.
Don't see the tracks, guys.
Yo, can we front? Yo,
blue
behind you.
dome, top part. There's two our side.
I'm trying to help you.
Yo, you want line, Kenny.
Top pass. Top left pass.
Kenny,
I got top bar.
Got a kitchen, one shot, Keep it neutral, getting river, guys.
Trying to get top
They
restaurant.
hopped it. Yo, T is dead.
Kenny was low. I'm helping you out.
I'm watching.
I'm river. He's outside of it. He's pushing me. One shot, free kill.
That's Draza.
That's him. No,
Yo, backtrack.
Line, Kenny.
I'm line dead.
Try to cut that. Try to get
Top right. Right now, pipe pushing your SD. Be careful.
Yeah, he's top resty on you. Nice, good
Good
win.
job.
We're spawning P1.
When they're back,
Top pass dead.
top elbow. Line in on B, guys. Line on B.
Well, Huntsmen get B for a moment, but it gets neutral pretty quickly. The main thing is through that optic, we're able to get the flip to the strong side at C, but now 4 kills through for Huntsmen. RC's and Envoy, both with a double. That should be B back into their favor. 10-point advantage to Optic right now.
Yeah, I mean, OpTic Gaming had the hold that they wanted, but Chicago able to break on through. They got the neutral at B, and then it's just been a fight back and forth. It ends with Chicago having control. And you are just trading with these M4s. Formal on one side, Slasher on the other. Formal's going to win that duel. Here comes now the push from Chicago, just to, you know, keep them locked back C, and then if the opportunity arises, to go for that C flip.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to be having most of the fights towards Hazmat. That's great. Keep him away from B. Pushing all the way through looks to be Draza. We'll see what type of play he can make. He's already able to pick up Arcides. He's gotten towards that B flag. Scump, though, still locking down top restaurant. Draza's going to get him as well. Into the smoke he goes, trying to work the neutral. Here's the footsteps coming in, and Draza picks up a third. Draza picks up a fourth. Draza just running through everybody, able to get the neutral and almost the cap. Like, think about that. All 4 of his teammates were basically fighting Hazmat and C. Draza's the one guy that gets out towards mid-map and kills 4.
What did he kill 4 of them? Where were his teammates? Where were they? I don't know what was going on the other side of the map, but I'd be pissed if I was Draza. Because, man, did he put in some work right back to it. He wins another 1 versus 1. With Chicago, they take a 4-point lead. And they started on that strong C side. But ever since they've gotten B control, they have done a fantastic job locking OpTic Gaming in.
Yeah, it's been great. They've seemed just as comfortable, if not more comfortable, with the A side hold. But regardless of how these final couple ticks go, it's going to be a close game. OpTic will be in striking distance starting on the strong side. But with how good of a job Huntsmen did with A-B control for that long stretch, you still feel good about their chances as well. First half done, Huntsmen up 6.
And we saw during that listening sort of the strategy that OpTic Gaming tried to do. They tried to like force you Riverside inside of restaurant. And then you saw Hollow's position outside of Pool Hall. What he's hoping to do is get a kill or 2 and then move all the way around, try to get that 3 cap. But nice job by Chicago to recover. And as you said, have that 6-point lead. Now OpTic Gaming, we'll see what they can do starting on C. I think, okay, DJ almost knifed himself.
Would have been bad.
They just go for this, huh?
Right onto it they go. 2 players bottom restaurant. TJ's trying to deal with.
Yes,
the finesse
they
is
do.
there. The smoke is in. 3 drop for Huntsmen, and there's CB control immediately. They're also thinking about pushing up maybe for a neutral. That's Draza that's looking over towards Boo. This has been the perfect opening from OpTic Gaming. Huntsmen onto the back foot instantly. What an opening from OpTic. It doesn't get much better than that.
No, it really doesn't. Maybe if you can get a neutral. One player does sneak through. That's Pristini, I think, trying to go all the way around. We'll see if Slasher can pick this up. But he's got dead silence. And he gets behind them. So I think they're trying to find Pristini. Maybe. No, they don't know his position. So this is great for him. But can his teammates help him out? And I think now with that spawn from Draza, they have to know something is up.
I would think so. I really want to hear their comments because this has got to be a crazy sequence for them. Let's go to an Astro listen-in with OpTic Gaming.
Wait, let's go, baby.
I need C for you.
Yo, cut off P1. I got him. P1 dead. Nice, let's go, guys. Let's go. Trap. Let's go. Trying to hold top dude live.
I just want to
Make
be
sure you run back.
Becky spawn back in.
I mean,
P1 on me. One shot P1 to make sure. Hey, I'm going Røkkr.
I really pray.
Top diner right now.
I spawn P1. On B.
Multiple on B. Multiple gonna be on B, guys.
What's that, man?
I spawn back C.
On B dead. Let's go B. I got B.
He's stunned B.
On B dead.
Go deeper. Deep
Mine. Pod squeak, Alec. He went.
P1 top. Nice.
One top bottom on me. Nice. I'm on it.
Bottom. Mystery.
Pod's dead. Yeah, so we could touch it and then we could play kill. I'm gonna touch it. I'm one shot.
Later, I top P1.
Need to make crash.
I blew down.
Front food. In the corner.
Scum blew down.
Yeah,
Watch it. Let me catch. We're close to that cap. Another blue down right now.
Yo, play your line. I spawn P1. I'm pushing through. I'm standing on back seat.
What'd you like from that listening, Joe?
I liked just hearing Slasher just sort of say, hey, we can touch it, we can play around our kills, we know we have the lead, but I mean, they're just on point. It feels like they're playing their game. They had the trap set, but I think, you know, a couple of the spawns come all the way back. Restaurant, all the time, it's never going to be perfect, but they got the 3 cap. They have a 19-point lead. This is the OpTic Gaming that we saw on Petro just earlier this week.
Looking good, but can they close it out? We saw an insane comeback from OpTic to get a
and he's going for A.
domination win recently. We'll see if Huntsmen can do the same, but there's the neutral on the other side. Pristini trying to neutral B as well. It'll be the neutral and the cap at B. But still, this doesn't help the scoreline. If you're Huntsmen, you've got to make some magic happen. You got to make that magic happen quickly. Arseny's trying to get on to C. There's still a presence here from OpTic Gaming. A will be capped on the other side. It's an AC hold for OpTic for now. Spawn's going to be all over the place due to the position of OpTic Gaming players and due to the pressure forward from Huntsmen. But it seems for now, OpTic doing a great job at dealing with it, trying to slide in, slide out, finish the neutral. Just can't quite do it through the chaos in the smoke. And Scump is still there standing tall. But now just 90 seconds to go, and the lead's so big. Can you do this if you're Huntsmen?
Oh, well, we'll see. I mean, they're going to get C. They're going to have CB. They're just going to have to go for a 3 cap. I mean, what? It's almost up to 30 points. Just under 28. There's the neutral. OpTic Gaming are going to play around that neutral, and that might be it. But this is what I was talking about. It just feels like OpTic Gaming, they know exactly what they want on this map and how they want to play it. It's really fun to watch. Just how they're moving as a squad. Draza, not the craziest stat line, but he's got 7 caps on the flag. And you talk about B and how difficult it is. He's the smoke guy. He's the key player. Great game from him.
Oh, yeah. No, some of his kills like that, even though that like 4-piece he had didn't really lead to the cap, I mean, it still alleviates pressures from other spots of the map. Like, he's had some massive ones through this for sure. But, I mean, what it boils down to for me is the first 20 seconds of the second half.
Yeah.
No, I mean, the beginning of this half. Like,
yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, like, it was
you're
just
hoping
perfect.
Chicago have a better good side. I mean, only being up 6, you see the effect, because look at OpTic Gaming. They win this one by a lot.
Yeah, it was close, and then it wasn't. Once OpTic got the trap in and locked down that CB setup for the significant amount of time, OpTic will close it out. They'll go up 2-1. Huntsmen now 1 map away from elimination, and OpTic, as crazy as it sounds, 1 map away from this dark horse Cinderella run into top 4 into championship weekend. This was a bottom 4 team coming into the bracket, a team that had to start in the losers bracket, and they are so close they can taste it.
I mean, we've talked about losers round 1 teams. In the past, it's a little bit different because you're going from match to match to match as we take a look at our stats here. I mean, what RC's played well. Scump, you know, he's been great all weekend. Everybody else a little bit negative, but I just think it's due to the control that OpTic Gaming had. They played him to their game. A lot on draws. Look at Hollow, 28 and 15, almost double positive from the new man on OpTic Gaming. But yeah, man, just the control that OpTic Gaming had, and now you go to a game for a hard point. But what Kenny and Slasher did it last year in losers round 1, and maybe they're doing it again, but it's not over yet.
Maybe it certainly isn't. But It's just crazy to go back in time and think about this year, because when you think about some of the matchups that were set up for launch weekend, like launch weekend existed to, because it was different than all the home series events, right?
Yeah.
It basically existed to kind of debut these teams to the world and also show off some of the big matchups that people wanted to see, like
rivalries.
The rivalries. Yeah, there were a lot of rivalries matches, and this was one of the big ones, right? Like OpTic versus Huntsmen. And, you know, we didn't get what we thought it would be. It was a 3-0 for Huntsmen. OpTic weren't nearly as good as, I expected, or a lot of people expected. But this is going back so far in the year, and it's just insane to me to think this many months later. We're talking, what, January to 8 months.
It feels like right? 10 years ago, Clint.
Yeah,
I have no idea. It feels like forever ago.
8 months ago, and this was our big story, and then it wasn't a story all year long because OpTic were bad, Huntsmen were good. But now we find ourselves here, OpTic up 2-1, and it is just, it's crazy. It's crazy to me how this works.
Yeah, a couple of roster changes. Everybody getting on the same page. We've talked about how important it is that everybody's comfortable playing their roles. You've heard from Kenny in the past with the previous rosters how frustrated he was, especially in practice. It was bad. It was really bad for OpTic Gaming. In Chicago, they have a couple of home series wins. They knew they were a top 4 team, but now they are in a tough situation.
We hope you're enjoying this. It's a CDL game day presented by Game Fuel. And it is a match. It is a match so far. 1 and 2 were unbelievable. 3 had its moments. We get ready now for the hard point between these two squads. Huntsmen now backed up against the wall, and this is where champions are defined, right? When you're 1 map away from elimination, when you're in the loser's bracket side of it, what do you got? When you dig deep, what do you got?
Now we're going to Ramaza Hardpoint. This is one that OpTic Gaming LA, when they were getting some of their better placings with like Chino on the roster, this was their go-to. So they're 7-4. A lot of that success is the back half of the year. But Chicago, as we said, one of, if not the best hardpoint team in the league. They're going to have a good record on everything. They sit on 7-4 as well. So all these games have been close. Why not another one? It feels like Ramaza always brings it.
Give me one more. Here we go. Huntsman, OpTic, map 4. Could this be the elimination match? As we'll kick it off from TJ's POV, looking to get over towards Bridgeside, but greeted with some of those lethals from the Huntsman. He'll now look to get to a spot. Formal, we'll be playing from the 3rd story. A flurry of kills back and forth. Scump able to get a double before he drops, but when it's all said and done, he was Envoy in the hard point for a couple of seconds, and then OpTic take over.
And you just have Kenny hanging out on the hill. All of his reinforcements are coming through, and Chicago, they're trying to play a little bit safe. They don't want to lose spawns for Electronic Shop. Yeah, Pristini in a great position. He was putting a crossfire in from top platform. There's still a contest though, and who is it? It's the Smoke Master and Draza trying to do what he can, but Pristini lighted it up. Had a great game 1. Not the best games 2 and 3, but already a 5-kill 3 from him.
Yeah, he's going off, and they're going to need him to do it. Can he go big for the squad? What a map 1 it was, but OpTic now. They'll be into our next hard point first as we hop out to the 3rd person cam and see their positions. Pristini going to be the one to look to open it up as Huntsmen start to work their way forward. Now the next hard point will pop. 6 in a row. Can he keep it going? Swift answer is no. TJ gets both as they push in the back door. TJ locking it down inside. 4 will drop for Huntsman. Look how far out you're spawning if you are Scump. Scump spawned in no man's land across the map. Thankfully for his teammates, they spawned a bit closer with like the parallel spawn, but he had to track his way across the entirety of Ramaza. Felt like he was running through a real city.
Yeah, what a response though, right? Because Pristini, as soon as Pristini gets all those kills, you spawn a little bit closer to Electronic Shop from OpTic Gaming, and they're just able to fight their way through as TJ was able to open it up, and now it's just a skirmish. You're going to get majority of this time, if not all of it, if you're OpTic Gaming. You have the Twins here. Maybe they can test some time, but Formal and Envoy, they are focused on this rotation.
That is a very, very good hold from OpTic. Well, better than any hold we saw from them map 1, like literally. Yep. Better than any hold they had, but that's how Ramaza can be,
it's
right?
A little bit easier on this map, yeah.
Yes, really back and forth. Like it's like every hard point can be a money hill at times. It feels like you can really get set up nicely for it, but as they get the early time in the early hole, we'll hop over to our game fuel featured player. It's going to be Formal's POV. And he'll look to make plays in and around the hard point. But see if he can start to line up the floor. He's got a bunch of players in front, but as Simtex comes in and the shots go through, he is going to drop back into spawn. The OpTic Gaming pressure is there, but for now, Huntsman still able to hold, still able to keep it close. Now down with second and right into top cafe goes Formal to shut down 2.
And that was huge from Persini. He had kills inside of Barbershop to get them the rest of the time. There was an OpTic Gaming opportunity to at least contest some time, maybe get some of it. But Chicago, they're going to get all of it. They're going to take the lead. And now it's you're going to see it from Formal's point of view. How do you get out of this trap? You got to get all the way across the map towards construction.
And all of his teammates basically just died in front of him. So it's like, oh, sick. I guess I'm the next one to run into this firing squad. We'll see if he can work his way up the steps. Scump goes massive to kind of clear the way for Formal. Get some big kills around Ruggs. And look at this run. What would have been a gauntlet to get through is a free run across the bridge, but the timing could not have been worse. Slasher able to get the angle right when he gets into position. Pristini, Scump, Envoy all in on the kill feed. OpTic desperately trying to hold on to the point, but the collapse seems to be here. Players spawning out from both sides of this, really trying to rally over. With 30 seconds left, somebody's already rotating deep. That's going to be Drazi. He's going to have a big one-on-one, and he's able to take that, trying to make sure they're in a good position for Ruins. They've chalked really the final 30 seconds at this point.
Yeah, and that was one of the takeaways from map number 1, was Chicago's ability to break through those setups just a little bit too easily. I guess the best thing for OpTic Gaming is you're going to have spawns for next, or are you? 3 going to go down. You see the spawns. They're going to spawn at old. Slasher's going to get taken down, and they do it again. But at least OpTic, you'll have the front side of the hill. It's just going to be a skirmish back and forth.
Yeah, it looked like they had spawns for a second, but then Huntsmen go huge to break through. Everybody from OpTic drops, and they'll get into the backside. But yeah, as you said, what can OpTic do from the front side? So far, so good, as they'll take down Ray Slasher with a double in as well. Trophy out to use this power position from the half wall and try to lock down any reinforcements from Huntsmen. It's the M4 of Formal and Slasher that really locate a ton of those kills. And now the flank from 2. Lovely bit of work through the mid steps. But it's still TJ in the point for now. Just 5 points separate these teams. It's Pristini, another killing spree for him. 18. Look at him compared to everybody else in the lobby. Pristini is turning up.
But he gets those kills with about 20 left. So it's going to allow OpTic Gaming to get construction spawns, set them up for electronic shop. As we rotate over towards bridge, it's going to be a 20-point lead after the first set. And you talked about it, Persini really stepping up for his squad. He takes down the player on the hill. He is playing with some passion right now.
Sometimes that's all it takes. That passion when you're at this level, when everyone is so talented. Who is going to bring it more today? What can Hollow do from third story? As they look to continue to close down this bridge point, trailing by 20, but in a good position for this point, in a good position for next. It's Kenny that's on 4 in a row, looking to find that 5th, but gonna dip away with his life for now and give that up. Maybe try and reflank it. I think that's exactly what he's trying to do. Ristini's got the read, though, right on the other side of the smoke, but the read's not going to matter. 5 in a row. A challenge on the Envoy as well as Kenny keeps on streaking. I've got no idea how he's alive. He's taken shots from 3 different players, hit by a nade or 2. Finesses for so long, but finally he will fall. And as the final time trickles off the point, about a 20-point game as we get over to next.
And they keep it at that 20-point lead. Can Chicago do it again? Can they break another tough setup?
This is where OpTic was perfect, right? Like, this is the first time through where they were perfect in locking this down.
They get all the kills on the flank, so it's going to force all... Look at this push. It's going to force all 5 through the front door. Envoy with his smoke is going to open things up. Somebody's chasing someone like a masked villain in a horror film. That's going to be TJ taking down Pristini, but Envoy, Scump, Arcees, they all find kills. They break through towards the front side. It's another, right, that keeps them in the game. That's just been the story of these hardpoints, Maven.
And that smoke just created madness inside, and then the Huntsman make the play. They break through. They'll get the time. And now another rotation to see what they can do. And Pristini is beaming right now. Slasher just takes MP5 bullets to the dome. A snap onto another. Kenny's going to fall as well. Off the top rope like Batman. But finally, he will end up dropping. But Formal's now gotten to the back. Our game field feature player trying to make the play. The hip fire somehow going to hit. It's actually a team kill that comes through as well for Hollow. Have they done it again? Have they gotten to a position to spoil the fun for OpTic Gaming? Hollow still able to stay up.
And not quite yet. You have Varsities, though, sort of setting up for the spawns to keep them in that trap. But that was TJ who was ready for it. TJ wins a big double. Still pushes through Ruins. That's our game fuel featured player. The smokes makes it so tough for a player like Formal. You saw it there. Draws this 2 is going to slow things down. You see TJ trying to get through for construction. Yes, there's 25 seconds left, but you still have to focus on that rotation. And I think TJ's going to need the kill.
He must have got the kill. Yeah, he had to have had dead silence because he has completely snuck up behind Envoy and made the play. That rotation fight continuing. Now Formal trying to get there. TJ's by himself. So TJ is going to have to work some construction magic if he's going to get this done because they are all trying to hunt him down. TJ takes down one before he drops. The reinforcements just not there yet. They soaked up the rest of the time. 200 to 190. OpTic Gaming lead, but in control of the point right now is Huntsmen.
Yeah, it's like, did TJ do enough, right? It feels like he did. You don't really have that trap. You have Kenny just right outside the bottom door. Allows them to get through that bridge. Just all due to TJ's play. Right now, can they break? Pristini. Formal. Envoy with a double. Locking things down. And now you're at the position if you're OpTic. You want to contest some of this time, but you have to rotate to Ruins.
It's so difficult a choice to make considering this would put them around the 240 mark. What do you want to do? Can you contest? Looks like they're going to send 3 back on rotation. Let 2 players fight around the point. Those 2 players go massive. I think it's Hollow and TJ that are able to get the kills from the point. So you'll get the rest of this time. It'll be just around a tie game. But over to the side of Ruins, you should have the numbers here if you're Huntsmen. They've got the numbers for now because TJ is still in the point. Pristini with some long-range shots with the MP5. He's able to hit, and now into Ruins. Here we go. Slasher going to get caught mantling over. Huntsmen are inside. They can win the game here.
TJ, though. TJ's going on a pinch. TJ's going on a pinch, but Pristini continues to have another great hard point. But I talked about TJ. He's still alive, finally taken down. Slasher with the M4 allows them to contest. But Formal in Arsities, the duo with an assault rifle is locking it down.
10 points away from victory and a ton of time to go on the point. They can do it here. They can push it to a map 5. They're trying to hold it inside. 4 are going to drop for OpTic. That might be the game. Kenny, the last one in position, just not in a spot to contest it. Huntsmen get it done. They take the map 4. Their dreams of a championship stay alive, and we have got ourselves a map 5.
Woo! Man, all of these hard points just so close. So many rotation gunfights. It's the Chicago hold at construction. It's the rotation battle that come out on top.
Look at Pristini.
Look at Pristini. And he is vibing.
Pristini, 33 in 24. A minute 20 to go on the hard point. He has been so good in the hard points. You wanted him to step it up. You gave him all the flack in the world. Well, he ate it, and he came out stronger. What a series he is having. Can he do it in the game 5? As it all comes down to this one, these 2 teams. 2 teams left, 1 spot. We already know 3 of our top 4. Now we find the final squad. Will it be OpTic? Will it be Huntsmen?
I'm nervous, Maven.
Here we go, Joe. 1 more map. Huntsmen, OpTic. Who gets the spot? Quick break. We'll be right back.
City's a trying clutch. He can't do it.
Haley going on a rampage inside the hill.
He heard him. He gets it. He got it. He got it.
Want to play Search and Destroy like a pro? Here's some S&D recon from the US Air Force. This time, we're flying over the snowy mountains to get some recon on Arklov Peak. First, let's look at the bomb sites. Bomb site B is on the first floor of the house in the middle of the map. If the bomb's planted at B, expect some chaotic close quarters fights inside the house. Meanwhile, bomb site A is out in the open, right by the broken house and the ditch. Bomb site A is super exposed, so be wary of enemy snipers and grenades. If you're on defense, be sure to watch the field for any attackers wrapping around the map. In addition, watch mid-map for any attackers pushing bomb site B or pinching bomb site A. One spot to watch mid-map from is right here. Hop on the top of the awning and you'll be able to catch anyone pushing the middle of the map. If you don't see much towards bomb site B or mid-map, you're probably going to see a ton of pressure on bomb site A. If you position yourself right behind this rock, you'll have a clean line of sight down both the broken house and the ditch. If you're on offense, there's a good chance you'll be facing some enemy snipers on bomb site A. If an enemy's shooting at you from the house on the opposite side, run up to the second story of this building and fight back. If there's an enemy holding the ditch, you could just run out and take the 1v1 duel. Or, if you're brave enough, grab an SMG and run straight at them like TJ. If you want to hit bomb site B, check out this play from the London Royal Ravens. After securing a kill mid-map, they drop 2 smoke grenades on the house, one right in front and one on the awning. Jared and Dylan jump into the second floor, while Scrap sits in the field to prevent any enemy players from jumping in through the window. This move isolates the only player on defense, making it much safer for Dylan and Jared to clear the house with a bomb. Once the bomb's planted, FaZe has to get inside to defuse, but because London took early control of the house, FaZe don't have any easy way inside. By the end of the round, the London Royal Ravens managed to pick off all of the remaining FaZe members, winning their offense on bomb site B. There's your S&D recon for Arklov Peak. Good luck down there.
That was a look at S&D Recon presented by US Air Force, because that is where we are headed. Arklov Peak, Huntsmen, OpTic, one more map. And Joe, you've been in some Game 5s in your career. You've been in some Game 5s at Champs. Do the stats and everything go out the window? Well, what's the deal here?
Yeah, absolutely they do. I think they do come Champs time, right? Like, you know, we're spitballing these. It doesn't matter. Both of these teams, you know, they prepped so much for this. You got to play your game. OpTic Gaming in Game 5 on Arklov Peak, 2-1. Chicago 1-0. So a pretty strong map for both of these squads, especially in Game 5s.
You say that a lot, like play your game. You just mean like it's tough to do with the pressure like this to play the way you want to play.
So like what it should be is your practice should prepare you for this. What do you do in practice? You shouldn't stray away from that. You know, what strategies work for you? Continuously shown different looks. That's what we saw at OpTic Gaming on Gunrunner Search and Destroy. So yeah, I mean, it's just, what did you practice? What worked for you? You know, have clear comms.
Well, here we go. The one map to decide our final team into championship weekend, as they've all been battling for their share of $4.6 million. Who makes the run? to maybe win the big cash prize. But it's Draza at mid-map doing a little bit of dance here with Envoy. And that doesn't connect, so I don't think he's going to realize he's there. The shots are going to come in. Draza can't finish it. The Simtex, though, might do it. It's going to force him to move. That's going to be bombed down. Beams in from Draza towards the top window. 2 players from Huntsmen out of the mix.
Yeah, nice little cross setup right there on a Draza, and Hollow. Slasher's going to come through as well, but they just take care of the middle of the map, and it's TJ trying to snipe Pristini. Hits the nade. That was clean from OpTic Gaming. Just shut it down. And obviously, if that stun connects, the round's a little bit different, but Hollow's in a bit of an off angle. You know, the stun is supposed to hit the player if he's on top of the stairs. He's not there, but draws a Hollow. Nice little 1-2 punch.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch lays out Huntsmen in round 1. But it's weird because we talk about how this can be a really defensively sided map, but yesterday it was 2 days ago when we casted Huntsmen FaZe. It was like, what, the first 4 rounds or so were all offense. It was like, who's going to win the first defense? So we've seen some crazy stuff kind of go down during the playoffs, but we'll see if this is more what we expect. But through the smoke, OpTic getting very aggressive into position up towards mid. TJ, who's been a beast with this snipe over the course of this week, has it out again. Draza is trying to make a play at that dead silence. Can't finish it, but Kenny is there for the finish. Another first blood over to OpTic, a category they controlled early in that map too.
Yeah, it's that early smoke towards A. No, it just keeps Chicago on their toes. They just run through the smoke and kind of go through the middle of the map, and you can kind of see what Chicago is. They only have 1 player. Now 2 is the rotations back towards A. Okay, so they've read this. It's going to be an A hit. Chicago are ready for it. They've all rotated over. And we see the overhead view. You have 1 player in Slasher locking down middle of the map. But here we go. Here comes the push.
20 seconds to go. The lethal's going to be out. Will they connect some damage in? The plant has not been finished yet. Plant going through now, and they'll get it down. It's going to be a 4v3 retake, though, as you get the kill. TJ can't hit the snap. Envoy able to hit the shots. Pristini with the sniper in hand hits it. TJ last alive, though, now. Can he hit the snipes? Has to play his life for so much time. He's getting pushed through goals, though. Hits another snipe. The pressure there from Arcenies, though, and the retake is in from Huntsmen. Pristini big in that round. He gets the kill to put it to 4-4 and makes some massive plays to help them on the retake.
Yeah, it's actually Envoy middle of the map, though. I believe he had a 1 versus 1 versus Slasher. Slasher had dead silence popped. He's sort of hoping to find a timing through that middle alleyway, which we see so often. It's just tough. I mean, TJ is just hoping 1 or 2 goes down, right? You're trying to play for that sniper. You can back up into your broken house and, you know, force Chicago to have to defuse the bomb. But 1v3, it's just too tall of a task, especially with that much time left.
I think maybe Huntsmen deserve a little luck from a timing standpoint when you think back to the map too and a couple of situations they had. But who's going to be able to take an offense? Heavy A pressure from Huntsmen. Aggressive on the B side of the map too, as Draws has worked up towards those steps again. But the rotation's going to come in. They get Slasher. It's going to be heading over. Get some information behind the lethal and the nade. Some damage through, but not able to get the kill.
He's still alive. Pristini's still there. Yeah, Scump inside the trench.
There's the first blood for Huntsmen. It's a big one. Can they close this out for the offensive round victory? Working all the way around the flank is going to be Draza. You've got Envoy set up all the way in the back. Envoy is able to get that kill deep on the flank. Players falling all over. OpTic gets smoked off the site, and Huntsmen get their 2nd round of the board.
Yeah, you're hoping to get that nade kill on the bomb, and this is why, right? Because you have Scump, formal and beautiful shots right there out of Scump to get him a multi-kill in that round. But you're hoping to get position on the bomb, because when you get position on the bomb, you can jump on top of that mound and look into the trench. Because Pristini stays alive, because none of the nades connect, they have to take him down first. And that's when those trades start. Draws to try to work in the flank, but Envoy once again taking care of it.
All 5 players now here from OpTic. Smoke out, and they're going to go. They are pushing this.
It is a quick
A. Yeah, it is a very, very quick A. Formal. Chance for a hit for just a moment. Plant going down now for OpTic. Arcee's just tucked away around this wall. Draws it. Oh, not bad timing again. Not bad timing again. He's still up.
Almost happened.
Almost happened again, but Hollow's able to get the angle, and then Draza's going to pounce. Draza's going to pounce. 2 are going to drop. Offensive round win for Huntsmen. Now maybe a chance for OpTic to do the same to tie it up. Formal falls. Now all on to Envoy. Doesn't see him on the right. Round win to OpTic. All square again.
And I actually don't know how. Look at this position from Hollow. You can see there from Draza's point of view. I don't know how he gets there undetected. But they get aggressive. So a lot of the times what you see on those, as soon as the bomb's down, you'll see like a double trench setup. You'll see one person stay alive on the bomb. You force the defensive team to come to you. That didn't happen. Hollow got aggressive, just pushing up to that barrel corner. Then that allows Draza to pounce on through. Again, Hollow, Draza making their presence known.
Yeah, maybe like a weird timing for formal sniping or something, or focus on something else. And it's about to be, you don't usually die from them in that position at that point in the round, but fact is he gets the angle. Now it's going to be a heavy mid hit.
What can TJ do?
Was aggressive at A. Yeah, this is going to be an absolute swarm onto TJ. They're about to fly in through the smoke. Can he at least take 1 down? He's able to get 1, nearly 2 damage in. To the reinforcements get there to finish off these kills. They've gotten set up inside, but the bomb carrier did fall. Is Scump now? Sorry, Arcee's now wants to work to get this plant. Katie just jumps up onto the bar, and well, that doesn't go well for him.
Draws on the flank, though. That takes him down. Guess what? Envoy, he has to switch his angle up. So now the last 2 players stuck inside of this A site. And you see in all these different wallbang positions, that's why it's so difficult to get this bomb down. We saw it from TJ's point of view. Taking their time, just trying to lock them in. Arcee's gonna have to go for this soon. There's no way you rotate off this. 5 seconds to plant. Just trying to catch a timing, and there we go. Plant's gonna come in, and here they come.
Can you catch him planning, and you now have a 3v1. Scump with the massive gunfight. Can they clutch up in the 2 versus 3? Arcee is gonna drop. All gonna be on Scump.
Where is he? He got out.
Scump 1v2. He got away for now. He got to the front door, hits some shots, gets away with his life. There's a team kill. There's a team kill. It's now gonna be a 1v1. Hollow's just gonna hop it. He's just gonna hop it.
He's got it.
The check's gonna come in. The check's gonna come in. He's not gonna get there in time, and the fuse goes through. So you get the team kill, but you get the defuse. Are you kidding me?
Holy regain from Hollow. What the heck? Oh, I don't know how that happened and how Scum stays alive, but he just holds it.
My heart just skipped a beat. My heart skipped multiple beats.
Woo! My watch is telling me to take deep breaths. Relax over there. Relax. It's game 5.
Oh my God. 3-2 now to OpTic after whatever you want to call that round. They go right back to it. Aggressive at A. It worked last time. Let's try it again. Maybe Arcee will be a little bit more fortunate from the Gulch, but Draza has worked up to the site. Kenny, though, will be the bomb planner. Has to ultimately try and get through on this cross. The lethals hit. Draza's going to drop. The lethals hit. Quavo going to drop as well. T2B combines to really end this round with the Simtexes.
Yeah, watch number 3, Envoy. He's got dead silence. He's working his way all the way through.
Let me see a stat of like between games 2 and 5, like the lethal kill difference. I just feel like there's been so many more for Huntsmen.
Well, Hollow moves up to that position again. But it's all going to come down to this timing on the flank. Nobody is paying attention to it. TJ is just watching over his teammates. I think Envoy's going to win this round for Chicago. He's going to do it here soon. Well, you'd think so. Maybe not.
Well, TJ's got Daddy popped and did get away to mid-map, but that call should be into formal. TJ will get caught. Now going to be 2 versus 4 in the post-plant position. Christini able to stay up. Slasher's going to get flanked as well. All now to Hollow. He takes down 1, but cleaned up instantly. And Huntsmen rebound after that ludicrous round 5 to get the win and tie us up at 3-3. And we're getting closer and closer to a chance at some free burritos.
I mean, listen. The burritos is a bonus. If this goes to a round 11, it is a treat in itself.
That's true. That is true. Some dessert to go with that burrito.
But as you said, it's just the nades. And what OpTic Gaming has been doing on their attacks is they don't send their bomb carrier to it. It's Kenny who goes for the bomb. He makes his way through trench, but it's Draza who's just checking it with the MP5. He's making sure there's no funny business from the defensive team. And then he just sort of backs away, allows Kenny to slide. But right there, you saw what happens when the nades hit. And look at Scump. We've talked about some of his Game 5 performances. He had one earlier versus New York a few days ago. Already up to 10.
But 12 and 3 in that one.
Yeah.
Into double digits through 6 rounds. That is pretty darn good. But Huntsmen are taking this all the way over to B. It's going to be TJ that has to deal with this once again. A little bit of a different hit, though. Not quite up through mid-map. They're wrapping out through outskirts. Kenny trying to get to the angle, and Kenny's going to get it. He's able to take down Pristini. That's going to be bombed down for a moment. Going to be picked up by Envoy, and he's going to instantly try and get this plant in. Will it finish? He does get it down. So the plant gets in even though he drops. So you've got more of a chance here if you're Huntsman. Not much of one, though. Not much of one, though.
We got a smoke right away. Can Formal spot that X-ray vision? Can he hit the snipe? Can he slow this round down? There's just so many different angles. There's the retake.
And that's just, everyone dies basically right as the plant is going down. You get some... It's like you're getting into that B house. You're getting the plant down, but from that point forward, it's just been so difficult. Granted, last time they had a plant that like ludicrous. Well, I think Scump ended up getting it down like the 1v3. That was a bit messier of a round for sure. But here, all hell kind of breaks loose as soon as you try to get that plant in. Kenny with the opening kill onto Pristini, a big one. I see a dead silence all the way around the backside.
Yeah, and it's just the info. It's the info OpTic's getting. That's 2 defensive rounds where they're going 4 towards A. They don't see anything and they back up. We'll see what adjustments they make from Chicago on offense.
It's a benefit of aggression, right? You're just clearing the map, learning so much about where the positions of Huntsmen might be. Draza this time is going to get a trophy onto it, so maybe that will be the difference. So it's not just a lethal massacre. Okay,
nope.
well, never mind.
That's a lot of nades. You need 2 trophies, I guess.
Yep, so much utility comes in. The trophy's destroyed, and Pristini will fall. Or sorry, Pristini will get the kill as Draza falls. Now another tough spot on offense for OpTic.
Tough part is now you just got to get a player to the bomb. And, you know, then he's going to kind of be stuck. And there's the smoke out from Chicago. Maybe they're going to get aggressive. Nothing's going to happen. I don't know where that landed. Maybe he didn't throw it? I don't know where that landed, but... When is OpTic going to go for the bomb? RC's going to protect himself. Middle of the map, you still have Hollow watching the flank. Slasher just trying to get an angle. Trying again to get an angle. But they have to get the plant. Pristine wins another gunfight.
If he would have got onto the rock a couple of times, he might have got the kill, but couldn't get into a spot. And Hollow will be the last to fall. Huntsmen hold on defense again. The opening utility, massive again. The Simtexes have been on point from Huntsmen as they've shut down these offensive pushes from OpTic before they could really get rolling.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... For OpTic Game, they keep going for these fast A plants, and the nades are there. Poor Draza, man, he has just been bombarded.
Yeah, I mean, those offensive rounds have not been fun for him at all. He's just getting smoked. And he's like a playmaker for them, too. He can't make a play when you're getting first blooded by all the utility out of Huntsman. Now tied up 4-4. We go deeper into this game. Only one squad can move on to championship week, and Pristini wants to get aggressive up mid-map with dead silence, but around the corner of the smoke is Kenny with the peek. Still 4v3 for OpTic as the offenses really have been struggling in the past couple of rounds.
And we'll see if they can clutch on up. It looks like Envoy's trying to get aggressive towards that grave side, but somebody's ready for him, and that's Hollow. It feels like Hollow reads this map very well. Couple of times he's just been in some off angles that's caught Chicago off guard. Now a 2 versus 4 in the King takeover. Stun doesn't connect. Maybe they won't know he's in this position. He's gonna pop dead silence. He's gonna find a kill on Slasher. He's feeling confident. They know where another one is. They gotta plant the bomb. TJ just staying down. He's gonna try and challenge the next one.
Can he win another big gunfight? Not able to do it. TJ probably seals the round there. It's all going to be on Formal last alive, trying to work the plant now in a 1 versus 3. He's going to get it planted, but what do you do now? Well, you do that. You pop up, you take down one, but Hollow again goes big with the crisp and clean headshots. Round to OpTic. 1 round away from another upset and the Cinderella story moving on.
And it's just what adjustments do they make on this attack? If I was OpTic Gaming, A is working when they get the bomb down. They have to get the nades and the lethals away from Chicago. I'm going back. I'm hanging on to a smoke. I'm throwing one early. You know, trying to force out as many nades as you can. Hopefully you have a trophy. You move up with the next smoke and you put it down. But we'll see what they do. And it looks like they're going to say, screw A, we're going to B.
Yeah, I mean, just probably frustrated. Been getting shut down there so much. You've got a big presence really on both sides from Huntsmen. They're pretty spread. Working that side of the map will be Envoy and Pristini together. How early does the rotation come in from Huntsmen? Envoy some damage in, but can't quite finish the kill. He's going to have to reposition for now as Hollow eating the bullets.
Yeah, this is already, I mean, almost 40 seconds off the clock. You do not have a lot of map position if you're OpTic. Finally, Slasher gets into the middle of stairs. But I think Chicago's going to be ready for this one. They're going to start rotating over here soon. Looks like Formal's going to make his way over. He's top hotel. Flashes and smokes go down. This is going to have to be a very fast execute inside of this site. There's that rotation. They're just going to stack it, and why not? Why wouldn't you? Here we go.
Standing right behind it. They're lining up for him. Him and Formal able to get a flurry of kills. The OpTic push once again shut down. Huntsman, can they continue to hold? Bomb down a difficult spot. Formal goes big with 2. Kenny last alive. And it looks like we may have burritos unless Kenny can pull off something, but he's got to somehow get the plant in. He's spotted on the cross. Not going to be able to do so. Not enough time to do it. It's round 11 time, Joe. It's round 11 time, baby. Burritos.
And looking at round 11s this year, Chicago 9-2, OpTic Gaming Los Angeles 4-5. It's been all defense, and who is on the attack? It's going to be OpTic Gaming. I don't think you go back to B here. It was way too telegraphed. The only thing that's worked for them has been that A execute. And it looks like for right now, they're going to start in the middle of the map.
Remember, one of the things they like to do early in the year was that mid-map pressure behind smokes, try to get into the second story of the B house. Pristini spots him, but Pristini gets smoked. He just gets evaporated. That's the first blood for OpTic. Now what can you do behind it? The utility coming in over the top. It's not going to connect. The opening in the defense is there for OpTic. It's set up behind the bar.
They're all here. All of Chicago's here. They're all inside.
They're here on the cross. There's the first kill from Scump. That's going to be bombed down. The peek comes in from Hollow. What a gunfight when that is. It's madness inside of the B house. Scump just trying to finesse, trying to get the kill. Envoy going to peek from outside. The challenge is going to come in. Scump's got to reload. No one can finish the kill. Arcees picks up 2. It's all going to be on TJ now. 1v1, and Huntsman win it. Envoy gets the kill in the 1v1, and they move on. It's madness. What the heck was that round?
Oh my gosh. What a round it was. But I think it was Arcees who was the swingman. It was Arcees. He got to. Scump played his life so well inside of that hotel, just to play behind the bar and just waste so much time. And I don't know if you saw, there was nobody from Chicago towards the A site. After the first blood, it was such a fast rotate. If OpTic Gaming wanted to go back to B, they could have. But they just went for it. They sent it. The trades weren't fast enough. Arcees goes big. Scump goes big. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. TJ knew his position, but Envoy has the shot.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But guess what? As we're all trying to gather ourselves, there's a burrito code coming at you in just a moment, which you can take that as a cherry on top for one of the better S&Ds and better maps, better series we've had all year. That was insane. And yeah, I was so focused. It was such an insane sequence. I was so focused on Scump staying alive in that spot. And once he had to reload and the damage came in, I'm thinking Scump's dead. But Arcees just feels like out of nowhere. Just out of nowhere comes in and gets 2. But scuff play of the game. Let's watch the round again and just get the blood pressure pumping again.
Yeah, so I just want everybody to watch the mini-map here. After Pristini gets down, watch how fast of a rotation this is from Chicago. There's still a minute 20 in the round. If you're OpTic, you could rotate this back, but they're trying to use the smokes. They're trying to get across, but everyone is here. Scump's going to find one. I think Hollow takes down Formal, and then it's just Scump's ability to stay alive, and Arcees helps him out. He comes through. He's able to take down 2, and I think it's just right through the back door to his left, because that's what he's waiting for. I thought he was dead in this position, but there's Arcees through the back. He takes down Kenny. He takes down Hollow, and Envoy, he killed Slasher. He's getting the comm. TJ could have taken his time, but it's madness, and there we go. The Final Four is set for championship weekend. You got FaZe and Empire in the winners final. You got Huntsmen in London on the bottom side.
I feel like it's 100 degrees in my room. Legitimately sweating.
That was the best match of the year. That was unbelievable.
Just insane. What a map to end it. Like the storylines leading to that with Huntsmen versus OpTic, and to all come down to a round 11 1v1 bloodbath inside of the V house. Are you kidding me? Like, are you kidding me? I know there have been some frustrations with this year. I know it has not been perfect. I know COVID has caused some things to be just insane, and the pivot to have it online. But if you didn't enjoy that best of 5, you were an idiot. That was awesome. That was awesome.
Yeah, and there was that bracket. I mean, the OpTic Gaming run, I mean, to win 3 matches, you know, they finished top 6. You know that players like Kenny, Slasher, and TJ, they wanted to do better, but if they pull one out, at least one of their better events is the last one of the year. And Chicago, you've been a top 4 team all year, had a couple of crazy game 5s, and their life is still alive.
Yeah, I think for OpTic, it's, you know, right now you're pissed, obviously, but considering how this year has gone, you know, the amount of money that you end up making by getting to that position and having a chance to get the championship Sunday, it is better than most people would have thought they had done, logically. Like, most people didn't think they get to that point, but they pushed Huntsman the distance. It was, I don't know, maybe I'm living in the moment right now, but it had to have been a top 3 match all year, if not the best. Like, that was just insanity, and you got to feel proud about what you did. And for Huntsman, we go again. We got a chance to win this entire thing. You got a chance for back-to-back for the Twins, another ring for Scump and Formal. I'm going to sleep until next weekend. I just want to get to the matches, Joe. I'm just going to go to bed tonight. I'm sleeping through the weekend. I want to get started. This is going to be awesome.
That'd be a heck of a slumber, Clint. That would be
it'd be like a hibernation.
Yeah, nice little hibernation.
A big bear hibernation.
And then heck, even for London, man, what a run for them. You know, they're playing the top 4. Who saw that coming? I did not.
Nobody.
Woo!
Just trying
to catch my breath.
Unbelievable. And the man that won the 1v1 that's about to be heard around the world as everyone celebrates, it's Envoy. We've got him with Lando.
Very good, man. It's your instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation. I'm Lando, and joining me is Envoy from the Chicago Huntsman. Envoy, my God, man, that was absolutely unbelievable. As Maven called it, the 1v1 heard around the world, the 1v1 of the century. Walk me through that Game 5, Round 11 on Arkalov Peak from your perspective.
Man, that was one of the most intense Game 5s I've probably ever been a part of. It's the most intense series I've ever been a part of. In that last round, I mean, we knew they were just trying to elongate the round, so we were playing slow. Eventually, they started coming towards B, and we just stacked the bomb site. Alec picked up a big 2-piece, which ultimately won us the game, and I just cleaned up the last kill on Teach. That's all that really was.
Oh boy, as we get to kind of rewatch it here quickly, I mean, literally comes down to the wire. Overall, a phenomenal series. I think it has to be in contention for one of the greatest series that we've seen all year, if not the greatest series that we've seen all year. My goodness. I mean, what? It's got to be hard after a situation like that to really kind of calm down, I can only imagine. But, man, what? You're an Illinois native. You've waited for your chance at the spotlight, I know, for such a long time. I know you have the unfortunate top 32 finish last year at Champs with Jin G. Yeah. How sweet does it feel to know that you're through to COD Champs weekend?
It feels amazing. You know, I just came in today like one goal. You know, push it to the Champs weekend, and we did just that. I'm super proud of the team. Our composure was crazy in that series. We ended up winning our Mazda Hardpoint. You know, we lost it twice in the last 2 days, so that was the biggest win of the series for us.
I have to ask you, after a victory like that, I know the Twitter, literally social media is going to explode after a victory like that. Just kind of knowing the social media presence and the fan base that the Huntsmen have. Feel free, Envoy, go ahead and talk to the Chicago Huntsmen fan base. Let them know what you have to say, my friend.
Guys, we appreciate your support, win or lose, and we're just happy that we booked our way to the championship weekend, and hopefully you guys can support us there in about a week or so.
Definitely, man. Well, I'll tell you what, man, that was intense. That was crazy. And I got one more question for you, Envoy. We talked about your team, obviously the kind of the gauntlet that you guys have kind of gone through toward the end of the season. What do you have to say for your teammates and the way that you guys have clutched up so far?
I mean, like I said, our composure was just next level that series, and I'm really happy that Preston, he had a pretty bad day yesterday. He knew that himself, and I'm just really happy he bounced back. He was probably the key factor in us winning that Ramaza hard point, and yeah, that's ultimately what won us the series. So shout out to Preston for bouncing back today. It meant everything.
Absolutely, man. Well, that was your instant reaction brought to you by PlayStation. Envoy, congrats again on the victory, and obviously congrats to you on obviously getting on to Champs Weekend, my man.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Well, Con fans, the matches here at CDL Playoffs have officially come to an end, but there is still a lot to break down leading into Champs Weekend, and we've got the very best doing it as Lottie, Pac-Man, and Nameless are live with the CDL HQ right after this break.
He's a trying clutch. He can't do it. Really going on a rampage inside the hill. He heard him. He gets it. He got it. He got it.
In a millisecond, win the round 11.
My God. An absolute rampage from Decimator.
Rule your day with Metro by T-Mobile. Get 1 line of unlimited data for just $40, so you can catch the most epic dubs and replays all on T-Mobile's nationwide 5G network. Rule your day with Metro.
On August 29th, Call of Duty's most elite warriors will face off in the Call of Duty League Championship with millions on the line. It's time to prove once and for all, glory isn't given.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Stay connected to what matters most with the best value in wireless.
In every battle, there is a moment. Most don't even see it. But for others, it's all they see. That move, that shot that separates legend from afterthought. That instance between your name heard round the world and total, deafening silence. Every moment, every battle only has two outcomes. And when it happens, only you can decide what is yours. And now the true battle begins. With all eyes on you, there's no time to rest. No time for excuses. The moment is now. So it's put up or shut up. It's time to prove without a shadow of a doubt that your best is as good as gold. And the only thing that drives you more than the thrill of victory is the fear of being forgotten.
And there's the hype! How many men has he got to run through? That was just easy dominance. They did it!
Here, on the ultimate proving grounds, Call of Duty's elite converge. When that moment stares you in the face, you'll know one thing. Glory isn't given. Glory isn't easy. Glory is taken.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Call of Duty League headquarters post show. As you can see on the screen, the trophy is still here with us. We've still got these really gorgeous shots of it, and it's actually meaning a lot more now than ever before because we do have our final 4 teams who have advanced into champs, and I actually can't really believe I'm saying that. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Here is the bracket ready for champs next weekend, and I'm so excited to see how this is going to go down and unfold. I've got, of course, 2 fantastic people joining me. I've got Pac-Man and Nameless. Gents, are you as excited as I am about champs next weekend and who we are actually seeing before us here?
Absolutely.
I mean, the caliber of these teams is unreal, but actually a couple surprises in there too. I mean, London, the fact that they've made it through for champs is just, it's wild to me. I mean, they haven't won a home series, and that's crazy. Is it,
Lottie? You were predicting London every single series, so
every
it's like
single
you had it right all along.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm happy about it, but it's it's champs, isn't it? This is kind of what happens. You go hard, you go home.
I'm not gonna lie, I was doing the exact opposite of Lottie. I actually doubted London in every single series I think that they played this weekend, and they won all of them, right? So they played fantastic. I doubted Shawnee in the past. Shawnee was incredible, absolutely phenomenal. I don't know what got into him. I don't know where this Shawnee came from, but he was one of the best players in the world today. Absolutely incredible what he did.
And they won a Dom, right?
They won a Dom.
They were struggling on, and they finally got over the hump in Dom. Like, that was the one mode where if they were winning it, they were winning these series 3-1. And what happened? They win a Dom, they win 3-1. And they did not have an easy day by any means. I mean, they beat New York, they beat Toronto. Those are 2 of our home series champions. So London looks absolutely phenomenal. If Shawnee's playing like that, they have a good chance, man.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. We'll touch a little bit more about London and Toronto a little bit later, but I want to talk about the game we just saw, Chicago versus OpTic. It was the battle of the old versus new, and I think we kind of touched upon that story right at the start of the season, and it's kind of crazy that it ended that way for one of these teams, and it literally ended battling the new versus the old, and I think that storyline in itself is kind of crazy. It's really exciting. The match was incredible, and it all came down to that 1v1 round 11. I mean, I was dying watching it. I was so nervous just for both of these teams here. I mean, we of course have a replay on the screen, but what was going through your head, Nameless, during this entire S&D game? Because it was so evenly matched.
Well, I will say this. All three of us were just screaming at the top of our lungs about how insane this was. But Scump getting that kill right there was huge because right off the rip of the round, Pristini kind of overextended, got taken out, and they needed to even the odds out. So Scump gets a kill, and then he finesses and stays alive inside of the site for like 15, 20 seconds, almost 30 seconds now that I remember correctly. And that just allows them to get all the kills around the point, comes down to the 1v1, wins it, and that's the end of the round. It was just all him, man. He directed all the attention from the site to him, and they were able to win it.
That one kill that he got, yes, that was important, but like Ann said, him staying alive that long, that allowed RCs to get to the back door and get the 2 kills. TJ really needed to challenge from that corner a lot quicker, but I mean, that's just high intensity, high pressure moments for you, right? People don't necessarily react the same way they would at a different tournament. It just incredible from Scump to get that kill and stay alive.
What was impressive as a tagline at the end of that, what was super impressive about Scump right there was that he just laid down and he knew that he was so weak he wasn't going to be able to get another kill. But let me just lay down, not even try to get another one, and make them come over here to kill me. Because as soon as they kill me, they're getting traded. And what do you know? Both of them focused him. Both of them got traded. That was such a high level and composed play. Only a player like Scump can do that.
For
It's a 200 IQ play.
It was. For Persini's sake, I'm happy that they won that round because he actually played phenomenal. We were on him yesterday, right? He just had a 0.56 or whatever it was yesterday. But today, in both hard points, he was going off. Persini played like we know he could play. He played like a world champion that he is. He was going crazy. And in that round 11, he did get blooded. So I just know from his side, he was like, oh my, no way it's going to end like this for me. But his team clutched up for him for sure.
You know, I do want to say though really quickly, because I know we're gassing Chicago up and it was an incredible moment, that is for sure. But OpTic, I've got to give it to them. I'm so happy that they managed to achieve something like this, especially with how they played at the beginning of their season and the struggles that they had. And Pac-Man, I know that you can totally understand this from their perspective, obviously coaching them. But being able to compose yourself, especially in playoffs when you've had pretty much the whole world against you, especially being the new OpTic, it's big boots to fill, hey, you know? And then getting to this point here and getting so close for that champs position. I just want to say honestly, OpTic, you know, super proud of how you've played and how you've risen up this season, because you know, it takes a lot to be able to do that as a team and come together and perform. So yeah, that's commiserations to you guys, but really great performances overall in playoffs. But you know what? Next week, guys, it is champs. Oh my God, it is. Playoffs is over. It's champs next week, and I want to know what you guys have your eyes on. So I'm going to head over first to Nameless. What are you looking at next week for champs? Is there a matchup? Is there a team? Is there a person that you're looking at?
So I think the Huntsmen, I think they're making it to a final. I think like they've been tested, right? They know what they're doing wrong. They know what they have to do to win. They have gained confidence on certain sides of the team, and Scump and Envoy, former RCs, all playing well. Pristini had his bad series. The fire is lit under him, and he came back today and he bounced back. That's tenacity. And I think going into the next weekend, they're going to still have that same fire. Everybody's going to be on point. I think they will make it to the final.
I mean, Huntsman fans have had their share of entertainment. All 3 of their matches went to Game 5, like really close games too. Like, sheesh, they have been battle tested.
They have indeed. They've had a show. That's how I look at it right now with playoffs. I mean, they have had a show because Huntsmen have managed to clutch it up at the end of the day. Of course, they did find themselves in losers and unfortunate circumstances, but they gave us one hell of a show against OpTic. Pac-Man, for you, what are you looking forward to next week?
I'm looking forward to seeing Shawnee play again. I don't know, like I said already, I don't know what got into him, but this Shawnee was different. I really feel like if London were to play Chicago today or tomorrow, I feel like their chances would be a lot higher. But I don't know how this week's going to be with practice, right? But if Shawnee can play like that next week, it gives them a legitimate shot at beating the Huntsmen. I didn't expect London to get this far, so I'm going to doubt them again. I think that I owe that to the London fans. I do think Chicago's going to win that match, but if Shawnee plays like that, they really do have a fighting chance.
They do. God help them if they find themselves in Ramaza, because that construction king is coming for you. I'm telling you right now. I mean, that's some spooky stuff. When he gets there, I don't know who that guy is. You know, for me, it's also got to be London, and I try not to be biased, but I have to stick to my UK roots.
You have to. We get it.
But you know what? It's funny because they've done it, and It's kind of crazy, and I'm so excited for them because, you know, they've had a really up and down season. They've struggled in domination, I just can't, beyond measure. Like, I can't even explain how badly they have played domination across the season and towards the end of the season, which to the point where I was like, well, if you're really struggling on dom, it's really, really tough game type right smack bang in the middle of a series that kind of sometimes can dictate how it's going to go. So I was really nervous about that, and the fact they managed to close out a dom today, I'm so happy. I'm so proud of them. I'm really excited to see what they're going to do against a very, very happy and excited Chicago Huntsmen, which is all the more dangerous, I would say, but it's going to be a great matchup nonetheless. I just want to remind everybody as well that we do have our Scuff Team of the Year that will be announced on August 29th, so stay tuned for that one, because that'll be a really interesting one. Scuff Team of the Year, that'll be exciting. Some incredible individual players that we have here, and especially coming into champs, so really, really excited. So should we have a look at, of course, our bracket and our schedule for next week?
Take a look.
I'm so excited. So first up, we have our schedule presented by the US Army, beginning your day of champs. We got London Royal Ravens versus the Chicago Huntsmen. Then our Game Fuel marquee match is going to be Atlanta FaZe taking on the Dallas Empire. And then, of course, we do have the winners of either ones of those matches. And then Sunday, it's a CDL game day presented by Game Fuel, where we have our championship match. I am so excited.
One day,
I live for this moment.
That's
I know.
amazing. I can't wait for that.
I live for this moment.
After today's matches, I don't know what it was about today's matches. They really got my adrenaline flowing. I can't wait for this for Champs Weekend. Man, it's going to be phenomenal.
Yep.
It is. It really is going to be phenomenal. And do you know what? Here's a look at Verdansk Stadium, because we are actually getting ready in Verdansk Stadium. They're getting ready for the CDL next weekend. And as you know, the stadium recently opened up inside Warzone, and the timing there couldn't have been more perfect. So don't miss the first ever CDL Championship weekend next Saturday and Sunday. How could you forget? Mark your calendars, people. What are you doing? But gents, I finally want to close out this segment of the day with a simple question to both of you. In, of course, your pro career, I know that it comes down to these really incredible, meaningful and intense moments. And I think that's really what you live for as a pro player in your career. So making it through to champs, having this available moment and opportunity before you as a team, how much does it honestly mean to these guys here, do you think, for next weekend? And are we going to be seeing a totally different tier to our teams when it comes to champs?
Yes. I think that pressure makes diamonds. These guys, when they're put under pressure, you're going to see some of them perform so much better, right? Like, this is a life-changing opportunity. When you win a tournament like champs, it solidifies your career. Not only do you just get a ton of money, you get the glory and the respect that comes with it. And there's going to be organizations that want to keep you, that want to pay you and keep you around. So it's very important. You demand the respect of your peers. And it's for your career, it's just an amazing step forward, right? Like, you want to be ingrained in history. This was the craziest year of Call of Duty esports ever. To win it this year with everything that was thrown at you would just be an incredible feat.
Yeah, no matter what, I mean, you win the money. That's a lot of money, obviously. That's life-changing money. That's great. But at the end of the day, nobody can take away being a champion from you. No matter what they say, you're a champion. It sticks with you forever. That's part of your legacy. And these players do play for that. The money's amazing. Everyone wants money. Everyone needs money. But being a world champion is something that not many people can claim.
Absolutely.
Very short list.
It is a very short list, and it's an incredible accomplishment. And hey, it's all about the journey, isn't it? It's about how far you get, and it's, you know, you're putting your time and your effort and your sweat, blood, and tears into something that you love, and to be able to finally achieve that dream at the end of the day must feel absolutely amazing. And speaking of that, we'll find out next week. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me once again on the headquarters post show here at CDL. And you guys at home on YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in all day. It has been your final day of playoffs, and next week we head over to champs, where we will be crowning our CDL champions once and for all. We will find out exactly who it's going to be. So I bid you good night, and I'll see you guys next week.
They're so sneaky.
Ants tries to find one there through the dodgy door. Shawnee now doing what he can in his final 10 seconds. A nice two-piece for Shawnee.
The onus is on them to make the move, to get inside and contest for just a little bit longer. 12 seconds, and the game goes by way of Ultra.
Can't find any more, and the Ravens now starting to flock. They are making their way onto the site, but it's into Cammy. It's into the jaws of Cammy, but Scraps, he climbs right out, finds the kill.
Don't have this B flag at all. Shawnee is just getting those spawn kills, tearing them up, and with 30 seconds left, the Ravens are trying to get it done.
Shawnee still getting kills. The neutral on A. It's on Dylan, the front door. He's got the back locked down. Classic's up next. 5 seconds for the win now. And oh boy, the shots are there. And after a year of heartache, London, it's over.
Rio down for Chicago. And I think OpTic get the tick here. OpTic actually get the tick. So there has to be a contest from Chicago. There has to be a contestant. Envoy with the knife.
OpTic gotta fly. Huntsmen are in. 3 points needed. Can they contest? Someone's gotta touch it. They fly across. They're not able to do it. And Huntsmen get the W. Been able to stay alive for now and has Daddy up. TJ now gonna push it. I have no idea how TJ gets through and finds both kills. But TJ makes the play. Kenny gets 2 as well. And now it's all on Arcity to do it. He's been spotted. How in the hell? What just happened?
He's got it.
The check's gotta come in. The check's gotta come in. He's not gonna get there in time, and the fuse goes through. Kill. Arcity picks up 2. It's all gonna be on TJ now. 1v1, and will Huntsmen win it?